Hi, I'm Cora King. It's 2:45 in the morning, and I felt like reading you guys Ender's Game. Okay, I'm going to actually start with the acknowledgements. Sorry if you find them boring, but I like acknowledgements. They're the author's personal thanks to certain people, and they should be recognized, so. Acknowledgements. Portions of this book were recounted in my first published science fiction story, Ender's Game, in the August 1977. Analog, edited by Ben Bova. His faith in me and this story are the foundation of my career. Harriet McDougall of Tor is that rarest of editors, one who understands a story and can help the author make it exactly what he meant it to be. They don't pay her enough. Harriet's task was made more than a little easier, however, because of the excellent work of my resident editor, Christine Card. I don't pay her enough either. I am grateful also to Barbara Bova, who has been my friend and agent through thin and sometimes thick, and to Tom Doherty, my publisher, who let me talk him into doing this book at the ABA in Dallas, which shows either his superb judgment or how weary one can get at a convention. Chapter 1. Third. I've watched through his eyes. I've listened through his ears, and I tell you, he's the one. Or at least as close as we're going to get. That's what you said about the brother. The brother tested out impossible, for other reasons, nothing to do with his ability. Same with the sister, and there are doubts about him. He's too malleable, too willing to submerge himself in someone else's will. Not if the other person is his enemy. So what do we do, surround him with enemies all the time? If we have to. I thought you said you liked this kid. If the buggers get him, they'll make me look like his favorite uncle. All right, we're saving the world after all. Take him. The monitor lady smiled very nicely and tousled his hair and said, Andrew, I suppose by now you're just absolutely sick of having that horrid monitor. Well, I have good news for you. That monitor is going to come out today. We're going to take it right out and it won't hurt a bit. Ender nodded. It was a lie, of course, that it wouldn't hurt a bit. But since adults always said it when it was going to hurt, he could count on that statement as an accurate prediction of the future. Sometimes lies were more dependable than the truth. So, if you'll just come over here, Andrew, just sit right up here on the examining table. The doctor will be in to see you in a moment. The monitor gone, Ender tried to imagine the little device missing from the back of his neck. I'll roll over on my back in bed and it won't be pressing there. I won't feel it tingling and taking up the heat when I shower. And Peter won't hate me anymore. I'll come home and show him that the monitor's gone and he'll see that I didn't make it either. That I'll just be a normal kid now, like him. But that won't be so bad then. He'll forgive me that I had my monitor a whole year longer than he had his. Will he? Not friends, probably. No, Peter was too dangerous. Peter got so angry. Brothers, though. Not enemies, not friends. But brothers, able to live in the same house. He won't hate me, he'll just leave me alone. And when he wants to play buggers and astronauts, maybe I won't have to play. Maybe I can just go read a book. But Ender knew, even as he thought it, that Peter wouldn't leave him alone. There was something in Peter's eyes when he was mad, when he was in his mad mood. And whenever Ender saw that look, that glint, he knew that the one thing Peter would not do was leave him alone. I'm practicing piano, Ender. Come turn the pages for me. Oh, is the monitor boy too busy to help his brother? Is he too smart? Gotta go kill some buggers, astronaut? No, I don't want your help. I can do it on my own, you little bastard. You little third. This won't take long, Andrew, said the doctor. Ender nodded. It's designed to be removed, without infection, without damage. But there will be some tickling, and some people say they have the feeling of something missing. You'll keep looking around for something you were looking for, but you can't find it, and you can't remember what it was. So I'll tell you, it's the monitor you're looking for, and it isn't there. In a few days, that feeling will pass. The doctor was twisting something at the back of Ender's head. Suddenly, a pain stabbed through him like a needle from his neck to his groin. Ender felt his back spasm and his body arched violently backward. His head struck the bed. He could feel his legs thrashing and his hands were clenching each other, wringing each other so tightly they arched. Dee Dee! Shouted the doctor. I need you! The nurse ran in, gasped. got to relax these muscles. Get it to me, now! What are you waiting for? Something changed hands. Ender could not see. He lurched to one side and fell off the examining table. Catch him! Cried the nurse. Just hold him steady. You hold him, doctor. He's too strong for me. Not the whole thing. You'll stop his heart. Ender felt a needle enter his back just above the neck of his shirt. It burned, but wherever in him the fire spread, his muscles gradually unclenched. Now he could cry for the fear and pain of it. Are you all right, Andrew? The nurse asked. Andrew could not remember where to speak. They lifted him onto the table. They checked his pulse, did other things. He did not understand it all. The doctor was trembling. His voice shook as he spoke. They believed these things. He had spent 3 years. What did they expect? We could have switched him off. Do you realize that? We could have unplugged his brain for all time. When does the drug wear off? Asked the nurse. Keep him here for at least an hour. Watch him. If he doesn't start talking in 15 minutes, call me. Could have unplugged him forever. I don't have the brains of a doctor. He got back to Miss Pumphrey's class only 15 minutes before the closing bell. He was a little unsteady on his feet. Are you all right, Andrew? Asked Miss Pumphrey. He nodded. Were you ill? He shook his head. You don't look well. I'm okay. You better sit down, Andrew. He started toward his seat, but stopped. Now, what was I looking for? I can't think what I was looking for. Your seat is over there, said Miss Pumphrey. He sat down, but it was something else he needed, something he had lost. I'll find it later. Your monitor, whispered the girl behind him. Andrew shrugged. His monitor, she whispered to the others. Andrew reached up and felt his neck. There was a band-aid. It was gone. He was just like everybody else now. Washed out, Andy? Asked a boy who sat across the aisle and behind him. Couldn't think of his name. Peter. No, that was someone else. Quiet, Mr. Stilson, said Miss Pumphrey. Stilson smirked. Miss Pumphrey talked about multiplication. Ender doodled on his desk, drawing contour maps of mountainous islands and then telling his desk to display them in 3 dimensions from every angle. The teacher would know, of course, that he wasn't paying attention. She wouldn't bother him. He always knew the answer, even when she thought he wasn't paying attention. In the corner of the desk, a word appeared and began marching around the perimeter of the desk. It was upside down and backward at first, but Ender knew what it said long before it reached the bottom of the desk and turned right side up. Third. Ender smiled. He was the one who had figured out how to send messages and make them march. Even as his secret enemy called him names, the method of delivery praised him. It was not his fault he was a third. It was the government's idea. They were the ones who authorized it. How else could a third like Ender have gotten into school? And now the monitor was gone. The experiment, entitled Andrew Wigan, hadn't worked out after all. If they could, he was sure they would like to rescind the waivers that had allowed him to be born at all. Didn't work, so erase the experiment. The bell rang. Everyone signed off their desks and hurriedly typed the remainders, in reminder slips. Some were dumping lessons or data into their computers at home. A few gathered at the printers while something they wanted to show was printed out. Ender spread his hands over the child-sized keyboard near the edge of the desk and wondered what it would feel like to have hands as large as a woman's. They must feel so big and awkward, big stubby fingers and big palms. Of course, they had bigger keyboards, but how could their thick fingers draw a fine line the way Ender's could? A thin line so precise that he could make a spiral 79 times from the center to the edge of the desk without the lines ever touching or overlapping. It gave him something to do while the teacher droned on about arithmetic. Arithmetic! Valentine had taught him arithmetic when he was 3. Are you all right, Andrew? Yes, ma'am. You'll miss the bus. Ender nodded and got up. The other kids were gone. They would be waiting, though, the bad ones. His monitor wasn't perched on his neck, hearing what he heard and seeing what he saw. They could say what they liked. They might even hit him now. No one could see them anymore. And so, no one would come to Ender's rescue. There were advantages to the monitor, and he would miss them. It was still of course. He wasn't bigger, though. He wasn't bigger. most of the kids, but he was bigger than Ender. He had some others with him. He always did. Hey, Third. Don't answer. Nothing to say. Hey, Third, we're talking to you, Third. Hey, Bugger Lover, we're talking to you. Can't think of anything to answer. Anything I say will make it worse, so I will say nothing. Hey, Third! Hey! Turd, you flunked out, huh? Thought you were better than us, but you lost your little birdie, 30. Got a band-aid on your neck. Are you going to let me through? Ender asked. Are we going to let you through? Should we let him through? They all laughed. Sure, we'll let you through. First, we'll let your arm through, then your butt through, then maybe a piece of your knee. The others chimed in now. Lost your birdie, 30. Lost your birdie, 30. Stilson began pushing him with one hand. Someone behind him then pushed him towards Stilson. Seesaw, Marjorie Daw, somebody said. Tennis, ping pong. This would not have a happy ending, so Ender decided that he'd rather not be the unhappiest at the end. The next time Stilson's arm came out to push him, Ender grabbed him. He missed. Oh, gonna fight me, huh? Gonna fight me, 30? The other people behind Ender grabbed him to hold him. Ender did not feel like laughing, but he laughed. You made it take this many of you to fight 1/3? We're people, not thirds, turd face. You're about as strong as a fart. But they let go of him. And as soon as they did, Ender kicked out high and hard, pinching Stilson square in the breastbone. He dropped. It took Ender by surprise. He hadn't thought to put Stilson on the ground with one kick. It didn't occur to him that Stilson didn't take a fight like this seriously, that he wasn't prepared for a truly desperate blow. For a moment, the others backed away and Stilson lay motionless. They were all wondering if he was dead. Ender, however, was trying to figure out a way to boost stall engines, to keep them from taking their home time. I am doing this now for all time, or I'll fight it every day and I'll never notice my friends. Ender knew the unspoken rules of the even though he was only 6, he was forbidden to say anything that was wrong. Only a man could do that. So Ender walked to Stilson so hard and somehow he kicked him again, viciously. Stilson groaned and moaned. Ender laughed until he kicked him again. Stilson could not make a sound. He don't allow the tears streamed out of his eyes. Then Ender looked at the others coldly. You might be having some idea of gaining up. You can probably beat me up pretty bad, but just remember what I do to people who try to hurt me. From then on, you'd be wondering when I'd get you and how bad it would be. He kicked Stilson in the face. Blood from his nose spattered immediately nearby. It wouldn't be this bad, Ender said. It would be worse. He turned and walked away. Nobody followed him. He turned a corner into the corridor leading to the bus stop. You could hear the boys behind him saying, Jeez, look at him, he's wasted. Ender leaned his head against the wall of the corridor and cried out until the bus came. I am just like me. Take my monitor away and I am just like me. Chapter 2. Peter. Alright, it's off. How's he doing? You live inside somebody for a few years, you get used to it. I look at his face now. I can't tell what's going on. I'm not used to seeing his facial expressions. I'm used to feeling them. Come on, we're not talking about psychoanalysis here. We're soldiers, not witch doctors. You just saw him beat the guts out of the leader of a gang. He was thorough. He didn't just beat him, he beat him deep. Like Mazer Rackham at the... Spare me! So in the judgment of the committee, he passes. Mostly. Let's see what he does with his brother now the monitor's off. His brother. Aren't you afraid of what his brother will do to him? You were the one who told me that this wasn't a divorce business. I went back through some of the tapes. I can't help it. I like the kid. I think we're going to screw him up. Of course we are. It's our job. We're the Wicked Witch. We promised gingerbread, but we leave the little bastards alive. I'm sorry, Ender. Valentine whispered. She was looking at the girl waving his leg. Ender touched the wall, and the doctor closed behind him. I don't care. I'm glad it's gone. What's gone? Ender walked into the parlor, chewing on a mouthful of bread and peanut butter. Ender did not see Peter as the beautiful 10-year-old boy that grown up dark, thick tousled hair and a face that could have belonged to Alexander the Great. Ender looked at Peter only to detect anger or boredom, the dangerous moods that almost always led to pain. Now, as Peter's eyes discovered a band-aid on his neck, the telltale flicker of anger, Valentine saw it too. "Now he's like us," she said, trying to soothe him before he had time to strike. But Peter would not be soothed. "Like us? He keeps the little sucker till he's 6 years old. When did you lose yours?" "You were 3. I lost mine before I was 5. He almost made it, master bugger." "This is all right, Ender. Talk and talk, Peter. Talk is fine." "Well, now your guardian angels aren't watching over you," Peter said. "Now they aren't checking to see if you feel pain, listening to hear what I'm saying, seeing what I'm doing to you. How about that? How about it?" Ender shrugged. Suddenly, Peter smiled and clapped his hands together in mockery of good cheer. "Let's play buggers and astronauts," he said. "Where's Mom?" asked Valentine. "Out," said Peter. "I'm in charge." "I think I'll call Daddy." "Call away," said Peter. "You know he's never in." "I'll play," Ender said. "You be the bugger," said Peter. "Let him be the astronaut for once," Valentine said. "Keep your fat face out of it, Bart Mel," said Peter. "Come on upstairs and choose your weapons." It would not be a good game, Ender knew. It was not a question of winning. Kids played in the corridors, whole troops of them. The buggers never won. And sometimes the games got won. Here they'd black again and start winning, and the bugger couldn't just go empty with the way buggers did in the real wars. The bugger was in it till the astronaut decided it was over. Peter opened his bottom drawer and took out the bucket. Mother had got upset at him when Peter bought it, but Dad pointed out that the war wouldn't go away just because you hid bugger masks and wouldn't let your kids play with make-believe laser guns. Better to play the war games and have a better chance of surviving when buggers can't get it. If I survive the games, thought Ender, he put on the mask. It closed him in like a hand pressed tight against his face. This isn't how it feels to be a bugger, thought Ender. They don't wear this face like a mask. It is their face. On their home worlds, do the buggers put on human masks and play? And what do they call us? Slimies because we're so soft and oily compared to them? "Watch out, Slimy," Ender said. He could barely see Peter through the eyeholes. Peter smiled at him. "Slimy, huh? Well, bugger wugger, let's see how to break that face of yours." Ender couldn't see it coming except a slight shift of Peter's weight. The mask cut out his peripheral vision. Suddenly there was pain and pressure of a blow to the side of his head. He lost balance, fell that way. "Don't see too well, do you, bugger?" said Peter. Ender began to take off the mask. Peter put his toe against Ender's groin. "Don't take off the mask," Peter said. Ender pulled the mask down into place, took his hands away. Peter pressed with his foot. Pain shot through Ender. He doubled up. "Lie flat, bugger. We're gonna vivisect you, bugger. At long last we got one of you alive, and we're going to see how you work." "Peter, stop it," Ender said. "Peter, stop it. Very good. So you buggers can guess our names. You can make yourselves sound like pathetic, cute little children so we'll love you and be nice to you. It doesn't work. I can see you for what you really are. They meant you to be human, little fur, but you're really a bugger, and now it shows." He lifted his foot, took a step, and knelt on Ender, his knee pressing into Ender's belly just below the breastbone. He put more and more of his weight on Ender. It became hard to breathe. "I could kill you like this," Peter whispered. "Just press and press until you're dead. And I could say that I didn't know it would hurt you, that we were just playing, and they'd believe me, and everything would be fine. You'd be dead. Everything would be fine." Ender could not speak. The breath was being forced from his lungs. Peter might mean it. Probably didn't mean it, but then he might. "I do mean it," Peter said. "Whatever you think, I mean it. They only authorized you because I was so promising. But I didn't plan out. You did better. They think you're better. But I don't want a better little brother, Ender. I don't want a third." "I'll tell!" one would believe you. They'd believe me. Then you're dead too, sweet little sister. Oh yes, said Valentine, they'll believe that. I didn't know it would kill Andrew, and when he was dead, I didn't know it would kill Valentine too. The pressure let up a little. So, not today. But someday you two won't be together, and then there'll be an accident. You're all talk, Valentine said. You don't mean any of it. I don't. And do you know why you don't mean it? Valentine asked. Because you want to be in the government someday. You want to be elected. And they won't elect you if your opponents can dig up the fact that your brother and sister both died in suspicious accidents when they were little. Especially because of the letter I put in my secret file in the city library, which will be opened in the event of my death. Don't give me that kind of crap, Peter says. It says I didn't die a natural death. Peter killed me, and if he hasn't already killed Andrew, he will soon. Not enough to convict you, but enough to keep you from ever getting elected. You're his monitor now, said Peter. You better watch him day and night. You better be there. Ender and I aren't stupid. We scored as well as you did on everything. Better on some things. We're all such wonderfully bright children. You're not the smartest, Peter, just the biggest. Oh, I know. But there'll come a day when you aren't there with him. When you forget. And suddenly you'll remember, and you'll rush to him, and you'll be perfectly alright. And the next time you won't worry so much, and you won't come so fast. And every time he'll be alright. And you'll think that I forgot. Even though you'll remember that I said this, you'll think that I forgot. And years will pass, and then there will be a terrible accident, and I'll find his body, and I'll cry and cry over him. And you'll remember this conversation, Valley, but you'll be ashamed of yourself for remembering, because you'll know that I changed, that it really was an accident, that it's cruel of you even to remember what I said in a childhood quarrel, except that it'll be true. I'm gonna save this up and he's gonna die, and you won't do a thing, not a thing. But you go on believing that I'm just the biggest. The biggest asshole, Valentine said. Peter leapt to his feet and started for her. She shied away. Ender pried off his mask. Peter plumped back on the bed and started to laugh. Loud, but with real mirth, tears coming to his eyes. Oh, you guys are just super. Just the biggest suckers on the planet Earth. Now he's going to tell us it was all a joke, Valentine said. Not a joke, a game. I can make you guys believe anything. I can make you dance around like puppets. In a phony monster voice, he said, I'm going to kill you and chop you into little pieces and put you in the garbage hole. He laughed again. Biggest suckers in the solar system. Ender stood there watching him laugh and thought of how it felt to crunch into his body. This is who needed it. This is who should have got it. As if she could read his mind, Valentine whispered, No, Ender. Peter suddenly rolled to the side, flipped off the bed, and got in position for a fight. Oh, yes, Ender, he said. Any time, Ender. Ender lifted his right leg and took off his shoe. He held it up. See there on the toe? That's blood, Peter. It's not mine. Ooh, I'm gonna die. Ender squished a caterpillar, and now he's gonna squish me. There was no getting to him. Peter was a murderer at heart, and nobody knew it but Valentine. Mother came home and commiserated with Ender about the monitor. Father came home and kept saying it was such a wonderful surprise. They had such fantastic children that the government told them to have 3, and now the government didn't want to take any of them after all. So here they were with 3. They still had a 3rd. Until Ender wanted to scream at him, I know I'm a 3rd, I know it! If, in front of everybody, I'm sorry I lost the monitor, and now you have 3 kids and no obvious explanation. So inconvenient for you. I'm sorry. He lay in bed, staring upward into the darkness. On the bunk above him, he could hear Peter turning and tossing restlessly. Then Peter slid off the bunk and walked out of the room. Ender heard the hushing sound of the toilet clearing. Then Peter stood silhouetted in the doorway. He thinks I'm asleep. He's going to kill me. Peter walked to the bed, and sure enough, he did not lift himself up into his bed. Instead, he came and stood by Ender's head, but he did not reach for a pillow to smother him. He did not have a weapon. whispered, Ender, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know how it feels. I'm sorry. I'm your brother. I love you. A long time later, Peter's even breathing said that he was asleep. Ender peeled the band-aid from his neck, and for the second time that day, he cried. Chapter 3. Graph. The sister is our weak link. He really loves her. I know. She can undo it all from the start. He won't want to leave her. So what are you going to do? Persuade him that he wants to come with us more than he wants to stay with her. How will you do that? I'll lie to him. And if that doesn't work, then I'll tell the truth. We're allowed to do that in emergencies. We can't plan for everything, you know. Ender wasn't very hungry during breakfast. He kept wondering what it would be like at school. Facing Stilson after yesterday's fight, what Stilson's friends would do. Probably nothing, but he couldn't be sure. He didn't want to go. You're not eating, Andrew, his mother said. Peter came into the room. Morning, Ender. Thanks for leaving your slimy washcloth in the middle of the shower. Just for you, Ender murmured. Andrew, you have to eat. Ender held out his wrists, a gesture that said, so feed it to me through a needle. Very funny, Mother said. I try to be concerned, but it makes no difference to my genius children. It was all your genes that made us geniuses, Mom, said Peter. We sure didn't get any from Dad. I heard that, Father said, not looking up from the news that was being displayed on the table while he ate. It would have been wasted if you hadn't. The table beeped. Someone was at the door. Who is it? Mother asked. Father thumbed a key and a man appeared on his video. He was wearing the only military uniform that meant anything anymore, the IF, the International Fleet. I thought it was over, said Father. Peter said nothing, just poured milk over his cereal, and Ender thought, maybe I won't have to go to school today after all. Father coated the door open and got up from the table. I'll see to it, he said. Stay and eat. They stayed, but they didn't eat. A few moments later, Father came back into the room and beckoned to Mother. You're in deep poo, said Peter. They found out what you did to that kid at school, and now they're going to make you do time out in the belt. I'm only 6, moron. I'm a juvenile. You're a third turd. You've got no rights. Valentine came in, her hair in a sleepy halo around her face. Where's Mom and Dad? I'm too sick to go to school. Another oral exam, huh? Peter said. Shut up, Peter, said Valentine. You should relax and enjoy it, said Peter. It could be worse. I don't know how. It could be an anal exam. Hyuk, hyuk, Valentine said. Where are Mother and Father? Talking to a guy from the IF. Instinctively, she looked at Ender. After all, for years they had expected someone to come and tell them that Ender had passed, that Ender was dead. That's right, look at him, Peter said. But it might be me, you know. He might have realized I was the best of the lot after all. Peter's feelings were hurt, so he was being a snot as usual. The door opened. Ender, said Father, better come in here. Sorry, Peter, Valentine taunted. Father glowered. Children, this is no laughing matter. Ender followed Father into the car. The IF officer rose to his feet and entered, but he did not extend a hand to him. Mother was twisting her wedding ring. Andrews, she said, I never thought you were the kind to get in a fight. Still some boys in the hospital, Father said. You really did a number on him. You should. That wasn't exactly good. Ender shook his head. He had expected someone from the school to probably have Stilson, not an officer. This was more serious than he thought, and yet he couldn't think what else he could have done. Do you have an explanation for your behavior, young man? Asked the officer. Ender shook his head again. He didn't know what to say, and he was afraid to reveal himself to be any more monstrous than his actions had made him out to be. I'll take it, whatever the punishment is, he thought. Let's get it over with. We're willing to consider extenuating circumstances, the officer said, but I must tell you it doesn't look good. Kicking him in the groin, kicking him repeatedly face and body when he was down? It sounds like you really enjoyed it. I didn't, Ender whispered. Then why did you do it? He had his gang there, Ender said. So? This excuses anything? No. Tell me why you kept kicking him. You had already won. Knocking him down was the first fight. I wanted to win all the next ones too, so they'd leave me alone. Ender couldn't help it. He was too afraid, too ashamed of his own acts. Though he tried not to, he cried again. Ender did not like to cry and rarely did. Now, in less than a day, he had done it 3 times, and each time was worse. To cry in front of his mother and father and this military man, that was shameful. You took away the monitor, Ender said. I had to take care of myself, didn't I? Ender, you should have asked a grown-up for help, Father began, but the officer stood up and stepped across the room to Ender. He held out his hand. My name is Graff, Ender. Colonel Hiram Graff. I'm director of primary training at Battle School in the Belt. I've come to invite you to enter the school. After all, but the monitor. The final step in your testing was to see what would happen when the monitor came off. We don't always do it that way, but in your case... And he passed? Father was incredulous. Putting the Stilson boy in the hospital? What would you have done if Andrew had killed him? Given him a medal? It isn't what he did, Mrs. Wiggin. It's why, Colonel Graff. It's why. Colonel Graff handed her a folder full of papers. Here are the requisitions. Your son has been cleared by the IF Selective Service. Of course, we already have your consent, granted in writing at the time conception was confirmed, or he could not have been born. He has been ours from then, if he qualified. Father's voice was trembling as he spoke. It's not very kind of you to let us slip into it and then take him after all. And this charade about the Stilson boy, Mother said. It wasn't a charade, Mrs. Wiggin, until we knew what Ender's motivation was. We couldn't be sure he wasn't another... We had to know what it actually meant, or at least what Ender believed that it meant. Must you call him that stupid nickname? Mother began to cry. That's the name he calls himself. What are you going to do, Colonel Graff? Father asked. Walk out the door with him now? That depends, said Graff. On what? On whether Ender wants to. Mother's meaning turned to bitter laughter. Oh, so it's voluntary after all. How sweet. For the two of you, the choice was made when Ender was conceived. But for Ender, the choice has not been made at all. Conscripts make good cannon fodder, but for officers, we need volunteers. Officers? Asked Ender. At the sound of his voice, the others fell silent. Yes, said Granny. Battle School is for training future starship captains and commodores of flotillas and admirals of the fleet. Let's not have any deception here, Father said angrily. How many of the boys at Battle School actually end up on command ships? Unfortunately, Mr. Wiggin, that is classified information. But I can say that none of our boys who makes it through the first year has ever failed to receive a commission as an officer. And none has retired from a position of lower rank than Chief Executive Officer of an interplanetary vessel. Even the domestic defense forces within our own solar system, there's honor to be had. How many make it through the first year? All who want to, said Graff. Ender almost said, I want to, but he held his tongue. This would keep him out of school, but that was stupid. That was just a problem for a few days. It would keep him away from Peter. That was more important. That might be a matter of life itself. But to leave Mother and Father, and above all, to leave Valentine, become a soldier. Ender didn't like fighting. He didn't like Peter's kind, the strong against the weak, and he didn't like his own kind either, the smart against the stupid. I think, Graff said, that Ender and I should have a private conversation. No, Father said. I won't take him without letting you speak to him again, Graff said, and you really can't stop me. Father glared at Graff a moment longer, then got up and left the room. Mother paused to squeeze Ender's hand. She closed the door behind her when she left. Ender, Graff said, If you come with me, you won't be back here for a long time. There aren't any vacations from battle school. No visitors either. The whole course of training lasts until you're 16 years old. You get your first leave, under certain circumstances, when you're 12. Believe me, Ender, people change in 6 years, in 10 years. Your sister Valentine will be a woman when you get to see her again. If you come with me, we'll be strangers. You'll still love her, Ender? You won't know her. You see, I'm not content with it. Mom and Daddy? I know you like them. I've been watching them on under discs for some time. You won't miss your mother and father. Not much, not for long. And they won't miss you long either. The tears came to Ender's eyes in spite of himself. He turned his face away, but would not reach up to my hand. They do love you, Ender. But you have to understand what your life has cost them. They were born religious, you know. Your father was baptized with the name John Paul Leon, Catholic, the seventh of 9 children. 9 children? That was unthinkable. Criminal. Yes, well, people do strange things for religion. You know the sanctions, they were not as harsh then, but still not easy. Only the first 2 children had a full education. Taxes steadily rose with each new child. Your father turned 16 and invoked the Non-Complying Families Act to separate himself from his family. He changed his name, renounced his religion, and vowed never to have more than the allotted 2 children. He meant it. All the shame and persecution he went through as a child. He vowed no child of his would go. Do you understand? He didn't want me. Well, no one wants a third anymore. You can't expect them to be bad. But your father and mother are a special case. They both renounced their religions. Your mother was a Mormon, but in fact their feelings are still ambiguous. Do you know what ambiguous means? They feel both ways. They're ashamed of having come from non-compliant families. They conceal it, to the degree that your mother refuses to admit to anyone that she was born in Utah, lest they suspect. Your father denies his Polish ancestry, since Poland is still a non-compliant nation, and under international sanction because of it. You see, having a third, even under the government's direct instructions, undoes everything they've been trying to do. I know that, but it's more complicated than that. Your father still named you with legitimate saints' names, but in fact baptized all 3 of you himself as soon as he got you home after you were born, and your mother never objected. They quarreled over it each time, not because she didn't want you baptized, but because she didn't want you baptized Catholic. They haven't really given up their religion. They look at you and see you as a badge of pride, because they were able to circumvent the law and have a third. But you're also a badge of cowardice, because they dare not go further and practice the non-compliance they still feel is right. And you're a badge of public shame, because at every step you interfere with their efforts at assimilation into normal, compliant society. How can you know all this? We monitored your brother and sister, Ender. You'd be amazed at how sensitive the instruments are. We were connected directly to your brain. We heard all that you heard, whether you were listening carefully or not, whether you understood or not. We understand. So my parents love me and don't love me? They love you. The question is whether they want you here. Your presence in this house is a constant disruption, a source of tension. Do you understand? I'm not the one who causes tension. Not anything you do, Ender. Your life itself. Your brother hates you because you are living proof that he wasn't good enough. Your parents resent you because of all the past they are trying to evade. Valentine loves me with all her heart, completely, unstingingly. She is devoted to you and you adore her. I told you it wouldn't be easy. What is it like there? Hard work. Studies just like school here, except we put you into mathematics and computers much more heavily. Military history, strategy and tactics, and above all, the battle work. What's that? War games. All the boys are organized into armies. Day after day in zero gravity, there are mock battles. Nobody gets hurt, but winning and losing matter. Everybody starts as a common soldier, taking orders. Older boys are your officers, and it's their duty to train you and command you in battle. More than that, I can't tell you. It's like playing buggers and astronauts, except that you have weapons that work and fellow soldiers fighting beside you, and your whole future and the future of the universe depends on how well you learn, how well you fight. It's a hard life, and you won't have a normal childhood. Of course, with your mind, and as a third to boot, you wouldn't have a particularly normal childhood anyway. All boys? A few girls. They don't often pass the test to get in. Too many centuries of evolution are working against them. None of them will be like Valentine anyway, but there will be brothers there, Ender. Like Peter? Peter wasn't accepted, Ender, for the very reasons that you hate him. I don't hate him, I'm just afraid of him. Well, Peter isn't all that, you know. He was the best we'd seen in a long time. We asked her parents to choose a daughter next. They would have anyway, hoping that Valentine would be Peter but milder. She was too mild, and so we requisitioned you. To be half Peter and half Valentine. If things worked out right. Am I? As far as we can tell. Our tests are very good, Ender, but they don't tell us everything. In fact, when it comes down to it, they hardly tell us anything. But they're better than nothing. Raph leaned over and took Ender's hands in his. Ender Wiggin, if it were just a matter of choosing the best and happiest future for you, I tell you to stay home. Stay here, grow up, be happy. There are worse things than being a third, worse than being a big brother who can't make up his mind whether to be a human being or a jackal. But battle school is one of the worst things. But we need you. The buggers may seem like a game to you now, Ender, but they damn near wiped us out last time. They had us cold, outnumbered and outweaponed. The only thing that saved us was that we had the most brilliant military commander we ever found. Call it fate, call it God, call it damn fool luck. We had Mazarakim. But we don't have him now, Ender. We've scraped together everything mankind could produce. A fleet that makes the one they sent against us last time seem like a bunch of kids playing in a swimming pool. We have some new weapons, too. It might not be enough, even so. Because in the 80 years since the last war, they've had as much time to prepare as we have. We need the best we can get, and we need them fast. Maybe you're not going to work out for us, and maybe you are. Maybe you'll break down under the pressure. Maybe it'll ruin your life. Maybe you'll hate me for coming here to your house today. But if there's a chance that because you're with the fleet, mankind might survive and the buggers might leave us alone forever, then I'm going to ask you to do it. To come with me. Ender had trouble focusing on Colonel Graff. The man looked far away and very small, as if Ender could pick him up with tweezers and drop him in a pocket. To leave everything here and go to a place that was very hard with no Valentine, no mom and dad. And then he thought of the films of the buggers that everyone had to see at least once a year. The Slaving in China, the Battle of the Belt, death and suffering and terror, and Mazarakim and his brilliant maneuvers, destroying an enemy fleet twice his size and twice his power, using the little human ships that seemed so frail and weak, like children fighting with grown-ups. And we won. I'm afraid, said Ender quietly, but I'll go with you. Tell me again, said Graff. It's what I was born for, isn't it? If I don't go, why am I alive? Not good enough, said Graff. I don't want to go, said Ender, but I will. Graff nodded. You can change your mind. Up until the time you get into my car with me. You can change your mind. After that, you stay at the pleasure of the International Fleet. Do you understand that? Ender nodded. All right, let's tell them. Mother cried. Father had held Ender tight. Peter shook his hand and said, You lucky pinhead fart eater. Valentine kissed him and left her tears on his cheek. There was nothing to pack, no belongings to take. The school provides everything you need, from uniforms to school supplies. And as for toys, there's only one game. Goodbye. said to his family. He reached up and took Colonel Graff's hand and walked out the door with him. Kill some buggers for me, Peter shouted. I love you, Andrew, Mother called. We'll write to you, Father said. And as he got into the car that waited silently in the corridor, he heard Valentine's anguished cry. Come back to me! I love you forever! Chapter 4. Launch. With Ender, we have to strike a delicate balance.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. When you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on the red bullseye. When you buy, keep your eye on Lucky Strike. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The Lucky Strike Program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, John Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where, as you know, he lives alone with his butler, Rochester. 9:30 in the morning, and as usual, one is in bed while the other is in the kitchen preparing the breakfast. Now let's see, where are the eggs? So hard to find anything in this refrigerator. Maybe I ought to trade it in. I hear the newer models have a light in them. Oh, here's an egg on the bottom shelf. Potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper. Now's the time. That song doesn't fit now. See, I'm hungry. I think I'll scramble my eggs. Let's see, how do you scramble? Oh, yes, first I'll break it into this bowl. Gosh, I'm weak in the morning. Maybe I better have my orange juice first. Yeah, I'll make some. Yeah, that orange juice looks good. Now to get the seeds out. 1, 2... Oh, there's another seed. 3. Well, they're planted. Potatoes are higher, tomatoes are higher, now's the time to sell your car. La 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 la.
Bum. Now to have my orange. Hey, that's funny. The glass is empty. Somebody drank my orange juice. There's nobody in the house but Rochester. That's it. Rochester. Wait a while. Rochester. Rochester, did you drink my orange juice? Rochester, you're not fooling me. Get up.
Bloop, bleep.
Rochester.
I know I'm cute, honey, but control yourself.
Maybe he is asleep. I'll tickle him and wake him up. Rochester.
Oh, it's you, boy. What a disappointment.
Never mind that. You sneak downstairs, drink my orange juice, and get back in bed.
Orange juice? I was sound asleep.
Sound asleep, and how come you woke up so fast when I tickled you?
You were using the hand you had in the icebox.
Now, Rochester, I made a glass of orange juice, stepped out in the backyard for a minute, and when I came back, the orange juice was gone.
Maybe the mice drank it.
Mice don't drink orange juice.
In California?
All right, we'll talk about it later. Now, get up out of that bed. I want you to drive me down to the doctor's office. I've got to go for a physical.
What's the matter, boss? You feel bad?
No, it's just that my sponsor is taking out an insurance policy on me, and I have to be examined.
How much is your policy for?
$1 million. But if I'm killed accidentally, the sponsor collects $2 million.
$2 million?
Yes.
Boss, you better hope that guy keeps his eye on the red bullseye.
Well, that joke was loused up. Oh, you mean the commercial? Well, I'm not worried about that. You know, they shoot that gun in another studio way over on Sunset and Highland. I don't even pass there on my way home.
I know, but for $2 million, they can make a bullet that waits for you. He goes to Florida.
What are you talking about? My sponsor's just trying to protect his investment, that's all. Now hurry downstairs. Imagine him denying that he drank that orange juice. Got a good notion to make him stay in bed all day. You know, he'd like that. No seeds in this one. Oh, well.
Oh, Jack, are you up yet?
Huh? Oh, hello, Mary. Come on in. I'm in the kitchen. What are you doing here so early?
Early? I was here 10 minutes ago. I came into the house, walked into the kitchen, nobody was there, so I drank a glass of orange juice and left.
Mary, you drank my...
All right, here's a dime.
Okay, Smarty, I bet you should be surprised if I took it.
I wouldn't be surprised if you sued me.
I don't want the dime. Anyway, Mary, I made a terrible mistake. I accused Rochester drinking my orange juice.
Well, that's you, Jack, always jumping at conclusions.
I do not.
What about that morning you got out of bed and accused Rochester of taking your new shoes?
Well...
And you took off your nightgown, and there it was.
That wasn't my fault. When I come home tired, he's supposed to undress me.
Well, anyway, I drank your orange juice, and you ought to apologize to Rochester.
Oh, Mary, I don't have to apologize. I mean, he knows I'm sorry.
He does not. You've got to tell him.
Oh, Mary, I can't.
You can, too. Now, be a man.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Mr. Benny has something to say to you.
Oh,
Jack, go ahead.
well.
Jack,
Oh, all right. Rochester.
turn around and face him.
Oh,
Go on.
well. Rochester.
Yes, what?
I'm sorry I said you drank my orange juice.
Jack! what a baby.
Well, I better get the car out. I got to take Mr. Benny to the doctor.
The doctor? What for?
The sponsor took out an insurance policy on Mr. Benny and he has to be examined.
Oh, you think you'll pass it, Rochester?
Has it? Oh, sure, Miss Livingston. Haven't you seen his muscles?
Yeah, they were hanging on the line when I came in.
Rochester.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Now, Rochester, get the car now and we'll go. Now, Mary, I've got to hurry away, so you try and... Oh, darn it, there's the phone, just when I'm ready to leave. Hello?
Hello, Jack. Guess who this is?
Huh? Who is this? I'm in a hurry.
Well, I'll give you a hint. Roses are red, violets are blue. Sugar is sweet, and I'm lumpy, too.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Don, I have to rush away. What did you call me for?
Well, Jack, I've got the quartet here. We've got a wonderful idea for a commercial.
But, Don, I don't want to hear it over the phone. You can wait till rehearsal. Anyway, I don't like the songs that the sportsmen pick. Why don't they pick something classy once in a while?
Well, we've got one now, Jack. It's Listen to the Mockingbird.
Oh, you mean the one that goes, listen to the mockingbird, listen to the mockingbird?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, well, that's swell. Let me hear it. Are the boys close to the phone? Good.
Take it, boys. Listen to the man who knows. Listen to the man who knows. He is saying what you practice for me.
Very good.
Listen to the man who knows. Listen to the man who knows. Like a bird who's singing L-F-M-F-T. They're so round and so firm and so fully. So fully. So fully.
Fully what?
So round and so firm and so fully.
Fully what?
And so fully wide.
Boy.
Boy, right, you're the best full side.
I don't want the sound of that.
Boy, I don't want the sound of that.
John, why is it they always start out so nice and then go crazy? I mean, we can't use that commercial. It's too noisy. Where'd they get that gun?
They found it on a bench at Pico and Trafalgar.
No.
What's that, Jack?
Nothing. Nothing. I'll see you at rehearsal. I thought Rochester was only guessing. Well, I'm going to have my orange juice and then go. Rochester, did you get the car started okay?
Boss, when I know you're going out the next morning, I let it run all night.
Oh.
Jack, letting your car run all night, doesn't that burn up an awful lot of charcoal?
Not much. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's go.
Well, look who's here.
Hello, everybody. I came in through the kitchen.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny, and thanks for the orange juice.
Oh, for heaven's sake, now I'll have to squeeze another. And only last week, the president asked us to conserve food. I know it's a problem, but everybody should do it.
My mother conserves food every night.
Well, she deserves a lot of credit. How does she do it?
When it's time for dinner, she locks me in a closet.
Dennis.
But I got even with her. I ate the doorknob.
What?
Now every little thing turns my stomach.
Look, I haven't had my breakfast yet. What brings you over here, anyway?
Well, I have an arrangement for a cute little song which I just recorded for RCA Victor, and I wanted you to hear it.
I know, but do I have to hear it now, so early?
Oh, this isn't early, Mr. Benny. I get up every morning at 7, go out to Griffith Park, set up my easel, and do landscape.
What?
Dennis, I didn't know you do landscape.
Yeah, but I guess I'm not very good because people pass by, look at the canvas, shrug their shoulders, and walk away.
Well, don't let that bother you.
I can't understand it. I use the most expensive brushes.
Well, what kind of paint do you use?
Oh, please.
Have a doorknob.
Not on my head, man. Look, Dennis, you sing your song for Mary, and she'll tell me how it is. I gotta rush away to the doctor.
I don't blame you. You look awful.
What?
Hey, Dennis.
You said it. I'll see you kids later. Goodbye. Rochester, we're awfully late. Can't you go a little faster?
Okay.
You know, right after I take my physical, we'll go down to... Rochester! Rochester, they got me! They got me!
Get back in the seat, boss. That was only a tire.
Oh. Yeah, I should have known. We're only at Pico and Robertson. Rochester, you change the tire, and
Music
I'll
has
walk to the
upgraded
doctor's
playlists.
office from here.
Get song suggestions and match your playlist for elaborate without taste groups. And discover more music from ready-made playlists for any moment. Explore YouTube Music
You see,
today.
his office should be around here. Oh, there it is, Drs. Fenchel and Gordon.
Yes, sir?
Oh, I'm Mr. Benny, nurse. I have an appointment for a physical examination.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll have to fill out this form. Your full name, please.
Jack Benny,
Your birthplace.
Waukegan, Illinois.
Your age.
38,
Your height.
5'10",
Your weight.
157,
Your age.
38.
Your home address.
700 North Rectory.
Your business address.
360 North Camden Drive.
Your age.
38.
Color of your eyes.
Robin egg blue. See, that nurse is an attractive girl. I wonder if she'd go out and see if I asked her for a date. I wonder how she'd look without those white stockings. I wonder how she'd look without that uniform. I wonder how she'd look in a bathing suit. I wonder how she... Oh, I'm being silly. Anyway, I don't think that she'd go out.
So long, Doctor. Thanks a lot.
Phil!
Oh, hiya, Jackson.
Phil, what are you doing here?
Well, Jackson, I didn't want to worry anybody, but I've been having terrific headaches.
You have?
Yeah, so I came up here to find out what was wrong, and the doctors took some x-rays of my head. Here, you want to see one of them?
No, x-rays are all the same, just bones, you know.
Hey, here. Now, here, take a look at mine.
Well, what do you know? That's the first skull I ever saw with curly hair. Phil, how did this happen? X-rays never show hair.
I had it retouched.
Oh. Hey, what's this writing down on the corner of the x-ray? The name of the doctor?
No, it says to Alice with love. I'm giving it to her for her birthday.
Phil, why in the world would you give Alice an x-ray for a present?
Why not? She's got everything else.
Oh, well, that's logical, isn't it? Tell me, Phil, what do the doctors do about your headache?
Plenty. Them doctors are plenty smart, Jackson. First they gave me a complete physical, then they gave me all the allergy tests, and then they checked my reflexes, and then they psychoanalyzed me.
Did they find out why you have headaches?
Yeah, my band plays too loud.
No, they have the audacity to tell you that?
Yes,
the audacity?
And in Latin, too. Say, Jackson, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's nothing. I just came for an insurance examination. Why don't you wait for me, Phil? It won't take long.
Oh, I can't. I'm meeting Alice downtown. We're going to a movie.
Oh, what picture you going to see?
Mother was tight. That mother wore tight. That ain't bad either, Dad. Goodbye.
Go on, Phil.
Mr. Benny, the doctor's waiting for you.
Good. I'll go right in.
Oh, doctor.
I'm Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you. Hello, here's Brothers Mortuary. What? Don't get excited. I'm having lunch with Ralph Pierce.
Oh.
We're quite friendly. I throw him a lot of business.
Oh, I see.
Hello, Ralph. The 1:30 at the Brown Desk. Bye. Goodbye, Ralph. And now, Mr. Benny, I'll get my associate in here. We'll give you your examination. Oh, Dr. Gordon.
Yes, Doctor?
Will you help me with this examination? This is Mr. Benny.
Pleased to meet you, Dr. Gordon.
Oh, thank you. Now, Mr. Benny, will you please stretch?
You mean undressed?
Yeah.
Oh.
Doctor, I don't need the music.
I'm sorry. Our last patient was skipped because leave.
Oh.
Now, get behind that screen and take off your clothes.
Yes, sir.
When you are ready, Dr. Pencil and I will be in the next room.
Oh, Doctor, I have been concerned about that call you made this morning. Any information yet?
Yes, I got a report from Dr. Stanley, and it's all over.
What was the result?
The van shipped and we lose $4.
Gee, we took a beating on the Dodgers, too.
Yeah. What about taking him so long? Mr. Benny, have you got all your clothes off?
Yes. Yes.
Then come out from behind that screen.
Oh, gee. Don't I get a balloon or something?
Just slip on this gown.
Yes, sir. There, I'm ready.
Very well. Now hold still, Mr. Benny, while I listen to your heart. Just a minute. I want to adjust my stethoscope. There. Well, that's certainly a peculiar heartbeat.
Well, it has to beat like that. It's in my contract.
And now, Mr. Benny, will you please step behind this fluoroscope?
Yes, sir.
It's on there. Hey, Mr. Benny, there seems to be a round metallic object near your kidney.
Well, that's a quarter I swallowed years ago.
Shall we, Dr. Gordon?
Why not? Mr. Benny, will you please pick up?
Hiccup?
Yeah.
It's tails, Dr. Gordon, you lose.
Hey, what is this anyway?
And now, Mr. Benny, drink this glass of berry.
Barium? You mean all that white stuff?
Yes, it's a harmless chemical, and when you drink it, we can follow its course through the fluoroscope.
Oh, all right.
This tastes awful.
Here's it all.
There.
Look, Dr. Benson. The barium has reached the esophageal endpoint. The air goes over the cricoid cartilage, behind the tracheal bifurcation, through the orbital aorta. Now it's passing the esophageal hiatus.
If it passes Pico and Sepulveda, it's dead.
Now it's going through the esophageal gastric junction. Now it's coming around the kidney on the outside, headed into the home stretch. It's barium sulfate by 2 lengths. Come on, barium! Come on, barium! It's barium, the winner by a nose!
Doctor! What is this? What's going on here? Did Phil Harris have to drink that barium?
No, he insisted on a martini.
A martini? Well, how could you trace it?
We followed the alley.
Oh, I should have known. Is that all, Doctor?
Yeah, that is all for now. You can go.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Benny,
Yes?
you'd better put your clothes on.
Oh, yes. Better put my clothes on. Forgot. Every girl is like a melody. Da-dee-da-da-da-da. Da-da-dum-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum-dum-da-dee. Da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum. Dum-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. Well, I'm all dressed. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, nurse.
Your age?
38. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an old American custom to help the other fellow, and one of the best ways I know of helping those in need is through the community chest. By treating vital problems as they arise, Red Feather Services prevents these problems from spreading throughout the community and affecting the welfare of the nation. By giving to the community chest, you benefit millions of Americans directly and all of us indirectly. The sign of the Red Feather is the sign of a good neighbor. So give generously to the community chest. Thank you.
Of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors have you tried recently? Probably all of them. But if you haven't, why not decide right now to enjoy the rest of them just as soon as possible? Sure, you like them all because they all have that tempting look, and each one is equally outstanding for rare, delightful flavor, a flavor as refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. You might try Jell-O's 3 citrus flavors, perhaps a gay dessert made with golden orange Jell-O, or a mold of shimmering lemon Jell-O, or tangy lime Jell-O, the very color of bright green lime hanging in the summer sun. Try cherry Jell-O, too. Ruby red cherry Jell-O's full of rich, enticing goodness. And by all means, don't overlook strawberry and raspberry Jell-O, because you'll find they're better than ever. Each has a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty swell. Dessert enjoyment at its downright best. So try a tasty Jell-O treat real soon. Whether your favorite fruit is strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime, you'll find a grand treat waiting for you in Jell-O. Set the music from Crazy with the Heat as played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that Jack Benny is at home this evening, where he is packing for a sudden and unexpected trip to New York City. Mary Livingston is with him. So without further ado, we take you to Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3.
What else do you want me to do, Jack?
Just a minute, Mary. 3, 4, 5, 6. Mary, do you think I ought to take 6 of these to New York?
Oh, take them all.
No, these will be enough. I'll take 6.
Take the whole box. How much does Kleenex cost?
That's not the point. I'll just take 6. If I had a cold, it would be different. Now, let's see.
Say, Jack, what are you going to New York for anyway?
I told you I'm going there on business for a couple of days. I'm considering a part in a Broadway play.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. I've had my fling in pictures, and now I'm going to tackle the legitimate theater. In fact, I'm toying with Shakespeare.
Why don't you get a yo-yo and leave him alone?
Now, Mary, I'm serious. One of these days, you'll see a big electric sign on Broadway, Hamlet, starring John Benny.
John Benny? Who's that?
Me. I'm going to change my name.
Well, here we go again.
I know what I'm doing. You can guess, Mary. With a little experience, I may become one of the leading interpreters? What's that? If I don't get away from Phil Harris, I'll go nuts. Mary, with a little experience, I may become one of the leading interpreters of the immortal bard. Now, let's finish this packing.
Okay. Hey, Romeo, are thou taking this hot water baggie?
Certainly, it's cold in New York. I want that hot water bag, my heavy muffler, those galoshes, my mittens, and that brick.
What are you taking a brick for?
I'm going to heat it and put it in my bed. Now, let's see. What else?
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester.
Oh, Rochester, my plane leaves in a couple of hours. Did you alter my tuxedo like I told you to?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Alter your tuxedo.
Yeah, I told Rochester to take the satin cuffs off the sleeves. They're all right, but they're a little dated.
That's something to black ain't exactly cafe society.
Well, no, but I may buy a new one in New York. Here, pack my tuxedo, Mary.
Okay. Hey, Jack, what's this piece pocket for in the back?
Where?
Right here on the inside.
Oh, that. I did a magic act for a while in vaudeville, and that's where I kept my rabbit.
That was a pigeon, boy.
It was a rabbit.
It was a pigeon.
Rochester, I ought to know. I'm telling you, I kept a rabbit in that pocket.
Okay, it was a rabbit.
You're darn right.
And that egg I found was a mothball with a yolk in it.
An egg? Oh, now I remember. That was a pigeon, and I used it in my violin act.
Oh, boy, was that corny.
No, Mary, it was one of the most beautiful things I ever did. See, I remember that act. I used to come out on the stage in an amber spotlight and play the glowworm.
The glowworm?
Yes, and near the finish of my number, Natalie would... That was the pigeon, Natalie. Natalie would come out and fly around the whole auditorium. And just as I'd hit the last high note, he would swoop down right on the end of my violin bow and stand there with a neon worm in her mouth. Oh, the effect was simply wonderful. And then for an encore, the pigeon would sit up on my head and coo while I played Waters of the Minnetonka. Oh, that pigeon was so cute sitting there.
Remember the night she got knocked off with a tomato?
You never even saw the act. It was sensational.
Whatever become of that pigeon, boy?
Oh, we split up. And, Natalie isn't doing so well. I saw her in a pot pie at the Brown Derby the other night. Gee, Mary, we better, you're still tender, though. Mary, we better hurry with this packing or I'll miss my plane.
Do you want this string?
That's a tie. Pack it. Oh, Rochester, I want you to take care of our boarder, Mr. Billingsley, while I'm away. See that he gets his meals on time and everything.
I don't want to be alone with that man. I tell you, boy, he's cuckoo.
Oh, you're always saying that. What's he done now?
Well, last night he put on a fur coat and told me he was a beaver.
A beaver?
Oh, he was probably just going to a masquerade party.
Well, he came back later and built a dam across the swimming pool.
What? You mean to say he built a dam clear across my swimming pool?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you go out and catch him?
I tried to, and he told me he was out of season.
Oh, my goodness. Well, he better clean out that pool while I'm gone.
Say, Jack, where's that mechanical man Mr. Billingsley invented?
Oh, he's around somewhere. Rochester is scared to death of that robot.
I'm scared of anything that nicks my razor when I hit it.
Well, don't tease him. Say, Mary, pack a couple of those. The deal's at the door, Rochester.
The door?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a salesman selling something we got enough of.
Well, go and see. Let's find out.
Okay.
Never saw such a lazy guy. Mary, pack a couple of turtleneck sweaters. I'll need them.
Sweater over those ears.
I pull them up from the bottom like a girdle. How do I get them over my ears? Let's see. I hope I didn't forget anything.
It's Mr. Harris, boss.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hey, Jackson, here's that suitcase you wanted. Thanks, Phil. It's nice of you to lend it to me. Boy, get a load of those labels on it.
Yeah, I had it with me last summer when I was on the road playing them one-night stands.
Oh.
Hey, Jack, look at this label here. Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Empty Jug, Texas.
Empty jug.
That's us. Kill 'em and fill 'em.
I never heard of the town. Where is Empty Jug, Phil?
It's about 50 miles this side of Bottoms Up.
Oh, fine. All those jerkwater towns. Phil, why don't you get booked into cities like Fort Worth or Galveston or San Antonio or Dallas?
Leave me alone, Jackson. I know my market.
I'm glad you do. At least you're not kidding yourself, Phil. I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah, credit.
Oh, Dennis, I didn't see you come in.
Well, I finished mowing your lawn, Mr. Benny. Is there anything else?
No, that's about all. What do I owe you, Dennis?
Well, 2 hours at 50 cents an hour. That's 75 cents.
Oh, what a kid. Dennis, you're cheating yourself. 50 cents an hour for 2 hours is $1.
It wasn't last week.
Dennis, that's about all.
Okay. You mind if I go in the other room and practice my song?
No, go right ahead. Go in the living room, Dennis. There's a piano there.
Thanks.
Okay, well, Mary, my suitcase is about full. We'll start on Phil's now. Open it up.
Okay.
Surprise how many things you have to take with you.
Hey, Phil, what's all this stuff in here?
Oh, those are the posters we put up when we're on the road.
Let's see one of them. Well, I'll be darned. Coming next week to the Trianon livery stable, Phil Harris and his barefoot serenaders. Phil, don't your boys wear shoes when they're on the road?
Nah, we don't want to make our audience feel self-conscious.
Oh, I see. Now, Mary, take these posters out of Phil's bag and put my wool socks in it.
Oh, Jack, you're taking too much stuff with you.
No, I'm not. Now, Mary, fold these things neatly, will you? I'll need all the space I can get.
Okay.
And Phil, hand me my dressing robe.
Here you are, Jackson.
Thanks. I know you're taking chances in New York, you know. It's pretty cold there.
It all comes back to me now. The sea of midnight blue, your face uplifted to my own. We called it a thrill of a moment and blamed the moon up above. We didn't know what the glow meant. We never dreamed it might be love. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, now each lonely night I pray that it will all come back to me someday. It all comes back to me now. The love I threw away, now each lonely night I pray that it will all back to me someday.
Well, I guess that's all the shoes I'll need. Say, Mary, do you think I ought to take a pair of rubbers to New York with me?
I already packed your galoshes.
Well, they're for snow. I want the rubbers in case the snow turns to rain.
Well, why don't you take some skates in case the rain turns to ice?
Skates? Say, that's not a bad idea. Pack them, too.
Why don't you take a spoon in case the ice turns to ice cream?
Oh, quiet. So smart lately. Now, let's see. I'll be going out nights in New York, so I'll need a... Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Run next door to Mr. Ronald Coleman's house and ask him if I can borrow his opera hat.
It's hanging in your closet now.
Oh, yes. I borrowed it for my cousin Rita's wedding.
She's had twins twice since then.
Oh, it hasn't been that long. Oh, I know what I need. Now go over and ask Mr. Coleman to lend me his black evening cape. That'll come in handy with my full dress suit.
You mean his full dress suit?
All right, go borrow it.
How do you know he's got an evening cape?
I've seen him wear it in 3 pictures. Go get it, Rochester.
I wouldn't buy anything else from Mr. Coleman, boss. I don't think he likes you for a neighbor.
Ronnie? What are you talking about? We're very good friends.
Did you see that sign he put up in front of his yard?
What sign?
House for sale as soon as I get my clothes back.
Oh, well, there's a smart alecky thing to do. Who does he think he is, anyway? He must be pretty sore at you, Jackson. Who cares? Why should I worry about Coleman? He never listens to my program anyway.
How can he? We've had his radio for 2 years.
Well, it's going back first thing in the morning. Needs new tubes, anyway. Now, let's see. Mary, stop jumping up and down on those shirts to get them in the suitcase. You're not making wine. Say.
Well, you've got too much stuff in here.
Not if you pack them right. Be neat. That's how you got fired at the maid company. We ought to get something from them pretty soon, don't you think? You know, even if it's just a little handkerchief, you know, I guess I've got everything now. Yeah, I think oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley. Good evening, Mr. Benny. Getting ready for a trip, I see. Yes, I'll be away for a few days. I'm flying to New York. Flying, eh? Would you like to borrow my magic carpet? No, thanks. I'll take the plane. After all, New York is pretty far to go on a magic carpet. I'll be glad to put a hostess on it. No, thanks just the same. I'll just be an old stick in the mud and take the plane. I hope you'll be comfortable while I'm gone. Oh, don't worry. Mr. McDougal will keep me company. Mr. McDougal? That's the robot. Oh. By the way, how is Mr. McDougal? Oh, he's been in a frightful mood all day. I think I'll have his oil changed. His oil changed, eh? Would that help? Always helps me. Well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Billingsley, I'll go on with my packing. Of course. Good night, Mr. Benny. Good night. One never knows. You know, that guy is a little eccentric, but I can't help liking him.
Does he always carry a bunch of bananas over his shoulder?
No, this is the first time. Well, I might as well finish my packing. Now, let's see. What else do I have to do? There's the buzzer. I wonder if I took along enough packing.
Oh, sure. You got plenty.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, Rochester! Yes, boy. There's someone ringing the doorbell.
Baby, you go away! Answer that door! Answer it! Don't aggravate me. I never saw anybody so allergic to doors. Well, Mary, I guess I've got just about everything I need.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You want to take your step-ins, don't you?
Mary, men refer to them as doors.
With lace on them?
That's not lace, they're just frayed a little. I'll buy new ones in New York. Why don't you buy us some from Ronald Coleman? We're not speaking until he removes that sign from his front yard.
But now, thing, Mr. Don Wilson.
You don't have to be so formal, Roger. Hello, Don.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Well, Jack, here's those ice cream puffs, or those cream puffs that you asked me to bring over.
Don, I know you haven't got much to do this week, but don't pad your part. One word isn't going to help it any. What was it you said, Don?
What? I said, here are those cream puffs that you asked me to bring over.
Cream? What are these for?
Well, you phoned me this morning and asked me to bring over some cream puffs.
I asked you for earmuffs. It's cold in New York. Silliest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I'm sorry I stumbled and misunderstood you.
It's all right. Mary, put these cream puffs in my suitcase. I'll eat them on the plane. Thanks, Don.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, Rochester, get the car out of the garage. We'll be leaving for the airport.
Yes, sir.
Phil, help me close this suitcase, will you?
Okay, Jackson.
It was darn nice of you to loan it to me.
Don't mention it. A friend in need is a friend indeed, like my teacher said.
Oh, so you're studying Proverbs at night school now, eh, Phil?
Yeah, here's another one. Early to bed and early to rise.
Won't help those bags under your eyes. He has to have Proverbs.
I got a swell one, Jack.
What?
A penny saved is a penny earned.
Say, that's good. I ought to remember that.
Remember it, you wrote it.
Mary, believe me, I never heard of that proverb before in my life.
By the way, Jack, what time's your plane leave?
In about... Say, look what time it is. We better get a move on here. Come on, Phil, help me close this suitcase.
You got too much stuff in there, Jackson.
Well, look, I'll sit on it, and you snap the lock.
Okay.
There. Snap the lock, Phil.
Careful now.
I'll be all right. Snap it.
Okay.
Hey! Open it! Open it! Open the lock! Open it! Woo! 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 Darn you, Phil, why don't you watch what you're doing?
I told you to be careful.
Well, you didn't have to. Now, how are we gonna close this suitcase?
I'll sit on it, Jack.
Okay, Don. Now, hurry, we gotta get going. Now, Mary... Well, there goes the cream puff. Phil, tie a rope around the suitcase and let's go.
The car's waiting for us.
We'll be right out. Where's Dennis?
It's in the other room.
Hey, Dennis, you want to drive to the airport with us?
I live out that way. I'll ride my bicycle.
All right. We're coming. We're coming. Everything has to happen to me when I'm in a hurry. you guys to come down and see me off. Are you comfortable back there, kid?
I'm okay, Jack. I was seasick for a while, but I'm all right now.
Well, we'll be there pretty soon. We're making pretty good time.
What are you talking about? We should have been at the airport half an hour ago.
Well, don't forget, Mary, we had a few hills on the way.
When we come to the next one, I'm not going to get out and walk for anybody.
You'll get out the same as everybody else. Rochester, can't we go just a little bit faster? What does the speedometer say?
Take your choice. There's no needle on it.
I'll step on it. I've got to get my ticket, check my bags and everything. It's a beautiful night, though. What are you blowing the horn for, Rochester?
I want to pass that catalog. Cadillac. I must be crazy.
Rochester, if you can't pass a catalog with this car, I'm really going to get rid of it. And just drive.
Hey, Jack, are you going to see Fred Allen while you're in New York?
Well, I certainly won't go to his house, and I doubt that I'll run into him on the street.
Oh.
See, Allen never goes outdoors in the wintertime, due to thin blood and shoes.
That's pretty good, Jackson. You ought to use that on the program sometime.
No, I'm not kidding, Phil. The soles on Allen's shoes are worn so thin that he can stand on a lawn and feel the grass growing. Take a note of that, Mary. I can use that jag.
Write it yourself.
How can I ride? I gotta wave this lantern. Do you want somebody to bump into us? Anyway, don't bother. I'll remember the dag.
Hey, look, Jack. There's Dennis on his bicycle.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Dennis.
Hiya, Mr. Benny.
Hiya. Pass him, Roger. Aren't your legs tired from all that pedaling, Dennis?
Nah, this is fun.
That's good. Pass him, Roger. You want to hitch on back, Dennis? We'll give you a lift.
No, thanks. This is good exercise.
Good exercise, all right. Pass him, Rochester. Pass him.
Embarrassing, ain't it?
Step on it or something.
Go on, Mr. Benny. I'll wait for you at the airport.
You come back here. All right, go on, those reckless kids. Let them go.
Oh, Jack.
Don't you dare open your mouth. And listen, fellas, I don't any of you breathe a word of this.
I won't, Jackson. Don't worry about me.
You still have a lot of time, so let's relax and enjoy the ride. Going along fine now.
Attention, folks. We're going down a hill. Please fasten your safety belt.
Okay, buckle them on, everybody. You too, Harris. I don't want any lawsuits. Here we go. Boy, we're traveling now. See you at the airport, Dennis. I knew we'd pass them.
Flight number 9, plane leaving for Phoenix, Fort Worth, Nashville, Washington, and New York.
Bill, did you have my baggage weighed?
The guy's doing it now, Jackson.
Good.
Here's your ticket, Jack.
Thanks, man.
By the way, Jack, I brought you something to read on the plane.
Thanks, John, thanks.
It's
I wonder if
Jello's
my
new
ticket-
recipe book. It has 365 desserts in it, one for each day of the year.
Swell. I'll read it, John. Say, Mary.
And if you'll notice, Jack, it has beautiful colored illustrations
Yeah, I noticed.
attempts to the most jaded appetite.
Good, I'll read it. How much is my baggage?
And if you want additional copies, Jack,
Yeah.
just send a dime, 10 cents to Don Wilson,
Yeah,
Bass
Bass
Creek,
Creek,
Michigan.
Michigan. I'll read it. I mean, I'll send it, John. I'll send it. How much is my baggage weigh, mister?
Well, you're allowed 40 pounds on your ticket, and your bags weigh 90.
That's Rochester. Take them out of the plane.
Okay, boy.
50 pounds excess. That'll cost you a fortune.
Hold those bags, Rochester. How much is the excess, mister?
50 pounds is 75 cents a pound. That's
$37.50. Open the bag, Rochester. Open the bag. Come on, take off that heavy overcoat.
Jack, it's cold in New York.
I'm no sissy. Take it out. Take it out. Take it out. Come on. Take it out. Go ahead.
But, Jack, your plane is leaving in a second.
Well, it'll wait. Take out those sweaters, Rochester.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. You'll need those.
Take them out. Take them out. Take out that dress suit. I don't have to be so formal.
Well, what about those galoshes?
Take one of them out. You can hop through the snow.
Take them both out. Take them out. Take them out. Now, look, Rochester, I want you to take all this stuff and put it back in the car.
Okay.
What about these woolen mufflers?
Take them out. Take them out. I'm not going to Alaska. And when you get home, Rochester, press everything and put them back in my dresser.
How about these mittens?
Take them out. I'm not going to the North Pole. Take them out. Now, Rochester, they'll be sure and take care of everything. I'll be back in a few days. I'll wire you first. You can meet me here at the airport. Take those off too, Mary. Take them out. Take them out. In the meantime, Rochester, keep an eye on Mr. Billingsley and don't let that robot go roaming all around the house. Well, goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Take those sweaters down, Mary. Take them out. Take them out.
Friends, I have a suggestion to make, and I hope it's one that you will take. Right after this broadcast, get an envelope, and in that envelope, place $1 in coin or stamp, together with your name and address. Then mail the envelope to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. And in just a few days, you'll be feasting your eyes on one of the most beautiful and original recipe books you ever saw. The new dessert recipe book that everybody's talking about. The book is unique, friends. It really is. A brand new invention recipe book because it gives you a different dessert suggestion for every day in the year. 365 of them. All you have to do is turn to the day of the year you're interested in, and there's a grand dessert idea waiting for you. It's like magic. Like having an expert chef standing at your elbow every time you want an idea for a delicious treat. And the pictures? Well, just wait till you see them. You'll enjoy them as much as the desserts they illustrate. Now, here's how you get this swell recipe book, ladies and gentlemen, so listen carefully. Enclose 10 cents in coin or stamps in an envelope, along with your name and address, and mail it to me personally, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Yellow series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that during this week, all of us are making a special effort to assist the President in his drive against infantile paralysis. Do your part to protect the children of our country by joining the March of Dimes and sending your contribution to the White House. Good night, folks.
With Murray Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
We may not be funny, but we've sure got suspense. Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, and is beginning to get a feeling of security in television. Oh, hello, Susie. Huh? Oh, no, honey, I can't get away today. Mr. Benny gave me yesterday off. Where'd I go? No place. He wouldn't let me leave. I had him blitzed on 4 games. I'll talk to you later, Susie. Goodbye.
Good morning, Rochester.
Good morning, boss. How'd you do at the wedding last night?
Oh, it was... Wait a minute. Rochester, how'd you know I went to a wedding?
Well, I overheard you on the phone last night and you were dickering about the price.
Well, how'd you know I played my violin at a wedding?
Well, for $3, I knew it wasn't the Hollywood Bowl.
All right. I'll never take that kind of a job again. What a wedding. What people. I not only got home at 4 o'clock in the morning, but I haven't even got the $3.
Why? What happened?
While I was kissing the bride, the groom picked my pocket. But maybe he needed it. Anyway, Rochester, who's at the piano playing my song?
I don't know.
Well, let's go see. Look, it's Polly. Polly, you played Daddy's song on the piano.
She can sing it, too.
She can sing it?
When you say, I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return.
Rochester, She knows the words and music perfectly. Where'd she see a copy of my song?
I lined the bottom of a cage with it.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I thought you always covered the bottom of Polly's cage with the funny paper.
I had to stop. Little orphan Annie had her in tears.
Well, that's about the silliest. Rochester, put Polly back in her cage. I'll get the door. Like the swallows at Sperano, return to Capistrano. For you.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Come on in.
Jack, I've got to tell you the cutest thing that happened on my way over here.
What? What was it?
Well, it was a nice day, and I thought I'd walk. And as I came down Wilshire Boulevard, I was standing on the curb waiting for the traffic, when a little fella came up to me and said, "May I help you across the street?"
Uh-huh.
And Jack, he was so cute I couldn't refuse. I gave him my hand, and we walked across. Then we got to the other side, he kissed me.
Oh, that's cute. This little boy kissed you?
What little boy? He's a jockey at Santa Anita.
No.
I had to lift them up yet.
Well, Mary, that'll teach you to... Oh, for heaven's sake, there's that bird again.
Jack, isn't that your song?
Yeah, Polly learned how to play my song on the piano. She won't stay in her cage. Rochester, get Polly back in her cage.
Okay. Come on, get away from the piano. Come on, get away from the piano.
Si, senor.
Now she thinks she's Hosea Turby. Sometimes that bird doesn't. I'll answer it, Rochester.
Oh, how do you do, sir? Would you like to buy some magazines?
Well, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Would you like to buy some magazines? I've got Look, Collier's, and Red Book.
Dennis, how come you're selling magazines?
Well, my father is out of work, my brother is laid up with a broken leg, and my sister's husband ran away and left her with 2 starving children.
Wait a minute. Dennis, did your father lose his job?
No.
And your brother, he broke his leg?
No.
And your sister's husband ran off? Dennis, you haven't got a sister, have you?
No.
Then why did you tell me such a story?
If you were sympathetic instead of nosy, you'd buy a magazine.
Now look, Dennis.
Jack, who's out there?
One of the happiness boys.
Oh, yeah?
What do you mean, oh yeah?
You're just trying to be nice to me because you didn't buy a magazine.
Look, Dennis, I'm not trying to be nice to you. And as far as the magazines are concerned, you didn't... Rochester, get Polly back in her cage.
Okay, come on, Polly, get away from that piano. I said get away from that piano. Come on now.
Rochester, what was that?
Jose just laid an egg.
An egg? Did you catch it?
Like the swallows at Serrano, it's in the frying panel.
Well, good. You know, Mary, you won't believe this.
Hello, anybody home?
Huh? Oh, hello, Phil. We're in the den.
Hiya, Jackson. The reason well, as I live and breathe, Mary.
I'd like to live too, so breathe the other way.
Well, Dolphin. Good for you, doll. Good. What do you want, Phil?
Well, the reason I dropped over was...
Hello, Phil.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
You want to buy a magazine?
Dennis! Now, why don't you go home? Now, Phil, what is it?
Well, look, Jackson, after the rehearsal yesterday, I got to thinking, and you said the program was too long, and you'd like to make some cuts.
That's right. We'll have to take out I'd say about 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at, Jackson. Rather than sacrifice any of my sparkling dialogue, I can get the time out of my music.
Really?
Yeah, certainly. You see, I can cut the allegro movement of my orchestra number and just leave the pizzicato for the violins.
Well, yes. Yes, you could.
And then you see, if I have to, I can fade the last 8 measures of pianissimo and segue to the andante.
Well, what do you think, Mary?
You're not going to get me into this.
Well, I think it's a very good suggestion, Phil, but we'll only do it if we're stuck for time, you know?
Hey, Jackson.
What?
Hey, ain't it funny how we fool our audience and make them think that I'm a dumb guy who don't know nothing about music?
Yeah. Well, you know, that's show business.
Yeah. You know, Jackson, sometime I'd like to play something classical just to show the people I can do it.
Well, that would be a surprise, Phil. What would you play?
Oh, I don't know. Something by Rimsky-Korsakov or Beethoven or Schubert or Willie Hoppe.
Willie Hoppe? Well, Willie Hoppe, he's a billiard champion. What song did he ever write?
Please don't chalk about me when I'm gone. Oh, Philty, you started out as a lousy band leader. Now you're the king of comedy, you
Mary, did you hear that?
I'm still sick from letting me collar your sweetheart.
I don't blame you. Phil, do me a favor, will you? Take Dennis and go home.
Okay, come on, Collier. Let's be.
Okay, Clyde. So long, Mr. Benny.
So long. You know, Mary, when I got out of bed, I thought I'd be able to relax today, but this house is worse than a bus station.
Well, Jack, if you really want to have some fun, why don't you go to the Belmont Theater and see that new Lou Holtz Burt Wheeler show, Merry-Go-Round?
See, I got tickets to that for Saturday night, Mary, and I hear it's terrific. I'll tell you what. Let's go to a movie tonight, huh? What's playing?
Well, I don't know. Let's go down to Hollywood Boulevard and take a look.
Okay. Oh, the air sure smells good tonight.
Yeah, that rain we had really cleared things up.
You know, the smog has been so heavy lately, you could almost cut it with a knife.
You know, Jack, since the smog cleared away, I learned something very interesting about that 6-story building on the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
What about it?
It's 12 stories.
No kidding. Here, Mary, let me take your arm while we cross the street.
Well, Jack, you can't cross now. The light's against you.
Never mind. Come on, let's go.
But, Jack!
Come on.
Oh, brother, what you won't do since you joined the Blue Cross.
Blue Cross. I was in a hurry. Now, come on, let's make up our mind about what picture we want to see.
Well, I hear the Blue Veil is wonderful. Jane Wyman and Charles Lawton are in it. How about that?
Well, all right, but I'm a little peeved at Jane Wyman. You know, she's been acting so stuck up since she won the Academy Award.
Well, I've never noticed any change in her.
Well, I have. A couple of weeks ago, she passed me on the street, didn't even say hello to me.
Well, Jack, did she ever speak to you before she won the Oscar?
Well, come to think of it, no. But she could at least...
Jack, look what's playing here at Grauman's Chinese. Golden Girl, and Dennis Day is in it.
Oh, yes. Let's go in and see it.
Okay.
I'll get the tickets this time.
How many, please?
2 in the balcony.
I'm sorry, we don't have one.
Gee, that's funny. I always thought this theater had a balcony.
So did I until the smog cleared.
No kidding.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder what happened to all those people I sent up there.
I'm sure I don't know. 2 regular seats, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you.
Tickets, please.
Here you are.
You find seats in the center aisle.
Thank you. Come on, Mary.
Gee, it's so dark in here I can hardly see.
That's all right, Mary. Here comes the usherette with a flashlight.
May I help you, please?
Yes, we'd like 2 seats.
Follow me. How far down?
Oh, about midway.
Yes, sir. Center or on the aisle?
In the center, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Gee, Mary, we're lucky. We came in during the travelogue.
Here we are. Will these 2 seats do?
Oh, they're fine.
I'm so glad. Here, miss, let me help you off with your coat. There you are.
Thank you.
Now let me help you with your coat, sir. There you are.
Well, thank you.
Now pucker up.
Pucker up?
Yes. I'm going to kiss you. Here.
Say. What is this?
Since television, we're giving all the service we can.
Well, sit down. Sit down.
And so it is with heavy heart that we say farewell to the picturesque little town of Serrano. Beautiful Serrano, from whence the swallows came.
When?
Yes, whence. Let's watch the show.
Jack, the feature's starting.
Yeah, gee, this woman sitting in front of me, she's wearing such a big hat, I can hardly see anything.
Well, ask her to take it off.
Yeah, I will. Excuse me, madam, I can't see the picture. Would you please remove your hat?
No, I won't.
Look, madam, all I said was, quiet!
Jack, that lady's voice, it sounded familiar.
I know I've heard it before, but I can't seem to remember.
Quiet back there! I want to enjoy my son's picture.
Jack, it's Dennis's mother.
Say, that's right.
Well, I'm surprised that she's here. I thought she was out of town.
Well, she came back. You see, the abalone diving season is over.
Jack, maybe if you speak nicely to her and tell her who you are, she'll take off her hat.
I'll try. Excuse me, Mrs. Day. I'm Jack Benny.
Who gave you the passes?
No one gave me passes. I bought my own ticket, and I bought one from Miss Livingston, too.
Well, ain't you the sporty one?
Now, look, Mrs. Day.
Cut out that talking.
Jack, let's watch the picture.
Well, all right.
Oh, look, there's Dennis on the screen now. Gee, he's cute.
Mary, are you sure we've come to the right picture?
Well, certainly. Why?
Well, look at the screen. Dennis is wearing the blue veil.
You're looking at him through his mother's hat.
Yeah, I wish I could see.
Oh, Jack, stop complaining. There's a tall fellow sitting in front of me, too.
It's me, Mary.
Dennis, how come you're so tall?
I'm sitting on my magazine.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dennis, do you mean you've been sitting there all the time? Your mother's been fighting with me?
Uh-huh.
I spend my good money to see your picture, and you sit there and let your mother say the most awful...
Shut up!
What?
You heard her. She said,
Shut up! I'm not going to shut up. I came here to see a movie, and I'm not going to...
Hey, throw that bum out!
What?
You heard me, bum!
Bum? Who do you think you're talking to?
You, and if you don't shut up, I'll punch you right in the nose!
Well, I don't care if you do. I belong to the Blue Cross. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Up a lazy river by that old mill run, that lazy, lazy river in the noonday sun. Linger in the shade of a kind old tree. Throw away your troubles, dream a dream with me. Up a lazy river where the robin's song awakes a bright new morning, we can loaf along. Blue skies up above, everyone's in love. Up a lazy river, how happy you can be. Up a lazy river with me. Oh, lazy, yeah. Let me see. What other name could I lay on you? Big Easy. Kinda like that. You wanna know something easy? Some folks call you muddy, but to me you always seem like a good cup of coffee with just the right amount of cream. Sure do love your attitude. Got nothing on your mind. You don't care where you're going, what you left behind. So, why don't you stop and rest a minute and let me bend your ear. Why bother going further when it's so calm and peaceful here? Look like he ain't gonna stop. He just keep rolling, 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 rolling up a lazy river by that old mill run, old lazy, lazy river in the noonday sun. Linger in the shade of a kind old tree. Throw away your troubles, dream a dream with me. Up a lazy river where that robin song awakes a bright new morning. Let us move along. Blue skies up above, everyone in love. Up old lazy river, how happy you can be. Up a lazy river with me. Good night, folks.
Speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
me. Oh.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Roller Skating on a Rainbow. You all know how a plain room can be brightened right up with a bowl full of vivid summer flowers. Well, a plain meal can be brightened up that same way with a mold full of gay, shimmering Jell-O. Perhaps rich crimson strawberry Jell-O, for right now it's strawberry time, and a grand way to enjoy the fresh berries is to serve them with strawberry Jell-O. It's just as appetizing and delicious as the fresh fruit itself. It echoes that fragrant, tempting goodness and makes a lovely picture to adorn a simple meal. A mold of strawberry Jell-O garnished with fresh berries. And all 6 delicious Jell-O flavors bring you this same refreshing taste, so cool and delightful, especially with hot weather on the way. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're filled with extra rich flavor. They glow with cheerful, summery color. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Roller Skating on a Rainbow, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our own movie star who has just finished another epic at Paramount and is nervously awaiting the preview, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm not a bit worried about the outcome of my latest screen triumph. But you're wrong about one thing. The picture isn't finished yet.
Oh, it isn't?
No, we have another week to go. You see, I've been having some story trouble. And I don't want to mention any names, but after all, I'm the star of the picture, and there's a certain party that's having a little too much to do in it. And if this certain party...
Well, our maestro isn't here yet, so if you're talking about Phil Harris, why don't you come out and say so?
Because he's got 18 stool pigeons sitting right in back of me, and you know it. They're disguised as musicians. Look, Don, the way the picture ends now, Phil Harris wins the girl and marries her. Now, as long as I'm the star, don't you think I ought to win the girl?
Well, Jack, there are several angles to consider. Now, in the first place, Phil is much younger than you are.
That's just the point. He's in no rush. But I got to get rolling before it's too late, my dear. And another thing has come up. Mr. Hornblow, the producer, wants to use Rochester in the picture. Imagine Rochester, my butler and actor. That's all I need.
Jack, I think it's a grand idea.
I know, Don, but what'll they pay Rochester? Maybe $50 a week. And by the time he gets 25 and I get 25, it's not worth it to me. What does it amount to?
Well, tell me, Jack, does Rochester know about this offer yet?
I think so. Yesterday he went out and made a down payment on a gold tooth. Not only that, he's so lazy, he just had a sidecar built on the vacuum cleaner. Anyway. Oh, hello, Kenny. Hello. What's the matter with you?
Darn that Apple machine out in the hall.
What's wrong with the Apple machine?
Well, I just put a nickel in and a worm came out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Somebody's going to hear about this outrage, believe me.
Oh, Kenny, what's a nickel? Don't be such a little tightwad.
Look who's talking.
Where were we, Don, before this big problem came up?
Well, you were complaining about Phil getting the girl at the finish of your picture.
Oh, yes. Well, that's what's holding up the story, and now I'm trying to get it changed.
Trying to get what changed?
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you were over at Paramount when we rehearsed the ending of our picture. Do you think it's right for Phil to marry the girl when I'm the star?
Of course not.
You see?
Phil ought to be the star.
I don't mean that. Imagine Phil winning the girl. Why, he's not the marrying kind.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Why, Mary, you know very well that Phil is the type of fella that plays with a woman's emotions, toys with her affections, breaks her heart, and then when he's through, discards her like an old shoe. You know the way that kind of a guy treats women.
Yes, and we love it.
I know you do. That's the trouble with women. They don't appreciate a good man.
I'm the rat type myself.
Oh, sure, a fine rodent. Anyway, getting back to my picture, the more I think about that ending, Don, the more I... Come in?
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Here, boy. Thanks. Oh, Jack, this letter's from Mama.
How do you know?
The man on the stamp is laughing.
Oh.
Read us your mother's letter, Mary.
Yeah, I'll bet there's some hot news in it. What's the Ouija board of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is.
Oh.
Plainfield, New Jersey, May 19th. My dear daughter, Mary.
My, it's a scream already. Continue.
Just a few lines to thank you for your nice letter and the big bottle of perfume which you sent me on Mother's Day. It's lovely, and I smell like anything.
She would pour the whole bottle on.
Father's Day will be here in a couple of weeks, and Papa wants me to remind you that he needs a right sock.
A right sock? Does he need a left one, too?
Yeah, but Papa hates to impose on me.
Oh, that's very sweet of him.
Your sister Ethel and her husband are back from their honeymoon, but we think she needs new glasses, as we are quite positive this is not the same man she left with.
My goodness, they ought to find out. Isn't it so?
The happy couple are going to live with us until your brother-in-law can find a job. This may take some time, as he is an Indian scout by trade.
Fine prospects, sir.
Oh, I must tell you, we went to New York the other day to see the World's Fair, and was it crowded? I lost your father in Japan and found him in General Motors.
Well, that was quite a trip, sir.
The attractions are simply marvelous. They have a big water show there with 100 beautiful bathing girls. So I lost your father again.
Well, I don't blame him.
Quiet. No other news at present except your Uncle Herman, who was learning to fly, dropped in the house the other day. We'll write you again next week. Meanwhile, if this letter is a smash hit, please have Jack send me a check.
Mary, I don't ask you to read them.
Regards to all, your loving mother, On the Beam Livingston.
She always has to get cute when she signs her name. Well, let's get on with the program. Hey, Kenny, if you can forget about your great financial loss in the Apple machine, how about doing a song?
Don't get French or I won't sing at all.
What? What did you say?
I said, if you want a nice, fresh song, I'll sing it all.
Oh, I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
Eight bells and all is well. Our prisoners free line. We're all at the railing, for baby is sailing, sailing for a dreamland tonight. With ahoy, my little skipper, the Sandman's calling, don't delay. Climb aboard your baby clipper, but please don't sail too far away. At the foot of your bed is your faithful little crew. It's your own puppy dog, keeping watch the whole night through. Sail away, my little skipper. Good night and pleasant dreams to you. Little man, you're crying. I know why you're blue. Someone took your kitty car away. Time to go to sleep now, little man, you've had a busy day. Johnny won your marbles, tell you what we'll do. Dad'll buy you new ones right away. Time you should be dreaming, little man, you've had a busy day. Sail away, my little skipper. Good night and pleasant dreams to you.
That was Little Skipper, sung by Kenny Baker, which he did very well. That was really excellent.
Darn that Apple machine.
Kenny, stop worrying about it. If it'll make you any happier, I'll take a nickel out of my pocket and give it to you right now.
Shall I phone the newsreels?
That won't be necessary. I just hate to see a kid like that be so cheap.
Well, you're as bad as he is. Every time you give a waitress a little dime tip, you hold her hand for half an hour.
Now, wait a minute, Harry. Now, wait a minute. Let me ask you something. Did you personally ever see me hold a waitress's hand?
Yes.
And now, folks, for our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with...
Yes, I did.
All right, you answered me. For our feature attraction tonight, we will continue with the second and final episode of... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Were you worried about me?
Well, I wasn't exactly worried, Phil, but I thought it'd be kind of nice if you dropped in sometime during our program and made a stab at earning your salary. Of course, I realize now that you're in the cinema, your radio career means very little to you.
Are you still beefing about the picture?
No, I'm not beefing.
Why, Jack, I wouldn't even be in the picture if it weren't for you. You asked me to be in it.
Phil, I asked you to be in one short scene at the opening. I didn't expect you to stay for 8 reels. You move in like a relative.
Oh, I haven't got so much to do in the picture.
You haven't? Why, even in that big fog scene in London where you're not supposed to see anybody, you have to walk around wearing a neon hat. You know what really kills me? Here I'm the star, and my stooge marries Dorothy Lamour. It doesn't make sense.
But, Jack, Dorothy wanted it that way.
What do you mean?
She said she doesn't like to do love scenes with you.
Oh, she doesn't, eh?
No, she claims you're too masculine. You're too rough. She says you're the brute type.
Brute? No kidding? You mean Dorothy said that?
Why, sure. She says that when it comes to love scenes, you're a regular caveman.
Oh, why? She said that? Are you sure?
Absolutely. Why, man, when you've got a girl in your arms, you don't know your own strength.
Well, I have been eating my steaks pretty rare lately. And I guess that medicine ball hasn't hurt me any, but Oh, so I'm a brute, eh?
Some caveman. You couldn't find a mussel in a shore dinner.
Oh, yes, I could. Well, thanks for the information, Phil. Now I know I can change the finish of the picture. All I have to do is tell Dorothy that I'll watch myself a little. Well, let's get on with our show. As I said before, folks, we're going to continue with the second episode of our stirring drama. Gee, I can't get over Dorothy being afraid of me like that. The second episode of our... Gee, I must remember that women are fragile and delicate.
The second episode of our...
Oh, yes. The second episode of our stirring drama of military life and faraway India. That sensational RKO screen achievement, Gunga Din. Thank you, Mouse Face. Now, as last week, I will be Gunga Din. Kenny will be Private Baker, and Mary, you will be sort of a Kipling again this week and recite the poem.
Okay, Hercules.
Now, this will go on immediately after a number by... Let's see who it is, Mary.
Hello? Oh, hello. Well, gee whiz, how are you? So nice of you to call. What's new, kid? Yes? Yes?
Who is it, Mary?
Mr. Hornblow, it's for you.
Give me that phone. What's new, kid? For my producer. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. Yes? Well, look, Mr. Hornblow, I've been thinking about that Rochester matter, and I don't see how I can allow him to go in the picture. Well, sure, he'd be very good, but... I know, but... Now, look, Mr. Hornblow. I know, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is listening to Mr. Hornblow, let me remind you about our product, Jell-O.
But
it has that extra rich flavor, but it is not only economical and easy to make, but it also comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry,
but
orange, lemon, and lime.
But, Mr. Hornblow...
So look for the big red letters on the horn. I mean, blow. I mean, box. My goodness!
Will you stop shouting, Don? I'm trying to talk. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Hornblow. You can have Rochester in the picture on one condition. You've got to change the script so that I marry Dorothy Lamour. What? Oh, Mr. Hornblow, I realize that, but I won't get her all black and blue. See, I'm an actor. I can restrain myself. Is it a deal? Okay, then Rochester goes in the picture. Goodbye. Can you imagine that fella Dorothy told Mr. Hornblow that I'm a caveman, too? Gee, it's all over the lot, you know? Well, Phil, old boy, how about playing a number so we can get on with our sketch?
I'll do nothing of the kind. Imagine taking me out of the finish of the picture. Fine pal.
Now, don't worry, you'll be in that wedding scene, Phil. I'll think until you're a flower girl. Now play before I slug you. You know my strength.
Oh, that's right. Get it, boy.
That was The Ladies in Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait. How'd you like it?
Well, Phil, if I say it was good, it'll go to your head. And if I say it was bad, it'll start a routine. So let's just forget it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, in our play tonight, you're going to be the head of the Hindu bandit. In fact, you're a cutthroat. So just play it straight, you know?
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final installment of Gunga Din. As you may remember, last week, Gunga and Private Baker were sent to discover the hideout of the Hindu bandits. And as the scene ended, we left them both on the desert without food or water. Curtain. Music. Take it, Mary.
Now, in India's desert land, where there's nothing but hot sand, we find our punch-drunk hero, Gunga Din. Private Baker is there with him. They ain't got water, they ain't got rhythm. And the buzzards up above them sure look mean. So it's Dean, Dean, Dean. Take it, Jack, I'm running out of steam.
Oh,
Oh, I don't think I can go on much longer, Baker. The desert's got me this time. 14 days on this burning sand without water. 14 days. You hear that, Baker? 14 days without water.
What's the record?
9 days. It's held by a camel in Egypt. Well, we must carry on, Baker. We must carry on. 2 weeks without food or drink. 2 weeks on this infernal desert. 14 days under this burning, blistering sun.
Well, we got a nice tan.
I don't need a tan. I'm a Hindu. What a desolate place this desert is. How far away from everything. I'll bet even Mrs. Roosevelt has never been here. Well, come on, Baker. Let's make for those mountains right ahead of us. Chin up. Remember, we're Bengal land. Hey, Baker, look. Here comes a camel with a man and a girl.
Oh, yes. And look at that sign. Just married.
Whoa! Hello there.
Hey, buddy, how far is it from Niagara Falls?
12,000 miles, straight ahead.
Well, we better hurry. Giddy up, Abdul.
Oh, so they're going to Niagara Falls, eh? Water. Water. That's what I want, water. There are those buckets again. They're after us, Baker. They're after us.
Yes, we must not let them get us. We've got a duty to perform, and by heaven, we're going to do it. We must find a hide out of those bandits or die like rats in this forsaken desert.
Oh, I knew I should have taken that line. Look, Baker. Here we are at the foot of the mountain. I wonder if... Listen. What do you make of that, Baker?
Catchy little thing, ain't it?
Well, you know what that means? We finally reached the hideout of the bandits. Now be quiet, and we'll sneak up.
So they reached the place at last, down by the mountain pass, where the bandits are lurking. Oh, what thugs. So let's listen to their boss, which is played by Phil Herod.
Herod?
As he tells his natives how to cut a rug. So it's rug, rug, rug. Take it, Keith, you corny jitterbug.
Now listen, men. We're going to Calabadaz, Booga Gooba, Kush, Harami. Is that clear?
Shukaraka.
You hear that, Baker? Shukaraka. That means they're going to attack the Bengal Lancers at dawn.
Gee, I thought it meant long time no see.
That's Shukarika. Now be quiet.
Listen, men, and get this straight. Those guys. Those guys. Those guys. Those guys. Want some Lancers, money?
Oh, yeah? Well, they never attack our regiment. Remember what the captain told me to do, Baker?
Yeah, you're supposed to blow your bugle as a warning.
And that's just what I'm going to do.
Get hot, Gunga. 1, 2.
Did you hear that, man? Where did that bugle come from?
Here's no bucket, $1.98.
Baker!
There they are, men. Grab them.
Yikes! We're captured.
All right, quit jiving, men. I'll take care of these guys.
Now, look here, Chief. We're not the fellas you want. You speak English, don't you?
Sure, I'm half.
Well, look, Bob. We're just a couple of wandering, harmless Hindus. A couple of magazine salesmen working our way through the desert. Please give us food and drink, and we'll be on our way.
Wait a minute. If you're a magazine salesman, why have you got that horn around your neck?
All right, then. I sell figs. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Ain't we going to spy on the bandits first?
Baker!
Spies, eh? I knew it. Take them to my temple, men.
Your temple?
Yes, there it is, that big white building over there.
Some temple. Wilshire Bowl, no cupboard. Let's run, Baker.
Grab them, men. All right. Now drag them inside.
It's a fine way to get customers. Okay, we're coming.
So they captured Gung and Baker and dragged them in the bowl. They couldn't see the floor still because they sat behind a pole. Now Gunger is from hunger, and his tongues are hanging out, and Baker's sitting with him. What will happen? Let's find out.
Water, where's the waiter?
Well, how about it, Gunga? You might as well come clean. Are you going to tell us where your regiment is or not?
No. I don't care what you do to me. I'm a Bengal Lancer, and I'll never tell. Never.
Oh, yeah? You'll talk, brother. Where's your regiment?
I won't tell. Torture me, kill me. But my lips are sealed.
Find a chance.
I don't want to die, Chief. I don't want to die. Give me some water.
No, not until you talk.
I won't talk. I won't.
All right. Then I'm going to torture you as a human being has never been tortured before.
What?
You suffer. You squirm. You'll die 1,000 deaths before I'm through.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on, men. Let's give it to him. We'll see whether he talks or not.
Down in the medi in the ittle bitty pool, fam, see ittle bitty, and a mama bitty.
Not that.
Fam,
Not that.
mama bitty, fam, a good fam,
No. Drive me with a hot iron. Throw me in the snake pit. Feed me with a crocodile, but not that. Water, that's what I want. Water.
Out to the feet. Boop, did 'em, got 'em, water.
Water, that's what I want.
Did 'em, got 'em, water.
Oh, I can't set it too long.
Did 'em, got 'em, water.
I'll tell.
And they
I'll tell.
bam,
Stop that
out
music.
to the feet.
I'll tell. I'll tell.
All right, Gunga. Give us the information we want and you can go free.
Okay, Chief. Our regiment is located about 3 miles south of Calcutta. You can't miss it. Come on, Baker, let's go.
Nothing doing. I just ordered a shrimp cocktail.
Oh, I'll have one too. Take it, Mary.
So it's dream. Those itty-bitty cities making dreams. So it's Delta-do and Say-do. I can hardly blame who. Who's a better man than I am, and I'm a girl.
Is that so? Play, Phil.
What is a baseball game to do with a fruit cocktail? Well, I'll tell you. If you've been sitting out in the hot sun watching a ball game all afternoon, you'll be mighty glad to start your dinner with a cool, refreshing fruit cocktail made with shimmering lime jello, fresh oranges, and grapefruit. Or you can serve it for a dessert. It's delicious either way, and here's how to make it. Dissolve 1 package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Then take a sharp knife and cut the jello into shiny little sea green cubes that are cool and tempting. Now, in individual sherbet glasses, arrange a layer of orange sections, add a layer of grapefruit sections, and top it off with a layer of jello cubes. It's gay as a rainbow with oranges, grapefruit, and shining green lime jello. And you go for that real extra rich fruit flavor, which makes lime jello taste so good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lime jello and try this new fruit cocktail.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, folks, be sure and listen in Tuesday night to We the People, sponsored by those 2 grand preparations for homemade ice cream, Jello ice cream powder and Jello freezing. Water. That's what I want. Water.
You could use some soap and towels, too.
Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program for courtesy of Merrill Roy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jello program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Mr. and Mrs. America. If March comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb, and vice versa, or so they say. Yes, it is an uncertain month for weather, but I know the way to make the best of it. If the wind is howling around outside, that's the very time to enjoy a cozy dinner topped off with gay, colorful Jello. Or if it happens to be a sunny springtime day, Jello will reflect that cheerfulness in a glowing mold of radiant beauty. For Jello is the most tempting dessert in the world to look at and to eat. Those 6 bright colors are so appetizing, they make you hungry just to look at them. And those 6 fruit flavors are extra rich, crammed with a true fruit goodness that satisfies you every time. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. No matter what the flavor and no matter what the weather, you can always depend on genuine Jell-O to give the family a grand treat. So when you buy, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells the treat. Mr. and Mrs. America played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that well-known plunger who lost $2 on the big race at Santa Anita yesterday, grief-stricken Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the ex-gambler, talking. And, Don, believe me, I didn't mind losing the $2. But when I put dough on a horse, the least I expect is a run for my money.
Well, I don't blame you, Jack. Your horse came in last, didn't he?
Last? He came in at last. But, of course, it's all my fault. I should have known long before the race that horse was too weak to run.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, when I put the $2 on his nose, his hind legs flew right up in the air. What a nag.
Pretty bad, huh?
Bad. John, I didn't mind the horse losing the race. But when he walked over to my box and said, "Do you want to make something out of it?" that was going too far. But it's over and done with, and I still had a swell time.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just telling Don about the $2 I lost on the big race yesterday.
You lost? Well, I had $1 of it.
Never mind. Anyway, whatever I lost, it didn't bother me any. I wasn't the least bit excited.
Not much. I took an aspirin tablet, box and all.
Oh, now that's just silly.
Then you ran over to the ticket window and tried to get your money back.
All right, now let's forget it.
Why, for heaven's sake, Mary, how could Jack possibly get his money back?
He rolled up his pants and told the man he was under 21.
Why, Mary Livingston, I did not.
Then why did you make me grab the back of your neck to pull the wrinkles out of your face?
Now, Mary, for the last time, will you please forget it? Hello, Phil. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's Diamond Jim Benny tonight?
Oh, I'm all right. Say, I saw you watching the big race yesterday. How'd you do, Phil?
How'd you do?
Fine. Now, Phil. Stop with those Wiltshire bowlers. I asked you how you did yesterday.
Oh, it was a great day for me, Jack. Did you see that gorgeous blonde I was with?
Yes, sir. I'll say I did. You had your armor on her all afternoon. Who was she?
Darned if I know.
Oh, a stranger, eh? Phil, sometimes I wish I had your nerve and technique. Boy, would I be a ladies' man. What's so funny about that?
Romeo with rheumatism.
Well, it was damp in those days, too. Anyway, Mary, don't exaggerate. I haven't got rheumatism.
Oh, no? On a rainy day, you walk like a spider.
Very good, although I thought it was going to be much better. Mary, when I'm talking to Phil, I wish you'd stay out of it. Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I hope everybody gets here early tonight. We've got to finish up our play, Jesse James. You know, we've got... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. I saw you out the track yesterday right after the big race.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, do you feel any better now?
Oh, I feel fine. How'd you do, Kenny? Did you win anything yesterday?
Boy, did I clean up. I got a real system.
You have, eh? What is it?
Well, I close my eyes and hold up my program, and then I take a pen and make a stab at it.
Yes?
And whatever horse I stick, that's the one I play.
Say, that's very interesting. Who did you pick in the first race?
A fat lady in front of me.
Oh.
Gosh, was she burned up.
She was, eh? Did she hit you?
I think so. I missed the next 3 races.
Well, Kenny, you can keep your system. I'm not that much of a gambler. I bet my little $2 and let it go at that.
$2? I told you I had $1 of it.
Mary, I was speaking of our syndicate. Anyway, I'm the one that laid out the money.
Yeah, and it's the last time I'll ever walk up to a ticket window with you. See, was I embarrassed.
What happened, Mary?
Oh.
When the man asked him for the $2, Jack had to take his shoe off to get it.
Well, there are a lot of pickpockets around. You can't be too careful. Anyway, I'm better off than any of you fellas because I only bet on one race.
Listen, Jack, you mean to say that you go clear out to Santa Anita and sit there all day just to bet on one race?
Yes, I do.
Boy, what a tightwad.
It's not that at all. It just so happens that I don't care anything about gambling.
Well, if you don't care anything about gambling, why are you always going out to the racetrack?
Because I like hot dogs. That's why.
Well, if you're not a gambler, why do you dress like one? Why do you wear that loud suit?
So the mustard won't show and shut up. Now, let's forget about horses and get on with the program. Are you ready for your song, Kenny?
All set, Jack.
And for heaven's sake, do it. That kills me. I lose $2. Everybody has to harp on it.
I told you I had half of your bet.
I'm still referring to our combination. Sing, Kenny, before I get mad. John, go out and get Andy.
I am with you, wandering through memory lane, living the years, laughter and tears over again. Though my dreams are in vain, my love will remain. Strolling again, memory lane. Stars are gleaming, day is gone, moonlight beaming on the shore. Birds are calling, shadows falling. I dream once more. I am with you, wandering through memory lane, living the years, laughter and tears over again. I am dreaming yet of the night we met when life was a lovely refrain. You were so shy, saying goodbye there in the dawn. Only a glance full of romance and you were gone. Though my dreams are in vain, my love will remain. Strolling again, memory lane with you. I am with you, wandering through memory
That was Memory Lane, sung by Kenny Baker. That was an oldie. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, tonight we are going to continue with the second episode of our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, Jesse James. It is 10 years later, and as last week, I will again play the part of Jesse. Andy Devine will be my brother Juicy, and Mary, you're going to be Zerelda again.
Oh, yes, your sweetheart.
No, that was last week. This week I got a little surprise for you. You're going to be my wife.
And I've got a little surprise for you. We've got 3 kids.
3 kids. What are their names?
Jessie, Tessie, and Nessie.
Well, that's lovely. I'll adore Nessie. And Kenny, you're going to have the same part you had last week. You're going to be the president of the St. Louis Midland Railroad.
I want to be the engineer.
Kenny, you're going to be the president.
All right, but I'm going to have a whistle on my desk.
Well, suit yourself.
I'm going to blow it, too.
Quiet. And Don, you're going to be a salesman that I hold up on the train, and you're going to have a satchel full of, guess what?
Now, wait a minute. Let's see. Is it a bunch of little boxes?
Yes.
And do they have big red letters on them?
Yes.
And does it come in 6 delicious flavors?
You're getting hot, Tom.
And is it economical and easy to make?
Yes. Now, what is it?
Grape nuts.
It is not. It's Jell-O. Gee. And now, folks, our play will go on immediately.
Hey, Jack, am I going to be in this clam bake?
Now, I'm sorry, Phil. You're not going to be in it this week. My writers don't like you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll be in that play or my orchestra won't laugh.
What, those pushovers? Well, I have to strap your guitar player down before I can say hello to him. Look at him now, look. Anyway, Phil, you're out of the play, and that's that.
Well, we'll see about that, brother.
And don't call me brother. Heaven forbid. Phil, where do you buy your neckties? From an Indian? Now, this play...
Say, Jack.
What?
Isn't that Mrs. Zanuck in the third row watching our program?
Daryl Zanuck, where?
Right there, that little fellow on the horse.
Oh, yes. Yes, we better be good tonight. You know, this is his picture. Anyway, folks, as soon as the next number is over, we're going to... Pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. I wish you wouldn't always call me up when I'm busy. What is it?
Boss, we gotta come to an agreement. Either that polar bear leaves the house or I do.
Oh, are you two feuding again? What's the matter with Carmichael?
Doggone that bear, he scratched up everything in the house, including your humble servant.
Oh, stop complaining. He hasn't scratched you.
Now, wait a minute, boss. I wasn't born with a pinstripe.
Now, look, Rochester, don't be such a coward. If he acts up, get tough. Grab hold of him and throw him in the closet.
Funny thing about you, boss, every time a war comes up, you gotta be the general.
Now, look, Rochester, just leave Carmichael alone, and I'll talk to him when I get home. So long.
So long. Oh, say, boss, I was just listening to the program, and I've been wondering about something.
About what?
Well, you know that $2 you lost on a big race yesterday?
Yes?
Well, if Miss Livingston had $1 of it and I had $1 of it, how come you feel so bad?
Because I'm sorry for both of you. Goodbye. I wish he wouldn't bother me when I have things to do. Now, where was I?
You were getting ready for Jesse James.
Oh, yes. Oh, Phil, how about a number? Something apropos. I mean, something that fits our play.
I know what apropos means.
Well, don't show off in such a small word. Hey, Juicy, come on in here.
I'm coming, Jesse!
You're in our play, you know.
There's the boys that ride the choo-choo train.
Well, I hope we can follow that. That was Casey Jones, played by Phil Harris, who might as well go home right now, as he won't be in our play.
Oh, yeah, you'll find out.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second episode of our stirring drama, Jesse James. Take it, Wilson.
10 years have elapsed since last week, and we find that Jesse James, the simple farm boy, has become Jesse James, one of the most notorious desperados west of the Mississippi.
Mighty pretty stream, the Mississippi.
As the scene opens, we find Jesse and his wife Zerelda in their hideout in the country. Jesse is cleaning his gun, while Zerelda is knitting him a bulletproof sweater. Curtain, music.
All right, this is the last step. Come on out of there, we'll blast y'all.
Zerelda, turn off that gangbuster program. I want to relax.
Okay.
Thanks. Doggone this gun. Zerelda, when you go out shopping this afternoon, I wish you'd pick me up a new six-shooter.
What's the matter with the one you got?
The barrel's crooked. Last night I was aiming at a rattlesnake and I shot the cigar right out of my mouth.
Oh, it can't be that crooked.
It can't, eh? Here, take the gun and aim at that window. See what happens.
Okay. There goes the window.
Window nothing. That was my glasses. God, did you do much damage?
I think so. There's a period between your eyebrows.
Well, I'm a little drafty, but I proved my point. How are you coming along with my bulletproof sweater?
Fine, Jesse, but it ain't very stylish. I think I'll put a turtleneck on it.
Don't do that, gal. When I'm riding my horse, people will think I'm a polo player. I ain't no sissy.
Now, wait a minute, you. What's wrong with polo?
Nothing, Mr. Zanuck. It just don't become me. I wish he'd stay in the audience. Well, anyway, thanks for the bulletproof sweater, Zerelda.
You're welcome, and see that you wear it. I'm tired of you coming home full of holes. Our bill for corks is something fierce.
I don't mind that, but they keep popping out all the time. I feel like a champagne bottle. There goes one now. Doggone it. That may be the law. Quick, Zerelda, hide in the closet.
What for? We're married.
I know, but you might get shot. Who's there?
Hello, Jesse. This is Juicy.
Come right in.
We'll cook a goosey.
Yeah.
Hiya, folks.
Hello, Juicy. What's that you got under your arm?
It's a new picture of Jesse. I just ripped it off a tree.
Let's see it. Well, there's a reward out for me. $5,000, dead or alive.
$5,000 is a heap of money.
It sure is.
Is that cash?
Yep. Zerelda, put down that gun. Put it down, I say.
Shucks, I'll never get a mink coat.
Not that way, gal. It's unethical.
Say, Jesse, if we're going to rob a train tonight, the Bow and Arrow Limited is due here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, we better get going. Hey, Zerelda, we're going to hold up a train. You want to come along?
I'd love to, Jesse, but I hate to leave Junior alone.
Well, bring the kid along.
I would, but he's got the mumps and I can't get him through the door.
Oh, well, some other time then. So long, Zerelda.
Wait a minute. Shall I fix the boys some lunch before you go?
No, don't bother. We'll eat on the train. Come on, Juicy.
I'm a comer.
Quiet, you two. It might be the sheriff. Get your gun, Juicy.
I got it.
Mine's ready, too. Come in.
Pardon me, is this 118 Elm Street?
Get out of here, Harris. I told you ain't in this place.
Oh, nuts.
Them Easterners getting my nerves.
Let's go. Let's go, Jesse, or we'll be late.
Yeah, come on. Steady, partner. Say, Juicy, I see you got a new horse. What happened to that broken-down old gray mare you used to ride?
Well, I had her facelifted and sent her to Santa Anita.
I know. I bet on her yesterday. Come on, partner. Whoa! Here. Whoa! Darn those stoplights. We're going through the next one. Yeah, partner. Come on. Jesse James rides again. Loud and juicy!
5 minutes later, and we find Jesse and Juicy lurking in the bushes alongside the railroad tracks, waiting for the Bow and Arrow Limited.
Well, Juicy should be coming around the bend any minute now.
Yep, and they'll never recognize us with these baseball masks on.
That's right. But you know, I think we ought to change our voices, too.
What are you talking about? Mine changes every 3 seconds.
It sure does, and you ought to do something about that voice of yours, Juicy. It sounds like a man with squeaky shoes walking on oyster shells eating peanut butter. It's awful.
Well, I had my tonsils shot out 4 times, but they keep going back in again.
Well, stop drinking water. It's that irrigation that does it. Try that for a while. Here she comes, Juicy. Now you duck down in the bushes and make a noise like a locomotive whistle. The engineer will think it's another train coming and stop right about here.
Okay, Jesse, let me know when.
Ready, Juicy? Get set, blow. That's it. Sure work, Jesse. Come on, let's go. All right, everybody out. This is a holdup. All right, quiet, everybody. Up with your hands.
Line up, folks. We don't want to skip anybody.
Come here, buddy. You're first.
Now, wait a minute. I'm Mr. McCoy, president of this railroad.
Oh, you are, eh? All right, Mr. President, up with your hands.
Okay, hold my ice cream cone.
Here's his money, Juicy. $8.35.
Thanks.
Now, wait a minute. You only rung up $8.
Well, I'm a crook, ain't I?
Oh, that's right. Now, let's see. Who's next?
Yours, Sandy, and program. You can't tell Jesse from Juicy without a program.
Oh, yeah? Well, take that. Wise guy. Come here, lady. You're next.
Here I am.
Hey, Jesse, she looks like an old maid, don't she?
Yeah. Where's your money, lady?
I ain't telling, dearie. Yahoo!
I think we better skip her. Who's next, you see?
Well, how about this big fat guy here?
Gentlemen, this is an outrage.
Oh, yeah? Who are you, anyway?
I'm a traveling salesman.
Quiet, lady. Oh, you're a traveling salesman, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, none of your stories were on the air. Here's his money, Juicy. $18.75.
Okay.
Now, let's see. All right, buddy, you're next. How with your hand?
How dare you? I'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Zanuck. Gosh, he sure gets around, don't he? Hey, Juicy, look at that guy in the derby hat trying to run away.
I'll stop him.
Quiet! This is the whole and I want to concentrate. Now, come back here, you.
Take it easy, my light-fingered friend. That last shot put my back collar button in front.
That voice sounds familiar. What do they call you, stranger?
Well, sir, Allen is the name. Fred Allen.
Allen, eh? This is 1873, folks. That gives you an idea how old he is. Now, listen, you. Hand over your money.
Here's my wallet, but I warn you, Jesse James, there's man-eating moths in there.
I'll open it up anyway. Well, I'll be darned. Look, you see, $150,000 in pennies. I always knew you were a miser, Allen.
Gentlemen, I protest.
You better shake him, Jesse. I'll bet he's got a nose full of nickels.
He's got something up there. Well, now, let's see, Juicy. We collected over $150,000 today. I guess we did pretty good.
Yes, let's go.
Come on, Juicy, we got enough. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Oh, no, you don't. Stick 'em up, you two, and hand over that money.
What? Bill Harris, put down that gun. I told you can't be in this place.
Have it your way, but hand over that money.
I'm a drawing my gun, Harris. Look out.
I'm a shooting mine. Take that.
Oh.
He got me. Yeah, maybe you'll let me in your play next time. So long, Jackson.
Oh, I'm getting weaker.
Juicy. Jesse, speak to me.
Oh, everything is getting dark.
It's not too late.
I mean, for me. I'm a-going, Juicy. I'm a-going.
Oh, Jesse!
Zarelda, what are you doing here?
Jesse, speak to me. Tell me what's the matter. Tell me what happened.
Listen, gal. Dying Zarelda, dying right here on the track. He's dying Zarelda, dying right here on my back.
He's dying Zarelda.
I think that I'm gonna die.
He's dying Zarelda. Once more, fellas. I'm dying slowly but slow. He's dying, Zerelda, dying, Zerelda.
If you must go, you must go. He's dying, Zerelda, dying, Zerelda. He should have been gonna die.
He's dying, Zerelda, dying, Zerelda. Die, 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 Play, Phil!
Did you ever look through those intriguing travel booklets they get out nowadays and find yourself longing for a taste of foreign lands? Well, here's the dessert with a fascinating foreign flavor, and it's easy to enjoy right at home. Baghdad Cream, a delicious new idea your family will love. For it's a grand combination of orange jello with canned pineapple, prunes, and whipped cream, and here's how you make it. Dissolve 1 package of orange jello in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until cold and syrupy. Fold in 1/2 cup of heavy cream, whipped only until thick and shiny. Then add 1 cup of cooked prune pulp and 1/2 cup of canned crushed pineapple. Mold until firm. It's a swell-looking and swell-tasting dessert. A tangy, smooth combination of pineapple and prunes, blended with whipped cream in a shimmering mold of orange jello with its delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. So try Baghdad Cream soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for orange jello.
This is the last number of the 23rd program of the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, folks, all I want to say is, I'm dying, Zerelda, but I'll be with you next Sunday night.
Poor Jesse is dying, but nobody's crying. La 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 la.
Come on, everybody.
He's dying, Zerelda, dying, Zerelda. I'm sure that he's gonna die. He's dying, Zerelda, dying, Zerelda. Die, 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 die.
Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker says on the Jello programs are courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Back in the dear dead days when folks put on long linen dusters to go scorching over the roads in a brand new horseless carriage, yes, way back then, delicious, malty-rich grape nuts were making a hit at American breakfast tables. And they've been making a hit ever since. Today, you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in 2 delicious forms. Grape nuts, crispy, crunchy kernels, and grape nuts flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both have a malty-rich, sweet-as-a-nut goodness that's absolutely distinctive. A flavor with punch and zest that makes breakfast a high spot of the day. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are both Basic 7 foods, or they supply all-around whole-grain nourishment. Our government wants us to eat more of such cereals, for they're plentiful, not rationed, and they help to take the place of scarcer foods. So for real energy-giving nourishment, plus rich, unusual flavor and texture, make it grape nuts or grape nuts flakes in the morning, every morning. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Mary, are you sure it's all right?
Certainly, isn't it, Phil?
Sure, go ahead, Don.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second broadcast of the season, we bring you the First Lady of Grape Nuts, Miss Mary Livingston.
man. This is Mary talking. And, Don, the reason I asked you to introduce me is because Jack's out in the hall talking to his new writers.
His writers?
Not so loud, Don. Not so loud. You know, people think I had lived this stuff here. I'm one of them spontaneous men.
I'm sorry, Phil.
Say, Mary, how's Jackson since he got home?
Oh, Phil, it's simply awful. Since he got back from North Africa, that's all he talks about. He absolutely drives you nuts.
Are you kidding?
Kidding? Do you want to know something? Jack's a bigger ham now than he was before he left.
No, don't do that to me. I got a wife and baby. Maybe two.
No, it's the truth, fellas. This military stuff has really gotten into Jack's system. Gosh, how he'd love to be a general. What a guy.
I can't understand Jack wanting to be a soldier. Wasn't he in the Navy in the last war?
Yeah, but he was in the Army the war before that. Oh, and there's one thing I gotta tell you, kids. You'll never believe this.
What is it, Mary?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, it's so fantastic.
Well, go ahead, tell us. What is it?
Well, yesterday morning, while Jack was shaving, he cut his cheek.
Yeah?
And ever since then, he's been calling himself Old Blood and Guts. Oh, he's impossible.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's Jack now, out in the hall.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What you doing, drilling?
Either that or counting his hair. Who knows?
Say, Mary, do you think I ought to go out and get Jack away from these boys?
No, I'll go. And I hope he's forgotten about his African campaign.
Up, 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 4. Up, 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 4. Up, 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 4. Riders, halt! Present pencils. A fine bunch of comedy writers. Recruits from the Allen program. Rookies, every one of you. Just look at you. Walzer, pull in your typewriter. Yes, sir. And Josephsburg, your pencil. Look at that point. That's my head, sir. I mean the one with the eraser on it. And Tackerberry, where's Howard?
He went AWOL to Red Skelton, sir.
He did, eh? Now listen, men. This is no picnic, you know. You got a job to do, and I'm going to see that you do it. And you. Look at you with your hair hanging down in your face. I never had that trouble with Bill Morrow.
But, sir, wasn't he bald?
That's beside the point. That's my head, sir. And I had another writer with me for 8 years, Eddie Boulogne. Do you know where he is now?
In the sanitarium, sir?
Now cut that out, Walter. All right, men, you can go downstairs to your room now and write next week's program. Yes, sir. About face, forward, march. Hey, look out for that window! Well, I guess they're all right, darn it. Oh, boy, 35 weeks of this.
Well, it serves you right.
Oh, hello, Mary.
If you'd stop acting like a top sergeant in the movies, you wouldn't have so much trouble. Now, come on in, Jack. The program's half over.
Okay.
Well, here he is, fellas.
Hello, Jack. We've been waiting for you.
Hiya, Jackson. At ease, man.
Shall we line up for inspection?
Not now. Play, Phil. You see, Mary, I have to discipline the boys. That's the only...
people will say we're in love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, Mary tells us you've gone military since you got back from Africa. What's the idea?
What do you mean?
Well, she says the army life has gone to your head.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Didn't you try to buy an officer's uniform with 2 pair of shoulders?
Mary, it was just a buck private's uniform. And I had a hard time finding one.
Well, let's go into a lot of trouble just to get in the movies for half price, bub.
Phil, gags like that put you in Fred Allen's class, and he's not working. Anyway, as long as you brought it up, the part of the Army I'm interested in is the Air Corps.
There you are, fellas.
I really am. I'm interested in the Air Corps.
Last night he brought down 6 flies with a spray gun, so now he's an 8.
I brought down 7 and 3 probables. If you're getting out communiques, sister, get them right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our... Come in. Yes?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Remember me from last week? I'm the cab driver that brought you in from the airport.
Oh, yes, certainly. Yeah, your name is...
Crowley.
Yes, I remember. You have a brother over in North Africa.
Yeah, Joe's the corporal.
Yes. Oh, of course, certainly. Corporal Crowley, yeah.
I can't understand you not running into him. He was in Africa at the same time you were.
Look, buddy, I told you last week, I saw so many soldiers. I mean, how would I know your brother?
Well, a couple of months ago, we got into a debate with an MP and lost 3 front teeth.
Well, it just so happens that every soldier I saw had all his front teeth.
Then you've probably seen Joe. He had a bridge put in.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I know how you feel. I mean, you've got a brother who's a corporal in the Army, and you're proud of him. I'm proud of him, too. I mean, but how can I pick out among thousands and thousands of men?
Well, his transport did.
Look, Mr. Crowley, look, I know, but we've got a program to do. I'll talk to you later. Just take a chair and sit down over there, will you?
Okay.
Thank you. You know, Mary, he's a nice guy, and I can understand how he feels, but what can I do?
What's that?
My writers, they finally thought of a joke. No! One of them didn't like it.
He will next time.
You said it, huh? You know, Mary, guys like that, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, how are you, kid?
Fine, sir.
Dennis, you don't have to salute me in the studio.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to call me sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis, look, just act natural, you see, but don't overdo it,
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, you must have a very funny program. As I was coming in, I heard people laughing and screaming.
Well, that wasn't the audience, Dennis. That was my writers.
Well, they're people, aren't they, Miss Livingston?
I'm not so sure about the one that's got his ears tied in a bow.
Mary, he has to tie them. There's a bobby pin shortage. Anyway...
Say, Mr. Benny,
yeah.
Do you think you can get one of your writers to relieve me this evening?
Well...
Relieve you of what, Dennis?
I'm on sentry duty in front of Mr. Benny's room every night.
Dennis, it's just until...
Isn't that awful?
Well, listen, kid, you don't have to stand there all night. When Jackson goes to sleep, why don't you beat it?
Oh, I don't dare. He's got his bed pushed up to the door, and he keeps peeking at me through the keyhole.
Dennis, stop exaggerating, will you? And let's have your song.
Okay.
Gee, you'd think that the...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear him.
Who?
My brother, Corporal Crowley.
Look, you told me about his knuckles last week. Now, look at Crowley. Won't you please... Hey, those writers are really on the beam. I'll go down and see what gags they've dreamed up. Excuse me, kid.
All right, Dennis. While Jack's gone, you might as well do your song.
Okay, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Miss Livingston?
Oh, I'm all right.
That's good. Can I speak to old Blood and Guts?
You mean Mr. Benny?
That's what they called him before he cut himself.
Rochester, has he been giving you that military stuff, too?
Has he? He won't let me out of the hotel room without a 3-day pass. You know what else, Miss Livingston?
What?
He made me sew 4 stars on his nightgown and a service stripe on his DVDs.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
So far.
Well, Rochester, Mr. Benny just stepped out, but I'll tell him you called.
Thanks, Miss Livingston. I'll be right over to pick him up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Where'd I put my helmet?
A service stripe on his BVD.
Okay, kids. Hey, let's get on with the show.
Say, Jack, what were your writers laughing about? Did they think up some good gags for you?
No, they were listening to a record of Burns and Allen. Sing, Dennis. A fine bunch of guys I've got. Say, he does look funny with his ears tied in a bow with that, you know? He really does.
Dear, your tenderly smiling face. Through days all bitter and gray and grim. Through nights when even the stars are dim. Just the warmth of our first embrace. Our world so lovely, a world by far. When I remember how sweet you are. Just the warmth of our first embrace. Our world, how lovely, our world by far. When I remember how Sweet You Are from that sensational film, Thank Your Lucky Stars, presented by the famous Warner Brothers and made by that talented and lovable producer, Mark Hellinger, making a happy combination.
Jack, what are you worried about? You're signed for your next picture.
Oh, yes.
And sung by Dennis Day.
That's right. I'm sorry, kid. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Sung by Dennis Day. That lovable tenor with the golden voice.
Thanks.
And do you good folks know why Dennis has such a sweet and golden voice?
No. Why?
Because he eats grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, thereby enjoying one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes. Grape nuts are so crunchy, and the flakes, they are so munchy, that I always eat a bunchy for my breakfast and my lunchy.
Dennis, how about dinner?
Thanks. Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, you won't. And bring your own grape nuts. And now, folks, for our feature, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Brown's the name, John Brown. I'm a reporter for the Associated Press. They sent me over here to get an interview.
Well, I'm always glad to see the gentlemen of the press. Great bunch of boys.
Don't give me that, chum. I hate this as much as you love it.
Well, Mr. Brown.
I want a story and you need publicity, so start talking.
Well, look, Mr. Brown.
I gotta make a deadline and you want to see your puss in print.
Well, Mr. Brown.
Now tell me about your trip. Where did you go? What did you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, fellow, I don't want to brag.
But you will. You will.
No, Mr. Brown, I'm not bragging at all. I was in Central Africa, Cairo, the Persian Gulf.
Yes.
I was also in Sicily, Italy.
Were you in Tripoli?
Yes.
Casablanca?
What did you say, mister?
I said, were you in Casablanca?
Was I in Casablanca? Let me tell you a story, Mr. Brown. Come closer. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Casablanca in 1939. Across the Mediterranean to Oran. Then by train or camel or foot across the rim of Africa to Casablanca in French Morocco, where some men sell their souls for a passport, but others wait and wait and wait.
Casablanca, the crossroads of the world. The scene is Ricky Bogart's nightclub, where the high, the low, the fallen and the mighty gather to see this man of mystery, Ricky.
Closing up for the night, Mr. Ricky. Better come on with me. You've had enough to drink.
Oh, Sam, I want to stay here and brood. I want to brood, Sam.
What are you brooding about?
You know what it is. It's her, Sam. Ingrid. When we split up in Paris, she left me. She left me, Sam. Left me a sad and broken down old man.
That's the way she found you, boy.
Oh, Ingrid. Ingrid. I thought I'd gotten you out of my mind. But you come back like a ghost, haunting me. Haunting me. But I won't take you back, see? I won't do it.
If Humphrey Bogart's listening, it doesn't get any better.
Sam, play that song for me again, will you?
What's the use, Mr. Ricky? It only brings back memories.
I don't care. Play it.
Say, my brother was in Casablanca. Maybe you saw him there.
Look, Crowley. Crowley, not now. I'm having trouble with a girl. Just sit down, Crowley. Sit down, pour yourself a drink, will you?
Okay, thanks.
Ingrid. Go ahead, Sam. Play that song. I want to hear it once more.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sign.
Well, that's it, Sam. Sing it, boy.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As the time goes by. Sing it, boys.
And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. Oh,
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As time goes by.
What a song. What a song, Sam. It tortures me. It tortures me, but I love it. Here, Crowley. Crowley, have another drink. Sing it, Sam.
Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate.
Woman needs man, and man must have his mate.
That no one can deny. Attaboy, Crowley. Say, Crowley, haven't you got a brother up here in... Haven't you got a brother up here in North Africa?
Yeah, how did you know?
I met his brother in New York. He's a cab driver.
Never heard of him.
Me neither. Sing it, Sam. Sing that song that keeps breaking my heart.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a... Mr. Ricky! Mr. Ricky, look!
What is it, Sam?
Look in the doorway. It's her. It's her.
Ingrid. My Ingrid.
You must remember a kiss is still a kiss. I saw you just the same.
Ingrid, my darling. Ingrid, and you came back to me.
The fundamental things apply as time goes
And you, Mr. Brown, you asked me if I was ever in Casablanca. Play, Phil. Friends, I'd like to take just a moment to tell you something about the Wax. They're making a tremendous contribution to victory. I know their spirit and courage, their immense pride in their job, and they have a right to be proud. The trouble is, there aren't enough of them to do all the things that need doing. So won't you give some serious thought to joining up? The WAC uniform is a mark of rare distinction. It's the uniform of the greatest army in the world. Now, maybe you don't realize this, but there are 155 different kinds of jobs open right now in the WAC. Well, out of 155 jobs, you can certainly find one that will suit your own special abilities. So think it over. You can go to your local WAC recruiting station and get all the details. You know, every woman who joins the WACs helps to bring victory closer. Helps to bring our American boys back home quicker. And that's something we all want to do.
Remember the old-fashioned way of learning the alphabet? A is for apple, B is for books. Well, today it's different. A is for adequate, B is for breakfast, and G is for grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Two grand cereals for your adequate breakfast. You know, nutrition experts tell us breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and at that time, we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. And what's more, they say a cereal supplying whole grain nourishment is a must in the adequate breakfast. Well, you can't do better than choose grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. They taste so good, moldy, rich, and sweet as a nut. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes both bring you whole grain food values. So there, in one swell, tempting treat, you're getting a wonderful start on your day's nourishment needs. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are thrifty, plentiful, not rations. Better make them a breakfast time habit at your house. Grape nuts flakes.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Hot grape nut sweet meal. There's a treat as is a treat. Try a bowl of this rousing, rich, hot brown cereal, and you'll say it's the best ever. Has a gloriously smooth, full-bodied texture. Has the rich goodness of roasted whole wheat. Has the grand whole grain nourishment. And grape nut sweet meal cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. That's hot grape nuts sweet meal.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony in Cork.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with My Wonderful One, Let's Dance. Here's a brief note on April styles. Spring fashions decree that the well-dressed table should wear lots of bright color. And especially smart, say experts, is a gay mold of rich, shimmering Jell-O. Yes, sir, Jell-O is a mighty attractive dessert. It adds to any meal a final touch of distinctive beauty and friendly charm. Whether you choose strawberry red, lime green, or any other of its 6 sprightly colors, you'll be delighted with the way Jell-O dresses up the table, tempts the appetite, and leaves a feeling of grand refreshment. Jell-O is a truly delicious treat, outstanding for its full, tangy flavor. Flavor as inviting as fresh, juicy, ripe fruit itself. So try some real soon. For rich, exciting goodness, there's nothing to compare with Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, now better than ever. That was My Wonderful One, Let's Dance, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, next Sunday, the Jell-O program will originate from New York City, where Paramount is holding the premiere of its new picture, Buck Benny Rides Again. So without further ado, we whisk you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack is in the throes of last-minute packing. Take it away!
Creole babies walk along with rhythm in their thighs, rhythm in their feet and in their lips and in their eyes. Where do highbrows find that kind of love that satisfies? Underneath the Harlem moon. I'm getting anxious.
Rochester.
Come on, boys, join in.
Never mind.
There's no field of cotton. Picking cotton is taboo. They don't live in cabins like the old folks.
We'll never get to New York the way you're moving. Our train leaves in a couple of hours. My trunk isn't half packed yet.
Well, boss, I only got 2 hands.
Yes, but you got a cigar in one and a sandwich in the other. Now put them down and get to work.
My contract specifies 1 hour for lunch.
You can eat and work at the same time like I do. Let's see, where did I put my hamburger?
It's laying right there on your dress shirt.
My goodness. Oh, well, I can wear a vest with it. Now, Rochester, take these socks here and put them in the top drawer.
Boss, this trunk is so old, half the drawers won't open.
You're just a weakling, that's all. Here, hold my chocolate eclair. I'll open it.
Okay.
There. That got it.
Woo! Look out for them bats.
Oh, stop, Roger. They're not bats. They're just large moths. Shoo! Shoo! And that reminds me, I thought I told you to put mothballs in this trunk.
I did, and they threw them back at me.
Now, don't get cute. There, the socks go in here. Hey, wait a minute, Rochester.
What's the matter?
I told you to hold my chocolate eclair, not eat it.
It's right here in my hand, boss. Look again.
Oh, pardon me. I didn't see it. Now take my underwear and put them in this bottom. That must be Miss Livingston. Come in.
I'm the man from the express company. Did you have a trunk to go to the station?
Yes, but it's not ready yet. You'll have to come back.
Gosh, nobody's ever ready. How do I stand it? How do I stand it?
Rather temperamental, fellows. Say, Rochester, get my blue suit out of the closet and pack it. I want to give it to my cousin Marvin when we stop in Chicago.
Is it that old?
That suit's in good condition. It hardly shines at all.
I wish my future was as bright as that.
Now, Rochester, I've had enough out of you. Come in. Oh, hello, Mary. Are you all set to go?
Sure. Gee whiz, Jack, aren't you packed yet?
Just about. Sit down and relax.
Okay, boss.
Not you! Now, let's see. I'll be in New York 2 weeks. How many shirts do you think I ought to take along, Mary?
1 blue or 14 white.
Mary, I wish you'd be serious. I want to get this done. Now, what else? I hear it's pretty cold in New York. Do you think I ought to take along my spats?
Yeah, and don't forget your coonskin cap.
Mary, I haven't worn a coonskin cap since I portrayed Daniel Boone in our high school play. I went over very big.
Nobody asked you.
Well, I did. Here, Rochester, put these shirts away.
Say, boss, look at this old faded newspaper I found in the bottom drawer here. Should I throw it away?
No, let's see it. San Francisco Chronicle. I wonder what I saved this for. Well, I'll be doggone. Look, Mary, look here on the amusement page.
Oh, yeah. Jack Benny, big hit at Orpheum this week.
I sure was. And see that picture of me holding my violin?
Uh-huh. What's that stuff on your head?
That's hair. I had a pompadour in those days. Gosh, the Orpheum, San Francisco. Gee, it seems like only yesterday.
Yesterday? Look at this front page. Gold discovered in Alaska.
Let's see that. Oh, yeah, I remember. When the news came in, they emptied the theater in 2 minutes. By the time I got my makeup off, you couldn't buy a shovel in the whole town. Just think, but for that, I might have been known as Nugget Jack, the Klondike Kid. Mary, can't you just see me digging for gold?
No, I seem to see you burying it.
Well, it's hot here, folks, this week. That's why that joke was bad. But for a guy that was in vaudeville as long as I was, I ought to have my head examined for giving you that opening. Here, Rochester, paste this right up in my scrapbook.
Okay, should I indicate your hair with an arrow?
That won't be necessary. I just want to keep the paper. Come in.
Well, here I am again. Is the trunk ready yet?
Not quite, young man.
Oh, for crying out loud.
So impatient. Oh, Rochester, where's that gray suit with the stripes I sent out to be cleaned?
Here it is, but your cleaner took the stripes out of it.
Took the stripes out of it?
Boss, you could send a zebra to that outfit and it would come back plain.
Rochester, I just like to send a zebra to the classy clothy cleaners and show you how wrong you are. As a rule, they're very good.
I sent him a sweater last week and it came back with Lana Turner in it.
Always a comedian, eh, Miss Livingston? Say, Rochester, I just happened to think. Did you collect the 2 weeks' room rent from Mr. Billingsley, our boarder?
Yes, I did, boss, but he took it back.
What do you mean he took it back?
Well, he didn't exactly take it.
What do you mean he didn't exactly take it?
How can a nice man like him know so much about African handball?
Rochester, I won't have you gambling with my boarder. Now help me close this trunk. Mary, you push on one side. Rochester, you push the other, and I'll snap the lock. All together now. Come on, push. There. Well, that's that. It's closed. Now, Mary, I think we ought to run ahead and get it...
What were you saying, Jack?
Never mind. Rochester, get a piece of rope and tie it around the trunk. And Mary, let you and I go on ahead. I want to stop at the drugstore and get some things. We'll meet you at the station, Rochester. Phone for a taxi.
Okay, boss.
Oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. All set for your little trip, I see.
Yes. We're going to New York for a couple of weeks. I hope you won't be lonely here all by yourself.
No. I'm happy as long as I have my pipe and a good book to read.
That's fine. Well, Mr. Billingsley, we'll be leaving in a little while.
I'd come down to the station to see you off, but I have a splitting headache.
Oh, that's too bad.
There it goes again. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Billingsley. Isn't he a nice fella, Mary?
Yes, but why does he always push that wheelbarrow around?
He claims it's an ashtray. Sweet guy, though. Come in.
Well, is that trunk ready yet?
Yes, young man, here it is. Are you happy?
Trunks, trunks, trunks. My whole life is nothing but trunks, and you ask me if I'm happy.
Gee, I just asked. Never saw anybody so high-strung.
Your cab's here, boy.
Okay, now don't forget, Rochester. Shut off the milk, stop the paper, water the flowers, put sheets all over the furniture, take Carmichael and Trudy to the pet shop, and be at the station in an hour.
In an hour?
Yes.
Boss, I couldn't do all that if I was the Hall Johnson Choir.
Stop arguing. You're losing time. Come on, Mary. Never saw a guy like him, always complaining.
Look, Jack, there's Ronald Coleman out in his yard.
Oh, yes, I must say goodbye to him. Goodbye, Ronnie. Goodbye, Ronald. Goodbye, Mr. Coleman. That's more like goodbye. Seems a little cold toward me. I wonder what's wrong.
He's probably jealous of your work in pictures.
Yes, I guess you're right, Mary. That's about it.
Do you mind if I break your arm?
Just try it, that's all. Well, here we are.
Where to, sweetheart?
Union Station, and don't drive too fast.
Okay, sweetheart.
Get in, Mary.
Right with you, sweetheart.
Mary!
I'm so afraid of night 'cause I'm too romantic. Moonlight and stars can make such a fool of me. You know you're much too near and I'm too romantic. Wouldn't I be a sight on a bended knee? I'm startled when you whisper, I'll run if you should sigh. I must be so careful, or I'll kiss my heart goodbye. You shouldn't let me dream, 'cause I'm too romantic. Don't make me fall unless it could all come true. Don't ever break my heart in two. Oh, I'm so afraid of night 'cause I'm too romantic. The moon makes a fool of me. You know you're much too near and I'm too romantic. Wouldn't I be a sight on a bended knee? I'm startled when you whisper, I'll run if you should sigh. I must be so careful, or I'll kiss my heart goodbye. You shouldn't let me dream, 'cause I'm too romantic. Don't make me fall unless it could all come true.
Stop at the studio and pick up the rest of the gang?
No, Mary, they'll all meet us at the station. I gotta stop at the drugstore and get some things I need.
There's one right ahead.
Oh, yes. Driver, stop at that drugstore right there, will you?
Say, I thought you wanted to go to the Union Station.
I do, but I want to stop at the drugstore first. Do you mind?
I'm gonna leave the meter running, sweetheart.
Go ahead. That's not going to worry me any.
And I know why. Paramount is paying for this trip.
What if they are?
Buck Benny rides again on the cusp.
Mary, if you don't... Stop here, driver.
Okay, sweetheart.
I can't understand this. I don't even know the fella.
wait here. We'll be right out. Let's see, I gotta get some blades and, oh, yes, some shaving cream.
Don't you make your own anymore?
No. It lathered all right, but it made my skin turn blue. Now, where's the clerk? Oh, there he is.
Good evening, miss. What can I do for you?
The Klondike kid's buying. I'm the lady known as Lou.
Mary. Yes, I have quite a few things I want to get here. You see, I'm going to New York.
Then you first will need a railroad ticket.
Well, I came in here to buy some toilet articles.
That may be right, but you cannot go to New York without a ticket.
I know I can't go to New York without a ticket. But I've got one. You don't think I'd come to a drugstore to buy a railroad ticket, do you?
Why not?
Oh, fine. Now, look, mister, we haven't much time. I just want to get some shaving cream and some razor blades.
Very good indeed. Shaving cream, razor blades, and a razor.
I have a razor.
Let's see it.
Believe me, I own one. For goodness sake, you don't expect me to carry my razor around in my pocket.
You got your toothbrush there.
Not a toothbrush, that's a small whisk broom. I always carry it when I travel.
How much you gonna charge Paramount for brushing yourself off?
Oh, Mary, to hear you talk, you think I was the tightest guy in the world.
I don't know whether it's win, place, or show, but you're in the money.
Mary, I'm trying to buy something.
Hey, sweetheart, the meter's still running.
Okay, who cares? Now, come on, mister, give me a tube of shaving cream.
Why don't you buy an electric razor?
I don't want an electric razor.
Now, look, I will demonstrate.
Oh.
You hold it in your hands like this. Click. First around the face.
Oh, look, that's not what I want, you see.
Now, under the nose.
Tick, tick, tick. Look, I don't want that.
Around the face again.
Yeah, that's very clever.
And there you are.
Well, that's pretty fast, all right, but look, I'll just take a tube of plain shaving cream.
Then you do not want an alarm clock.
An alarm clock? Who asked for an alarm clock?
With him, you don't have to ask.
Look, mister, I don't want an alarm
One
clock.
moment, I will demonstrate.
Look.
For instance, I'm home asleep.
Now, wait a minute, I'm not interested in an
Don't
alarm.
wake me up.
Look, mister, I'm trying to catch a train.
Then suddenly, ding, 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 ding.
All right, now what happened?
Nothing, I didn't hear it yet.
Oh. Oh, for heaven's sake.
It rings again. I'm awake.
Now, look, mister, it's all very interesting, but I'm trying to get some shaving.
Hey, sweetheart, it's up to $1.70.
Let it click. I'm not through here yet. Now, for the last time, mister, do I get my shaving cream or not?
Then you don't want a radio.
A radio?
Look, I will demonstrate. Click, and suddenly...
Oh, come on, Mary, let's get out.
What about the shaving cream?
The heck with the shaving cream, let's go. Oh, boy, what a screwy guy.
Well, come on, you can get what you need at the station. They've got a drugstore there.
Oh, that's right. Okay, driver, Union Station.
Hey, the meter is up to $4.20 now, sweetheart.
$4.20? Why, just a minute ago, you told me it was $1.70.
After 6 o'clock, there's a cover charge.
Oh. Well, if you haven't got a floor show, I'm going to hit you right over the head. Now, drive on. All right, buddy, there's the Union Station. What do you want to do, drive right through it?
Okay. That'll be $5.60.
Here's $6. Keep the change.
Thanks. So long, sweetheart.
Goodbye, Sugar Plum. Make a note of that, Mary. To Paramount, $6 for taxi cab.
Don't forget it costs you a nickel to call us.
That's right, make it 6:05. I hope Rochester got here with my trunk. I want to check on that the first thing. Gee, there's certainly a big crowd here. I don't see any of our gang around.
Oh, don't worry. We still have plenty of time.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 7 for Albuquerque, Dodge City, Kansas City, Chicago, and New York. Board!
Hey, wait a minute, you. That train doesn't leave for a half hour yet.
Well, I can practice, can't I?
He must be new here. Now, where in the world is Rochester?
Peekaboo, boss.
Rochester, don't sneak up behind me. You know how nervous I am. My trunk get here all right?
Part of it.
Good. Part of it? What do you mean, part of it?
Well, we were driving down Wilshire Boulevard when all of a sudden the trunk bounced off.
My trunk bounced off. Did it fly open?
Like my mouth at a chicken dinner.
Well, it's your fault, Rochester. I'll bet my things are a mess.
You know that high silk hat you always wear with your evening clothes?
Yes?
Well, a truck ran over it.
Oh, my goodness. My high silk hat?
It's a beanie now.
On it. Well, Mary, mark down $15 on my expense account for one high silk hat.
You can have it blocked for 75 cents.
What are you trying to do, make a cheapskate out of Paramount? Mark down what I tell you.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 7 for Albuquerque, Dodge City, Kansas City, Chicago, and Alaska.
Alaska?
I've given you another chance, Klondike.
Oh, button your lip.
I got a zipper there.
Quiet. What a smart aleck.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Dennis, and your mother's with you. How do you do, Mrs. Day?
Good evening. Now, Mr. Benny, I am leaving Dennis in your care. So I want you to see that he's a good boy in New York and gets to bed every night at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Better make that 9 so Jack won't have to stay up so late.
Listen, Mary, when I get to New York, I'll be stepping out plenty. Well, I'll be the life of the party.
Oh, you and Georgie Jessel.
Don't worry about me, Mary.
Come along, Dennis. I'll buy you a Dick Tracy book to read on the train.
Oh, boy, Dick Tracy. Bang, 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 bang. Take that, Lefty.
Relax, Dennis. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Day. I'll see you when we get back.
Goodbye.
I'm thirsty, Jack. I'm going over and get a Coca-Cola.
Okay, you can put that on my expense account, Mary. I'll treat you. See you later.
Your trunk's on the train, boss. Everything is all set.
Good. Now, we arrive in New York at Grand Central Station Tuesday morning. The minute we get there, I want you to see that the trunk is brought immediately to my hotel.
I'm getting off at 125th Street and have breakfast.
Rochester, you don't have to get off at Harlem the first thing in the morning.
Oh, yes, I do, boss. She's got the waffles on already.
Well, all right, but you better be at my hotel by noon.
The same day?
Yes, the same day. And I want you... Oh, hey, Don. Don.
Be with you in a minute, Jack.
What were you saying, Mother?
I said I want you to be a good boy in New York.
I will, Mama.
And if they don't serve genuine Jell-O in your hotel, I want you to go right down to your neighborhood grocer and buy some.
I will.
Oh,
What
so
flavor,
happy.
Mama?
Any flavor, they're all delicious.
All right, Don. Come on.
Just a minute, Jack. Is there anything else, Mama?
Yes, always look for the big red letters on the box. Goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Mama.
Gee, she's a sweet little lady. Well, Don, aren't you thrilled about going to New York?
Oh, I sure am, Jack. And I'll bet you are, too, with the world premiere of your picture on Broadway.
Yes, sir. There'll be plenty of excitement.
Hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Oh, did you get your Coca-Cola, Mary?
Yeah, 5 cents.
You better put that down for stamps. It sounds more businesslike. Well, we're all here but Phil. I wonder where he is.
I just passed and there he is talking to his mother.
Well, everybody's mother is down here today. Hey, Phil.
Be right with you, Jackson.
Well, Mom, I'll be back in a couple of weeks. Take care of yourself.
I will, son. Now remember what I told you. While you're in New York, stay in the groove and don't get off the beam.
But, Mom, I got a jive, don't I?
Yes, but don't cut too many rugs. Your chops is beaten out.
Chops is beat? What kind of talk is that? Okay, Mom, I'm help. I'll watch myself.
Now you're cooking with gas.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I gotta run along now. Goodbye, Mom.
So long, Bob.
Bob? Well, I'll be darned. Hiya, Jackson. Are you all set to hop that rattler for the big town?
All set, Phil. Well, we better get going.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 7 for Albuquerque, Dodge City, Kansas City, Chicago, and New York. What's the matter with me?
Oh, stop with those false alarms.
That's not a false alarm, Jack. Look at all the people going through the gate.
Oh, yeah. Come on, everybody. Our train's leaving.
Okay, Jack. Come on, Sarah. Come on, baby. Come on.
Hurry up.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Jack, you know what? You forgot to get your shaving cream.
Oh, that's right, I did, but I still got time. Here's the drug counter right over there. See you on the train, fellas. Hey, buddy, I'm in a big hurry. Give me a tube of shaving cream.
Shaving cream?
Yes, shaving cream. You've got it, haven't you?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, have you got any shaving cream?
I don't know. Hey, Phil, have we got any shaving cream?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind. Let it go. I'll get it in New York. Hey, wait for me. Wait for me. Hold the train.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one good flavor certainly deserves another. And that's why Jell-O's grand new dessert, Imperial Peach Mold, combines two delightful flavors, rich, tangy orange Jell-O and delicious sun-ripened sliced peaches. What's more, you can have it on the table in just a jiffy. Merely make up a package of orange Jell-O using a combination of hot water and peach juice. Chill until slightly thickened, and then mix in a cupful of peaches themselves and mold. Even though it's still months ahead of the season, you can enjoy peaches that are actually orchard fresh by making this swell dessert with Bird's Eye quick frozen sliced peaches. Or if Bird's Eye sliced peaches are not readily available, use canned sliced peaches instead. Either way, you'll find Imperial Peach Mold one of the most delectable desserts you ever tasted. Because there's no doubt about it, it's a wonderful treat when these two meet. Juicy yellow golden peaches and bright, brilliant orange Jell-O.
Number of the 28th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York City. Well, Mary, we're on our way. Are you excited?
Yeah. You know, Jack, I was just wondering. It's going to be cold in New York. Do you think Paramount would mind if I bought a mink coat?
No, but it would kill me. Good night, folks.
Jell-O. The part of the drug clerk on tonight's program was played by Mr. Fritz Feld. And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper or movie and radio guide for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Western Women's Club in San Francisco, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens a program with San Francisco from the picture of the same name. The hardest game of questions and answers is really easy compared to one question that every woman has to answer every day. What will we have for dessert tonight? Well, here's a tip. On every package of Jell-O, you'll find delicious recipe suggestions. There are different recipes on the different packages, so the variety is almost unlimited. Every sort of delicious Jell-O dessert and lots of attractive Jell-O salads that you'll find especially helpful at this time of year. Look them over at your grocer's. You'll be surprised and delighted at the recipes on the Jell-O package. But remember, there's only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. That full-flavored, true fruit goodness that simply cannot be topped. So don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Was San Francisco, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who has been in San Francisco a whole week and has just found out that the gold rush is over, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I think that was a very thoughtless introduction. I know perfectly well that the gold rush is over. It was in 1849.
Well, Jack, then why did you bring a pick and a shovel up here with you?
Because if history repeats itself, I want to be prepared. But you know, Don, there's still a feeling here in San Francisco of the rugged frontier days. Take the money, for instance. When you get a big bill change, you don't get it back in paper. You get it back in good, solid silver dollars. You know, it makes you feel like you've got something.
Yes, I've noticed that, Jack.
I tell you, Don, my suspenders have been so overworked, I had to take out pants insurance. Say, Don, another thing about this town, have you noticed how friendly and courteous everyone is? So hospitable.
Oh, yes, Jack, I've seldom seen people so polite.
Why, Don, only yesterday when I was out driving, I happened to go through a red light, and a policeman walked up to me and said, "Pull over to the curb, Mr. Wise Guy." Now, in what other city would they say Mr.? And, of course, Don, there's another great thing about San Francisco, and that's the climate. It's so invigorating, you know, it really peps you up.
Well, that's quite true, Jack, but they do have foggy weather here once in a while, don't they?
Well, Don, it isn't exactly foggy weather. I mean, you really wouldn't call it fog.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No. Of course, when you go out for your morning walk, it wouldn't hurt to wear a neon necktie. Oh, Don, you know, the fog here is like our Los Angeles rain. It's just a vicious rumor. Now, only last week I had to pump 80 gallons of rumor out of my cellar.
Oh, I know how it is. Jack, I wonder where the rest of our gang is.
Yeah, I hope they know we're broadcasting from the Western Women's Club.
Well, I'm sure Phil Harris does.
Oh, I know Phil does. He tried to get a room here. You know, Phil used to go to school in this town. He has a lot of friends here, but that's no excuse for being late. No, come in.
Mr. Benny, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I want to welcome you to San Francisco.
Well.
Now, if there's anything we can do to make your stay here pleasant, please call on us.
Well, thank you very much. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, keep that Maxwell off our new bridge.
How do you like that? Well, if you want to know something, Don, I already drove my Maxwell on the new bridge, and I got across almost to Oakland.
Well, you did? What happened?
Well, the car broke down, and it took 12 seagulls to pull it in. You know, I drove it up from Los Angeles.
Where's that phone, Jack?
It ain't the Oakland Ferry. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Gladys?
Yes, I'm calling for Phil Harris. He'll be over in 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Say, by the way, are you the Gladys I used to know?
I was, but I moved.
Phil certainly goes around with intelligent girls. Oh, hello, Mary. Welcome to San Francisco.
Hello.
You hear that? Say,
Yes, a nice hand you got there, Mary. They kind of like you in this town,
Oh,
huh?
I've got a lot of friends here, Jack. I know so many people.
Oh, sure. I almost forgot, folks. Mary's a local girl. She was born right here in San Francisco, weren't you, Mary?
Well, not right in San Francisco.
Oh, you mean not in the city itself?
That's it.
Oh, well. Where were you born? Was it Berkeley?
No.
Alameda?
No.
Sausalito?
No.
Where?
Seattle.
Well, that's only 2 inches away on a small map. It doesn't. Well, tell me, Mary, have you? Mary, have you been having any fun here? I mean, what have you been doing all week?
Oh, I've been all over. I went to the zoo and Steel Rocks, and yesterday I went to Chinatown.
Oh, Chinatown. Did you do any shopping?
Did I? I bought some pajamas and a kimono with a dragon on it and some chop suey.
Mmm.
And oh boy, am I sorry I told the man I was in a hurry.
Why?
He wrapped everything in one bundle.
Gee, chop suey and a kimono. Gee, the kimono must be all spotted.
No, but the dragon gained 3 pounds.
No, I didn't know they liked chop suey. Yeah.
And oh, Jack.
What?
I must tell you something that happened to me last night. It was awful.
What?
Well, I was sitting in the lobby of my hotel minding my own business.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden, my eye went at the cutest fella.
Oh.
Was I embarrassed.
Well, don't feel bad about it, Mary. That could be a nervous twitch, you know.
And then to make things worse, I had to go and drop my handkerchief right in front of him.
Oh, well, that was just an accident, that's all.
Yes, but when I said hello, I could have slapped my face.
Oh, I see. So you were flirting with this fellow in the lobby of the hotel, huh?
Yeah. We had more fun all evening. We laughed and talked and had the swellest time.
You did? Where'd you go?
No place. He was the bell captain.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're having a good time here, Mary. I really am.
I certainly am. But, oh, Jack, you know what?
What?
I forgot to write a poem about San Francisco.
Oh, isn't that tragic, Don?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Mary, you go over there in the corner and work on it. Write a poem.
Okay, Jack.
Say, Don, did the rest of the gang get here yet?
Well, Kenny just walked in.
Where?
There he is. He's going out again.
Kenny, come back here.
Gosh, was that for me?
Certainly, Kenny. What were you running away for?
Oh, I feel silly broadcasting from a woman's club.
That's nonsense, Kenny. Don's here. I'm here. Do I look silly?
You mean from where I'm standing?
Yes.
Yes.
If that last yes wasn't my echo, you're fired. Oh, Kenny, what have you been doing? Seeing the sights like the rest of us?
Oh, I've been getting around.
Oh.
Yesterday I saw the new bridges, and this morning I took a boat and went over to the World's Fair.
You did?
Yeah, and you know, Jack, there's hardly anyone over there. Gosh, they're not doing any business at all. It's terrible.
Kenny, they're still building the World's Fair. It won't be open until 1939.
Oh, then that fan dancer I saw must have been a carpenter.
Well, tell me, Kenny.
Oh, Jack, I'm getting along swell with my poem.
That's good. Tell me, Kenny, now that you've seen them, what do you think of those 2 new bridges?
Oh, they're pretty.
Pretty? Is that the way to describe those engineering masterpieces? Why, those 2 bridges are the result of men working and slaving and sweating day and night, pouring thousands and thousands of tons of concrete, erecting miles and miles of mighty steel cables, employing mechanical skill that will never be surpassed or even duplicated in the history of civilization.
How do you spell crab meat?
C-R-A-B-M-E-A-T. And you, Kenny Baker, you stand there and say those bridges are pretty. Those mighty triumphs of engineering. Now what do you say?
They're very pretty.
That's fine. I yell myself hoarse and get a very. Oh, well, sing your song, Kenny, and redeem yourself to our San Francisco friends here. Now, wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Oh, you again, huh?
Yeah, Phil Harris will be over in about 10 minutes.
Well, he better. Phil thinks he can go running around to all his girlfriends while the program is on. He's crazy.
How do you spell?
Oh, shut up. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
I'm going to sing When the Organ Played Oh Promise Me.
That sounds all right. That's fine. Now, hold it a minute, Kenny. Come in. Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is this the Western Women's Club?
Yes, it is.
Well, where are they? Woo-hoo! I must have packed him in my bag. He's got a head like an old shaving brush.
When I hear an organ in the twilight glow, it brings back sweet memories of long ago. Softly then the music fills my eager heart with love, so sweet and tender, my sweetheart. I can see you and I as we were in days gone by, when the mighty organ played, oh, promise me. I was yours, you were mine. It was orange blossom time, when the mighty organ played, oh, promise me. The day I placed that ring upon your finger will forever linger in my Though the years roll away, you're as sweet as yesterday, when the mighty organ played. Oh, promise me.
See how nice it is here, you see? Let's go. Very nice. That was When the Organ Played, Oh, Promise Me, sung by Kenny Baker. And you see, Kenny, you have nothing to worry about. You weren't a bit nervous.
Well, at first I was going to fly to pieces, but then I said to myself, Kenneth, take hold of yourself. And I did.
Oh, well, it sounded like it, Kenneth. I thought your voice was pretty.
Pretty? Is that the way to describe my voice when it took thousands and thousands of tons of concrete?
Oh, quiet. Concrete.
Jack,
What?
my poem is all finished. I think I've got something here.
Well, Mary, this is one time we'd all like to hear it. Wouldn't you, Don?
Yes, Jack, I think it will be very apropos.
Oh, you do, eh?
Kenny, stop showing off. Go ahead, Mary. Let's hear your poem now.
Okay. San Francisco. Oh, San Francisco, San Francisco. You're the town I can't resist-o. I like your parks and civic center. It's cool in summer, warm in winter.
Winter? That's good.
And your harbor filled with water.
Wait a minute, Mary.
Oh, darn it.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Tell Phil to get right over here to work.
All right, slave driver.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead. Huh?
Where was I?
In the harbor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And your harbor filled with water, and your good old fisherman's wharf, with its lobster and its crab meat. Gee, I cannot get a north.
A north? Boy, that was a torque one, wasn't it, huh? Wasn't it, Horwitz? Huh? Go ahead. ahead.
I climbed your hills and cars and cables. I would have walked if I was able.
Able.
And after that, I took a boat and sailed right through your golden boat.
Goat, that's golden gate. Is that all? Is that all there is to the poem? Huh?
Yes, that's
Now,
all.
wait a minute, Barry. Wait a minute. What about our, well, you know.
Oh, yes, John, I'm sorry. Last verse, all out. San Francisco oft reminds us, footprints in the sands of time. Yellow, 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime. Boom.
Well, that was a surprise to me, Mary, and I think you did very well considering the time you had to prepare it, you know. And now, folks.
Hello, Jack, old boy. Here I am.
Here I am.
Am I late?
I don't know, Phil. Where are you going? Am I late, huh?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but we were playing an engagement in Sacramento last night, and we had to drive in.
Well, the boys in your orchestra got here on time.
I know, but I had to stay and sweep up the dance floor.
Now, Phil, that's a lie.
And then to make things worse, on the way in, I had to stop and have my car fixed.
I know, Phil. The mechanic called up 3 times. His name is Gladys. Anyway, you can't put anything over on me. I know where you were, and it's not to your credit to be seen with every girl in town. You don't see me running around.
Well, it's your own fault. I wanted you to go out with me and meet some of these girls, didn't I? I could have gotten you a swell date.
Oh, sure, like the girl you fixed me up with on New Year's Eve. That Dolores Del Schmutz. Boy, was she a mess.
Have you seen her since?
Yes, Phil. Last Wednesday, I had a nightmare. The last time I'll ever go to sleep. And another thing, Phil, why do you always mix pleasure with business? Does Castellanos let his social life interfere with his work? Does Stokowski come in late on account of girls?
You would if he had my little red book.
You and your little red book. I've got a book, too, haven't I, Mary?
Yeah, it came with the telephone.
Yeah, it came with the telephone. Yeah, it came with the telephone. Yeah. Next time you want me to read a poem. All right, Phil, now that you finally got here, you might as well do your stuff. What's it going to be?
We're going to play By Mere Bis Duchesne. Had a little trouble with it.
Yes, you did. Well, Schlepperman had a hard time teaching it to you. The little Norwegian ditty there. Oh, well. Oh, wait a minute, Phil. There's the phone. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Well, what do you want now?
I'm calling for Phil Harris. He says he'll be over in a little while.
Now, wait a minute. Phil Harris is standing here right now.
Then who's this guy?
Aha, you see, Phil, competition. Think that over while you're playing the next number.
Please let me explain. By mere Bis Duchesne means that you're grand. By mere biscuit chain. Again, I'll explain. It means that you're the fairest in the land. I could say Bella, Bella, even say Wunderbar. Each language only helps me tell you how grand you are. Again, I'll explain by mere biscuit chain. So kiss me and say you understand.
By mere beast and chain, played by the orchestra with a vocal refrain by Phil Harris. That was swell, Phil. You ought to sing more often. That's what they tell me. Oh. Didn't you think Phil did a great job, Don?
Oh, yes, Jack. I thought he handled it with unusual esprit.
What was that?
Well, I say I thought he handled it with unusual esprit.
Oh, yes, quite.
Oh, that means spirit.
Well, why didn't you say so? Esprit. That's the ring in Spanish on me.
No, esprit is a French word, Jack.
A French word?
Of course.
Certainly.
Yeah. Well, so much for our trip to Europe. Huh? Now, fellas, not meaning to change the subject, but as long as we're here in San Francisco, come in.
Hello, fellas. Hiya, bud.
Well, Andy, I didn't expect you up here in San Francisco. You told me you couldn't make it.
Well, I didn't think I could, Buck, but Ma and Pa wanted to come, so I thought I'd treat them to a little vacation.
Oh. What did you do, motor up?
No, we took the night train. Ma slept in the lower berth, and Pa and me shared the upper.
Well, the two of you in an upper berth, you must have had trouble getting undressed.
Undressed? We couldn't even get our hats off.
Oh, that must have been awful. Huh?
Well, we wouldn't have minded that so much, but our dog wouldn't get off the pillow.
Oh, your dog was in there, too. My goodness.
She sure picked a fine place to have pup.
Gee, that must have been uncomfortable. Are you going back on the train?
Oh, I don't think so. Pa got in the crap game with the porter and lost her return ticket.
Well, don't worry, Andy. I'll lend you some money.
What are you doing up here?
Tell me, Andy, have you been having any fun looking over the town?
Yeah, I've been all over. Say, Buck, before I leave, I'd like to go to Chinatown and get some of that Chinese hank.
Oh, you mean chop suey, huh? Well, that's a coincidence, Andy, because I was just going to invite the gang down there and treat them to a real dinner. How about it, fellas?
Okay.
Mary, call up and reserve a table. I know a swell place. I've got the address here somewhere. Oh, here's that card. Ling Fu chop suey like Mother used to make. See, my mother never made any. Call them up, Mary.
What's the number?
Just ask for Ling Fu in Chinatown.
Okay. Operator, get me Ling Fu's restaurant in Chinatown. Hold the line, please.
Now, fellas, remember, the whole party's on me. I'm buying.
Here's your party. You better talk, Jack.
Okay. Hello?
Hello. Ling Fu restaurant.
Now, listen. I want to reserve a table for 6. We'll be over in about 15 minutes.
Who is it, please?
This is Jack Benny.
Jack Blenny? Blenny?
No, Benny. The L is silent. Now, look, we want you to fix us up some real Chinese dishes. You know, just give us enough chow mein and chop suey for 6. Mix them up, you know.
Okay.
Now, what can we have for dessert?
Oh, we got nuts, nice cookies, kumquat, sing pao fu, and jello.
Oh, Jell-O.
Yes, slow belly, light belly, jelly, orange, lemon, and lime. Look at the big light letters on the block.
Hey, Don, did you hear that?
You sled it.
Well, all right, we'll be over in a few minutes. Now, look, by the way, how much will all this cost, approximately?
The party's off.
Mary, I'm just asking. How much?
Slick the paper and slick dollar.
$6 for chop suey? Why, I never heard of that. Now listen, Ling Fu.
Me no me black boy.
Oh, well, let me talk to the boss. Ling Fu.
Okay, here yes.
Hello, Ling Fu?
Hello, Slinger.
Why, Slapperman.
Quiet, you're talking to Ling Fu.
Well, tell me, Slap, what are you doing in Chinatown? I mean, how do you happen to be running a restaurant?
Well, I'll tell you, Jackie. I figured like this. Everybody likes chop suey. I look good in a kimono. So what am I waiting for? Time matches up.
Oh, I can just picture you in a kimono. Say, you must look like a real Chinaman, man.
Yeah, but there's only one thing wrong.
What's that?
A pigtail I wouldn't wear. You know me, Jack. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah, went to town. I don't blame you. Now, look, Slap, we're all coming over for chop suey. Now, what else have you got there that's good, you know?
Oh, Jackie boy, have I got a special dish prepared for you. You'll love it.
A special dish, huh? What is it?
Egg foo young with matzo balls.
Say, that sounds tempting. Let's see. What else have you got?
Well, they got some nice gefilte yakimen. And listen, Jack, if you want a real A number one delicacy,
yes,
you must try our Wa Su Ying Lu Tao.
Hey, I've never heard of that. What is it?
Confidentially, it's herring.
Oh, well, look, smuggle a little of it on my plate.
Look under the right.
Okay. Now, we'll be right over. Wait, I've never seen your place, Slap. How will I find it?
Oh, you can't miss it, Jack. There's a big sign in the front.
A sign? What does it say?
Cleaning, pressing, and chop suey.
Oh, fine. We'll be right over. Goodbye, Slap.
Goodbye. Chinatown. You eat so much you forward, darling.
Well, fellas, come on, fellas. Let's go.
Hey, Jack, what about the program?
Oh, it's almost over anyway. Come on, fellas. We'll go to something.
Here's one swell dessert to give any meal a happy ending. Serve Jell-O chocolate pudding for dessert and listen to the family cheer. For Jell-O chocolate pudding is downright delicious. It has a real full chocolate flavor, a tempting rich chocolate color, and a smooth consistency that's creamy and luscious. Jell-O chocolate pudding is made with the same wholesome ingredients you'd use yourself in your own homemade chocolate pudding. But it's far quicker and easier to prepare. Just combine the contents of one package with milk, then cook and stir over a low flame until it's thick and smooth. Take just a few minutes and you have a perfect dessert. If you like, you can vary it with toasted nut meats, raisins, or crisp shredded coconut. Directions are in every package. Jell-O chocolate pudding sells for the same low price as Jell-O. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate pudding.
Say, Ling Fu's got great food, isn't he? Give me some more tea, Don.
Oh, here you are, Jack.
That was the last number of the 15th program in the new Jell-O series. And
lemon or cream?
Lemon, Don. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood.
Here, chop suey tastes good.
Yeah, I like it, too.
Yeah, man.
Ouch! Kenny, look out for those chopsticks.
Oh, look, Jack, I found a sardine under my rice.
Give me that. Good night, folks. Yum, 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 yum.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. Yes, let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. And that's because LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco that gives you smoothness and mildness. And no wonder, for years, Lucky Strike has maintained America's largest and most complete cigarette research laboratory. Prior to the auctions, the buyers for Lucky Strike send sample tobacco leaves from all tobacco growing areas to this great laboratory for scientific analysis. to help determine which tobaccos are really fine. And this is only one phase of the constant research that helps guarantee smoothness and mildness in every single Lucky Strike you smoke. So, smoke a Lucky. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again it is my pleasure to introduce the star of our show. And since today is March the 5th...
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Phil Harris, the one and only...
Phil. That introduction was for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad, but when Donzie said 5th, I just naturally opened my mouth.
Well, cork it up again and sit down. Continue, Don.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the month of March. And as you all know, March comes in like a lion and goes out like a ham. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. This is Jack Benny talking, and Donzie boy, for your information, the word is lamb, not ham.
I know, Jack. I was only trying to be cute.
Well, Don, when I want something your size to be cute, I'll get an elephant that toe dances. So the next time...
Oh, Jack, let's not start off the program with an argument.
Mary, please, I'm admonishing Don for being overly facetious. That new writer I've got is working out swell. Anyway, Don, there are more interesting things to talk about in the month of March.
Oh, you're right, Jack. I guess I could have talked about March 21st.
Yes, that's the first day of spring.
Or March 17th.
That's St. Patrick's Day.
Or March 15th.
That's... Yes! Mary, don't make me nervous.
Hey, Jackson, what's so exciting about March the 15th?
Well, since you don't seem to know, Phil, I'll tell you. March 15th is the day you pay your income tax.
Income tax? What's that?
Phil, income tax is a portion of a man's salary that is sent to the government to help the financial support of the country.
Gee, this is interesting.
As a matter of fact, when a man receives a salary check, it already has a basic deduction of 20%.
20%?
That's 1/5.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Phil Harris. Sorry, Dad, it slipped out subconscientiously.
Well, go sit down. Anyway, if I'm going to discuss income tax, I should talk to Alice, not to one of her dependents.
Jack, why do you keep insulting Phil like that? You treat him like he's a nobody. And he's got a lot of talent.
Tell him, Livy, lay it on him.
He has a great personality and a lot of charm.
Loaded with it.
He even writes his own songs and leads a band.
Keep talking, Bon Emmy. You ain't scratched the surface.
He also sings and makes records.
Oh, well, won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy.
And not only that, he...
What's the matter?
Just talking about him made me sick.
I know what you mean, Mary. Now, look, kids. Hey, you had a lot to do today, didn't you? Look, kids, let's not waste any more time. I want to see that everything is right before our guest star arrives. As you know, we're going to be honored today by the presence of one of England's most famous daughters, Miss Sarah Churchill.
Oh, she's the daughter of Winston Churchill, isn't she?
Yes, Don, when she gets here, I want everybody on their good behavior. In fact, I made a few notes on that subject. Mary, did I give you the paper with the notes on it?
Well, yes, Jack, here it is.
Good, read it, will you?
Okay. To the boys in the orchestra. If the musical arrangement calls for the trombone section to be muted, please hold a derby in front of the horn instead of stuffing your socks into it.
That's right.
That's right, Barry. Very good, good.
And to those who have no tuxedos, keep your coats buttoned so the bibs to your overalls don't show.
Yeah. And another thing, kids, when Miss Churchill arrives, I want everybody to stand up. Now, come on, let's rehearse it once. Everybody, including the orchestra. Stand up. Very good, very good. Now, sit down. Now, Mary, you're the only girl in the cast, so I think it's up to you. Oh, that must be Miss Churchill now. Come on, everybody. Up. That's it. Good, good. Coming.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Come on, kid.
Why is everybody standing up?
Well, that's to show respect.
Well, it's about time. I've got 2 shows, you know.
Sit down, boys. Dennis, for your information, we were expecting Miss Sarah Churchill.
Who's she?
Who's she? Miss Churchill is not only a great actress, but she also happens to be the daughter of Winston Churchill.
Who's he?
Dennis, think back to the years of the war.
Okay.
Now, who was it who went from London to Casablanca? Then the next thing you heard, he was in Paris, Tehran, Yalta, and Potsdam. Now, who was it?
Bob Hope.
Yeah, and Jerry Colonna was in the House of Lords. Anyway, since Bob Hope's daughter, Sarah Churchill, hasn't arrived yet, let's have your song, will
Okay.
you? Okay.
They met in the spring under blossoming trees. A song of romance seemed to dance on the breeze. And who saw him kiss her and whisper about the blossoms, pretty blossoms on the bough? He left her a dream and a tear in her eye, a kiss on her lips to remember him by. Who said forget him, but didn't say how. The blossoms, pretty blossoms on the bough. Oh, sometimes words may be spoken that later prove untrue, and sometimes a promise is broken as hearts are broken too. A year has gone by, it's springtime again. She waits all alone and she sighs now and then. Who knows her story and weeps with her now? The blossoms, pretty blossoms on the bough.
Sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And you want to know something, kid?
What?
I don't mind praising you and giving you compliments because you haven't got a head for it to go to.
Thank you.
And now, oh, kids, I almost forgot. When Miss Churchill gets here, I'm going to invite her over to my house for dinner this evening. I want you all to come.
Well, it's about time, Jackson. I haven't had dinner at your house since September the 10th.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. It hasn't been that long since you've had dinner at my house.
It was September the 10th, and I got the canceled check to prove it.
God, how time flies. Anyway, kids, don't forget to be at my... Oh, that must be Miss Churchill now. All right, everybody. Up. Coming. Well, hello, Miss Churchill.
Hello, Mr. Bennett.
Come in, Miss Churchill. Come in.
Mr. Benny, why is the orchestra standing up?
Well, I thought it was a kind of a nice thing to do. You know?
Oh, I see. Thank you. That chap in the Shakespearean costume is rather cute.
A Shakespearean costume?
Yeah. That fellow at the drums. He's wearing tights.
Tights? Oh, my goodness, Sammy forgot his pants. Sit down, gentlemen, and fast. Well, Miss Churchill, it's really swell seeing you again. The last time I saw you was during my visit to London.
That's right. You were appearing at the Palladium Theatre.
Yes, and you know, I never did get a chance to thank you. It was nice of you to come backstage to see me.
It was nice of you to ask me.
And it was nice of you to attend my opening.
It was nice of you to sell me a ticket.
Yes. But, gee, I was thrilled in London. All those historical sites there, Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey, Piccadilly Circus, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the changing of the...
Mr. Benny.
Uh-huh?
The Leaning Tower of Pisa is in Italy.
Oh. Well, doesn't it lean over into London just a little? You know, maybe a teensy-weensy bit?
I'm afraid not.
Well... Live and learn, I always say. Oh, Miss Churchill, I'd like you to meet the members of my cast. You remember Mary. You met her in London.
Hello, Miss Churchill. Hello, Mary. Oh, please, everybody call me Sarah.
Well, thank you. And Sarah, this is my orchestra leader, Phil Harris. I'm sure you remember him. He also appeared with us at the Palladium.
Oh, yes. Old ham hocks and turnip greens.
That's me. He's proud of it yet. Now, Sarah, this is my announcer, Don Wilson.
Nice meeting you, Mr. Wilson.
Well, I'm thrilled, Miss Churchill, and I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you that I've always been a great admirer of your father.
Well, thank you.
In fact, we all admire your father.
That's right, Mary.
What does he do?
Phil.
I didn't say nothing wrong. What does he do?
He's a painter.
Very good, Sarah, but on him it was lost. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, there's just one more member of the cast I'd like you to meet. This is our singing star, Dennis Day.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
How do you do, Miss Churchill? Deucedly jolly of you to guest on our little wireless jamboree today. You're bubble and squeak and a penny a pitch.
Now, Dennis, be sensible or I'll have to admonish you for being facetious.
What does that mean?
I'm going to crush your head like an egg. So watch it, kid.
By the way, Sarah, are you enjoying your stay in America?
Oh, very much. There are certain things that still puzzle me.
Puzzle you? What are they?
Well, your movies, for instance. Last night I went to see a very funny picture called Francis. It's an amazing story about a talking mule.
A talking mule? Yeah, that is amazing.
Yes. Such grammar.
Grammar?
I know exactly what you mean, sir. I seen Francis, and once when that mule was talking, instead of the past perfect tense, he used the past indicative and wound up with a dangling participle.
Well, now, that's very interesting, Mr. Harris. Are you a student of grammar?
Yes, ma'am. There ain't nothing I don't know about English.
Well, Sarah, now that you've paid us a compliment of being with us today, is there anything we can do to entertain you? Is there anything you'd like to see? One of our sketches or, well, anything?
Well, Jack, I've always listened to your program, and years ago you used to do Western sketches in which you played the part of Buck Benny.
Uh-huh.
Well, I always enjoyed those so much. Would it be possible for you to do one today?
You mean Buck Benny rides again? Why, certainly. Gosh, we haven't done that for so long. It'll be fun for us, too.
Do you think you could find a part in it for me?
You? In a Western? I mean, playing the part of a cowgirl?
Well, Jack, I think I could do it so well you wouldn't even have to admonish me.
Admonish you?
Yes. You've been using that word as though it was something new.
Well, it is to me. You see, I have a new writer now. but there is a part in the sketch of a school marm that I think you would enjoy doing.
Oh, I'm sure I will. Sarah, I've been meaning to ask you, for being a guest on Jack's program, is he paying you in dollars or pounds?
Well, to be frank, Mary, when I brought up the subject of money, Jack said we could settle that after the show.
Oh, brother.
Why, what's wrong?
Now you're going to find out what your father meant by blood, sweat, and tears.
Mary, stop that. Now, if we're going to do our sketch, let's get started. Now, come on, Don, you set the scene, and then we'll...
Mr. Benny, have you got a part for me in it?
Huh? Oh, Mel Blanc. Now, let's see. Yes, Mel, I may have a part for you, but it won't be very important, you know.
Oh, I don't care. I'll do anything. Really, Mr. Benny, I don't care.
Oh, fine, Mel, fine. Now, Don, set the scene. So... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What is it, Rochester?
Just thought I'd tell you I'm preparing the dinner you're giving for Miss Churchill.
Good, good. How's the roast beef coming along?
Pretty good, boss, but I've never seen a piece of meat with so much fat on it.
What are you talking about? That roast wasn't so fat.
It wasn't. When it melted down, I oiled everything in the house, filled the car, and sold the rest to Glenn McCarthy.
Glenn McCarthy?
He's laying a pipeline tomorrow.
Rochester, stop being so silly. And don't forget, when you're making out the place cards, I want Miss Churchill to sit at my right.
Yes.
And by the way, Rochester, did you make that phone call?
Yes, sir. I called Washington like you told me to.
Uh-huh.
But they said that even though you're giving a dinner for someone from Europe, you have to pay for it yourself. It has nothing to do with the Marshall Plan.
Well, forget it. It was just a thought. See you later, Rochester. Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Yes?
What time are you going to bring your guests for dinner?
Right after the program.
Oh, then I better go lock the door to the back porch.
Why?
You don't want people coming in to use the Bendix while you've got company.
Well, I don't mind them using the machine, but hanging the clothes in the living room is murder. Last night I had some friends in, and we had to watch television through Ronald Coleman's underwear. Anyway, I'm glad you thought of that, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Where were we?
You were getting ready to start the sketch, Buck Benny Rise Again.
Oh, yes. Now, Sarah, the action of our play takes place way out west, where men are men and women are women.
Well, you can't ask for a better arrangement than that.
No, ma'am. All right, Don, set the scene. Buck Benny Rides Again.
Ladies and gentlemen, our play tonight opens at the ranch of that fearless, hard-riding cowboy, Buck Benny. Curtain music.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande. I learned to ride for I learned to stand, but I can't sing with this lousy band. Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay. Well, I better mosey down to the corral and see how my foreman, Cassidy, is doing. Oh, here he comes now.
Morning, Buck.
Morning, drag-along. Say, Drag, what you blushing about?
Well, just a few minutes ago I did something silly.
What was that?
I was sitting on my horse singing Empty Saddle.
I see what you mean. You're the only man I know who rides side saddle on both sides. Well, I'm going into town. I want to see what's going on at the Golden Nugget. So long, drag-along.
So long, Buck. Easy getting up on that horse.
Don't worry about me. Steady, boys, steady. Steady there.
Buck, you're supposed to get up on the other side.
Oh, Mel don't care. Steady, boys, steady. Here we are. Giddy up, citation. Giddy up. Ah, here's the Golden Nugget. Whoa, boy. Doggone, just once I'd like to come in through the door. Now, there's my girlfriend, Calamity Livingston. Hiya, Calamity.
Hi, Buick.
Buick? That's Buck.
I'm sorry, those holes in your head fooled me.
fools everybody. Well, Calamity, how about having a drink with me?
Don't mind if I do.
Good. Bartender, bourbon and water.
What's for the lady?
The water. Stand aside, Calamity. I want to hear some music. I'm going to play that jukebox at the other end of the room.
You got a nickel?
Who needs a nickel? See that coin slot?
Yep.
From this valley break where you're going, we shall miss your sweet face and your smile. Just because you are weary and tired, you are changing your ring for a while.
Then come sit here a while ere I leave you. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowgirl who loved you so true.
Oh, so true. There is never a rough, rough lucky. It's a cigarette most people buy. 'Cause they're made of that fine like tobacco. Let your taste and your throat tell you why.
LSM, NFC in the moonlight. LSM, NFC through the day. It's for smoothness and mildness of lucky. LSM, NFC all the way.
All the way. LSM, NFC in Kentucky. LSM, NFC in Purdue. LSM, NFC in Saskatchewan. Lucky Strike, we love you. We
Well, Buck, how are things down at the... Why, Buck, you're crying.
Them ballads always get me. I guess because I'm the sentimental type.
Hey, Buck, I've been looking for you.
What's wrong, Dragalong?
Cattle rustlers just raided the new school barns place.
Cattle rustlers, doggone, they've been terrorizing this area for nigh on to 20 years. Come on, let's rush over there. See you later, Calamity. There's the schoolma'am's house over yonder. Here we are. Whoa!
Ula mai ko dong ai chẳng muốn tôi nhận tôi sẽ cái hết thằng có nhiều thằng ngô thằng. Ảo là sắp tôi là mà lý sao phải số ngày long.
Boy, he really threw me that time. How am I ever going to get out of China?
You're not in China. Those are my houseboys.
Oh, who are you, ma'am?
I'm the new schoolma'am, Sarah Jones, whose father has just bought the old T-Bar ranch. But the rustlers are trying to steal our cattle to force us to sell the land cheap because they know that the old abandoned mine under it really has a rich vein of gold which we do not know about at all, I reckon.
Well, that takes care of the plot. Can you talk a little more Western?
I sure can, partner.
Huh?
I reckon.
Good. Now, what's this I hear about cattle rustlers? They've been a-bothering you?
Yep. They took all my cows except that... Oh, look.
What's wrong?
There's an Indian coming towards us.
Oh, yeah. But he don't look dangerous. I'll talk to him. How?
Me friend. Me tired. Make long journey. Come all way from Hudson River.
Hudson River? Why they call river Hudson?
You have to step down to get into it.
Oh, well, what do you want?
Nothing. Me just come to do joke. Goodbye.
Just came to do the joke, eh? Watch this, Sarah.
Buck, you shot that poor Indian right through the head.
Oh, Mel don't care. Now tell me, Missy Ma'am, about those rustlers. You see any of them?
Yep, I saw the leader. He's a medium-built fella, kind of cute looking. He's a Mexican.
A Mexican?
Yep, here he comes now.
Whoa, tamale, whoa. Hello, senorita. You too, gringo. Stick up your hands, for I am the Mexican bandit, Senor Deniso McNulty.
So you're the bandit, eh?
Si, senor.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, hombre, robbing poor women.
Oh, I cannot help being a bandit, senor.
What do you mean you can't help it?
I won the giant jackpot on the radio quiz program, and I'm doing this to pay the taxes.
Oh.
What you do before you became a bandit?
Oh, senorita, I was a bullfighter. I was the most dashing, the boldest, the fightingest, the most reckless, the bravest, the most fearless bullfighter in all Mexico.
Well, why did you quit?
I'm a little yellow.
Senior McNulty, why don't you reform and get to be an honest citizen like Buck Benny?
Like him? Ho, ho, ho. I am laughing.
Why? What's wrong with me?
You are supposed to be the great cowboy. Can you roll a cigarette with one hand?
Not on these programs. Now, Deniso, because we're a little late, I'll arrest you in the name of the law.
To arrest me, you must catch me first. Giddy up, tamale, giddy up.
Quick, he went that way. Let's grab our pinchos and we can head that hombre over the pass, partner.
That was my line, Sarah, but you read it swell. Come on. Let's get our horses and chase him. We're a-gaining on him.
Yep. Why do we keep passing the same scenery?
They expect it in Western. Now, where's my guns? We're close enough for me to take a shot at him. I gotta take careful aim now. I got a beat on him. There. Oh.
Buck, what happened?
I shot my own horse. Look, my poor horse is dead.
Well, that's all right. Mel don't care.
Ah, yes. Now, come on, Sarah. Let's go to the Golden Nugget and play the jukebox.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. And that's because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco that gives you smoothness and mildness with never a rough puff. Listen to what Mr. Linwood L. Sturdivant, an independent tobacco warehouseman from Lewisburg, North Carolina, recently said.
I've seen plenty of tobacco bought and sold, about 150 million pounds. And year after year, I've seen Lucky Strike by fine light leaf that makes extra enjoyable smoking. I've smoked Luckies for 11 years.
Millions of smokers, including the famous movie and television star Robert Montgomery, take a tip from the experts and smoke Lucky Strike. Just recently, Mr. Montgomery said,
Luckies are really smooth. That's why I smoke them regularly. And for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, light up a Lucky. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. Get a carton today.
Thank you very much, Miss Churchill. Good night, everybody.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Way Down Yonder in Seattle. Cold summer or winter, Jell-O is a mighty grand dessert. Yes, sir, the sun may be shining where you folks live, or it may be snowing outdoors. But snow or sun, you'll discover that there's no finer treat than Jell-O. Jell-O is a dessert that's always good, always suitable to every season. It's a dessert that everybody likes, everywhere, every time. Because Jell-O has such a gay, inviting look, a colorful beauty that's one of its biggest attractions. And you simply can't beat Jell-O for rich, refreshing flavor, a flavor that rivals the juicy ripe fruit itself. So order Jell-O tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Incidentally, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O are now better than ever. Both have a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a truly distinctive goodness. Serve a tempting mold of Jell-O tomorrow. In Seattle, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that Jack Benny has not yet returned from his trip to New York City. However, he will be back with us next Sunday, and in the meantime...
No kidding, Don. Ain't Jackson going to be on the show tonight?
No, Bill. He wired me saying he seems to be late in New York. The big business deal is holding him up.
A big business deal?
Yes.
He's probably sitting in a restaurant waiting for the other guy to pick up the check. I know Jack.
No, I'm serious, Mary. He won't be back until tomorrow.
Well, what am I waiting for? Hello again. This is Smiling Phil Harris talking. And, folks, here's the hot one. You know, folks, a funny thing happened. A manicurist says to a guy in a barber shop, "Shall I file your nails?" And he says, "No, honey, just throw them away." Ain't that a lulu?
Now, just a minute, Phil, just a minute. I'm sorry, but you can't be the master of ceremonies tonight. Jack has arranged to have Herbert Marshall take over the show.
You mean Herbert Marshall, that big movie star?
Yep, sir.
Gee, Herbert Marshall. I wish I'd known about this before. My hair's a mess.
Mine, too.
I wonder if we'll have time to go to the beauty parlor.
Say, Don, what time is Mr. Marshall getting here?
Well, Rochester went over to pick him up. He should be here any minute.
You know, I'm pretty anxious to get acquainted with that guy. I never met him.
Well, don't say ain't never in front of him. You'll scare him away.
Don't worry now. I can be highbrow. When I put on the dog, you'd think I was graduated from Oxnard.
Oxnard? You mean Oxford?
All right, I got my towns mixed up. But you don't have to worry about, fellas. I can be just as risky as he is. You don't have to be risky, Phil. I've known Bart Marshall for years. He's a grand person.
Hello, fellas.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, boy, guess who I just saw out in the hall?
Who?
The big movie star, Hubert Marshall.
Hubert? You mean Herbert Marshall. You're bad as still.
Oh. Well, Dennis, why didn't you bring him here with you? Miss Marshall's taking Jack's place on the program tonight.
Gosh, if I'd have known that, I'd have faked the trumpet.
Hey, Don, don't you think you want to go out and get Marshall?
Yeah, don't lose him.
Well, maybe that's him now. Come in. Pardon me, is it the Jell-O program? Well, Bart, come right on in. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm awfully sorry I'm late, Don, but Jack sent his man over in a Maxwell to pick me up. Yes, we had some tire trouble.
Oh, did one of the tires blow out?
One would have been nothing. It sounded like a gangster movie.
I know, Bart. I rented that car. Oh, pardon me. I don't believe you know the other members of our cast. This is Mary Livingston, our leading lady.
Hello, Mr. Marshall.
How do you do, Miss Livingston? I've heard you on the air so often I feel we're old friends.
Gee.
So, let's not be formal. I'll call you Mary and you call me Bart.
Gee.
You know, I'm not used to this sort of work. I hope I make good tonight.
You made good with me already.
Well.
And Bart, this is Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Marshall, if I'm not too excited.
Calm down, Dennis. Calm down. Hey, Don, how about giving me a knockdown? Oh, yes. Bart, this is Phil Harris, our musical director.
Glad to know you, Mr. Harris.
Put it there, Herbie. What's cooking?
What's cooking?
Yeah, you know, are you diving? Are you solid? Are you on the beam?
Solid on the beam.
He means, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
The worst fellow, isn't he?
Well, Bart, you'll just have to get used to Phil. Musicians are like that.
Oh, are they? Well, I'm sure we'll all get along beautifully, although it's rather difficult coming in here on such a short notice.
I'm sure Jack appreciates it. Hey, Herbie, I can't figure this out. Are you pals with Jackson?
Jackson?
You mean Jack?
Oh, yes. Well, then, I would have an interpreter for this fellow. Well, Phil, no, we're not exactly pals, but I've known Jack for some time.
Oh, did you work in a picture together?
No, I've never had that pleasure.
Well, then, did you meet him at a party or something?
No, ours is more of a business relationship. You see, for years now, Jack has been selling me Christmas cards. Very nice one, too.
Christmas cards? Holy smokes!
He meets more darn people that way.
Well, let's get on with the program, shall we? I think the musical selection should be in order. You have an orchestra, haven't you, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, them's it.
Them's it.
Yeah, them boys sitting over there is it. What's the matter? Don't you speak English?
Well, frankly, old boy, I'm beginning to wonder. Amazing creature, isn't he?
He certainly is, Bart. Well, what are you going to play, Phil? Well, it's an original composition written by myself entitled That's What I Like About the South.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, and I'm going to sing a couple of choruses, too.
I've got a good notion to take Herbert Marshall and go home.
Now, don't you believe her, Herbie. It's going to be a great number.
All right, let's get it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you will have a band numbered by Phil Harris and his band. Play, Phil.
Come with me to Alabama. Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and boiling hammy. That's what I like about South. Right there you can make no mistake. You wear your nerves, I'll never shake you. I'll take the leg, that's what I like about South. She's got big ribs and candy jams, so sugar cured. She's eating the ham, face was full of those berry jams, and that's what I like about South. Hot cornbread, like I see, you can eat as much as you please. Salt is never out of season, and that's what I like about South. Don't take one, have two, there's Don Brown, it's got the two. Two cheese ain't much to you, so that's what I like about South. And way down where the game goes, all down where they say you all walk on in with that southern drawl, so that's what I like about South. It's down where they have those pretty queens to do the greenin', those green strings, let's sip that absinthe to do Orleans, that's what I like about South. Come old Bob with all the news, got the box that coat and the button shoes, all caught up with his union shoes, and that's what I like about the South. He's come old Roy down the street, who can't see Jeremy Dublin too. He's a swallow, sleep, but he don't even know no swallow. He's got ham hocks and butter beans, spare ribs and turnip greens, spotted grouse and New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South.
That's what I like about the South, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, with the vocal chorus by Mr. Harris. Did you really write that number, Phil?
Yep, every word of it. Ham hocks, butter beans, backbones, turnip greens. Don't that make your mouth water, Herbie?
Yes, it's one of the most appetizing songs I've ever heard. By the way, how did you happen to compose a number like that?
He was hungry.
Very good, Mary.
Oh, now cut that out. No, that wasn't it at all. There's a lot of songs about June and moon and love, so I figured I'd write about food.
Food, huh?
Yeah, just give me a cookbook and a piano, and I'm going to town.
That's very interesting. I had no idea you had such a gastronomical outlook.
Yes, Astronomical? Hey, I better write that down. That's a longing.
A longing?
Well, he means a long word.
Oh, but why did he write them down?
He puts them in his scrapbook. He's making his own dictionary.
Yeah, I got over 300 of them, but I forget what they mean.
I see, yes. He gets more fantastic every minute.
Oh, by the way, Bart, did Jack mention in his wire about our sketch this evening?
Why, no, he didn't. What sketch do you mean?
Well, we were going to do our version of Somerset Maugham's great play, The Letter. You know, the picture you made recently with Betty Davis, and Jack was going to play Herbert Marshall.
Well, that's very flattering.
And I was just wondering, Bart, since Jack isn't here, perhaps you'd be willing to play your part yourself.
Well,
You think you can do it, Gilbert?
Well, Bart, how about it? Would you like to join the Benny Little Theater group?
Why, yes, it might be fun. I'll tell you what. Dennis, you sing your song, and then we'll do our version of The Letter.
Oh, why bother? Let's just play post office.
That might be fun, too. But I think we better do The Letter first. Now, you, Mary, you will be my leading lady.
Somebody pinch me, I'm dreaming. Oh, Dennis!
I'm sorry, Miss Livingston.
Oh, go ahead and sing.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mary, New York calling.
New York? Probably Jack. Hello? Put him on. Oh, hello, Jack. How are you? I know it's long distance, but how much does it cost to say how are you? All right, forget it. So, Jack, how did your business deal come out? Yeah? Yeah?
What about that business deal, Mary?
Alan finally paid the check. What's that, Jack? Yes, he's right here. I'll put him on. He wants to talk to you, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. Hello. Oh, hello, Jack. How are you? Sorry, old man. I forgot it was long distance. What? No, you don't have to do that at all. No. But really, old boy, I don't expect anything. Very well if you insist. Thanks awful. Goodbye.
Well, I'll be darned. Is Jackson going to pay you for being on the program tonight?
No, but next year I get my Christmas card for nothing. Let's have your song, Dennis.
Yours in the gray of December, here on far distant shores, I've never loved anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours? This night has music, the sweetest music. It echoes something within my heart. I hold you near me, oh darling, hear me. I have a message I must impart. Cuando te quiere de veras, como te quiero yo a ti, es imposible mi cielo separarnos y vivir. Cuando te pierdes de verdad, como te quiero yo a ti. I've never loved
Sierra Mamito, sung by Dennis Day, and a very beautiful number. You know, Dennis, I like the way you sang part of it in English and part in Spanish. That's quite a linguistic.
Yeah, linguistic.
And now let's have a go at our sketch battle. I'll play the same role I had in the picture, that of Robert Crosby, the rubber planter, and Mary, you'll be my wife, Leslie Crosby. It's a very typical role.
Let's rehearse a little. Kiss me, darling.
Later, Mary. Now, let's see. We'll need a barrister. Phil, you think you can handle the part of the lawyer?
Absolutely, old boy. How do you want me to play it? Gastronomical or linguistic?
A little of each. Well, I think that about takes care of the casting.
Hey, Mr. Marshall, am I going to be in the play?
Well, in a way, Dennis. You see, you enact the role of the man who's been murdered. But unfortunately, as the story opens, you are already dead.
Oh, no dialogue, eh?
Well, hardly. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Then I might as well go over in the corner and have a chair.
That's a good idea.
Of course, it'll be more believable if I lay down on the floor.
Very well, you can lie on the floor.
But if I do that, I'll get my new suit wrinkled.
Young man, let's not worry so much, shall we?
Okay, Bob.
Good. And now, for our feature attraction this evening. Members of the Penny Stock Company and myself will present our version of Warner Brothers' current film achievement, The Letter.
Speaking of the letter, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you of the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, America's favorite gelatin dessert. It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 distinct flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Fine, if you'll please pardon the interruption.
That's quite all right, Doc. I may want to be on the program again some other time. You know. Ladies and gentlemen, The Letter. The locale of our play is Singapore in the Malay Peninsula. Leslie Crosby, a beautiful young Englishwoman, has just been acquitted of the murder of Jeffrey Hammond, her lover.
That's me, folks. I'm just full of holes.
Young man, will you please lie down?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Crosby's husband, her friends, and even the court believe her to be innocent. However, a very valuable piece of evidence has been withheld. A letter. A letter so condemning that it would have changed the entire course of the trial and sent Leslie Crosby to the gallows.
Hey, Hubert, shall I lay on my face or on my back?
Either one. Her husband has no knowledge of this damning bit of evidence which is now in the possession of Mrs. Crosby's attorney. As the scene opens, the trial has just ended and Leslie is being escorted through the crowded court.
One side there, thank you. Come into this room, Leslie. I must talk to you.
But my husband.
You can see him later. Come along. Well, Leslie, you can compliment me on my magnificent plea. That's the jury in the palm of my hand.
You had him drooling, too. All you talked about was ham hocks and butter beans. Come, please.
Well, I got you off, didn't I? Thanks to me, you are now a free woman.
Why shouldn't I be free? I shot Jeffrey Hammond in self-defense.
That's what the public believes. If you murdered him and you've done it with malice and forethought and all that stuff.
What are you talking about?
Well, just look at this. Look at this letter.
Dear Phil, I waited for you last night until all...
Wrong letter! Yeah, give me that. Now, here's the letter I mean. Do you see it?
Oh, that's the letter I wrote to Jeff Hammond.
Precisely.
Oh, fine.
Now, look, do you realize that if this letter had been introduced as evidence, they'd have given you a hemp necklace?
Oh, never mind that. How did you get hold of this letter?
Well, I had to buy it from a blackmailer. He wanted $10,000, but I talked him down to 85 cents.
85 cents? Oh, that's all the money my husband had in the world.
Well, that's the best I could do. Here, now take this letter and burn it up. The most terrible thing I've ever read. And if your husband ever sees that you're going to...
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Robert.
Hello, old boy. Ah, Leslie, my love.
Robert, kiss me, my darling.
Oh, my dear, I'm so glad. So glad this terrible ordeal is over.
Kiss me, my darling.
It seemed like a horrible nightmare. And now, thank heaven it's over. At last, we are together again.
Kiss me, my darling.
You'll never know. You'll never know what I've been through. Those nights of torment and loneliness.
Please, kiss me, my darling.
Oh, yes. Sweetheart.
Hey, Herbert, we got the same technique. Yeah, you're in there. Well, if you'll excuse me, old man, I'll toddle along. This is the most gastronomical day I've ever gone through. Zip, zip.
Oh, Robert, alone at last.
Yes, alone at last.
Kiss me, my darling.
Take it easy, old girl. We only just got through. Oh, Leslie, I can't tell you how happy I am.
But I've made such a spiteful mess of things. How can you love me after what I've done?
But I do love you. Darling, I do.
No, you can't.
Believe me, Leslie, I love you now more than ever. I adore you, Leslie. Here, rest your head on my shoulder.
Oh, boy, if the girls at the make company could see me now. Please.
I've everything planned, Leslie. They're leaving Singapore, leaving it forever.
Yes, we must go away.
I know of a rubber plantation in Sumatra that you can purchase for only 85 cents.
Uh-oh. But there's something I must tell you, Robert. I had to use that 85 cents to buy a letter.
What? You've squandered my life savings on a mere scrap of paper? Leslie, let me see that letter.
I haven't got it.
Don't lie to me. I've got it in your hand. Leslie, I must see that letter.
No, I can't show it to you.
Then read it to me.
No, it's too shameful, too horrible.
I don't care. I paid 85 cents for that letter, and I want to know what it says.
You're as bad as Benny. Very well, I'll read it. Dear Jeff. Oh, Robert, it's too terrible. I can't continue.
I insist. Read the rest of that letter.
I can't go on with it.
You must.
All right. You might as well know. Dear Jeff, roses are red, violets are blue. I like my husband, but I'm nuts about you. There. Now you know.
So that's it. You were in love with Jeff Hammond.
Yes, Robert, and I still love him. With all my heart and soul, I love the man I killed.
Yeah, killed.
Young man, will you please lie down?
Kiss me, darling, kiss me.
Please, Mary, please. Play, Phil. Christmas cards or no Christmas cards, I'll never go through this again.
Keep an Eye on Your Heart, played by the orchestra. And Bart Marshall, on behalf of Jack and every one of us, I want to thank you for coming over here tonight and doing such a swell job of Sin City.
No kidding, Herbie. You're a terrific. Terrific? I'll bet anything that means terrific.
Now you're catching on, Bob.
Thanks, Phil. Well, everyone, I've had a grand time here this evening, and it's been fun meeting you all.
Say, Mr. Marshall, you live in Beverly Hills, don't you?
Yes, Mary, I do.
Well, I live out that way myself, but would you mind dropping me off?
I know, I'd be glad to.
And on the way home, maybe we could stop at a drive-in for a sandwich.
A drive-in, that's a splendid suggestion.
Of course, I'm pretty hungry, and maybe we ought to go to a restaurant instead.
All right, we'll stop at a restaurant.
Well, I'll phone Ciro's and reserve a table.
Well, we certainly got there in a hurry. Come along, Mary. Well, goodbye, everybody. Cheerio, everyone. Oh, by the way, Mary, I'm afraid I'm being rather rude. Do you think I ought to invite the rest of the gang to Cheerios with us?
Nothing doing. You're mine, Bob. Come on.
As the famous poet once said, ladies and gentlemen, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. And believe me, that's a quotation practically made to order for General Foods' new dessert recipe book. This grand book is certainly a thing of beauty. And it's a book that you'll find a joy forever. From cover to cover, it's filled with lovely paintings in the spirit of each month and season. And dozens of dazzling color photographs showing rich, luscious desserts, so vivid and natural looking that you'd almost declare they were real. There are 365 different dessert recipes and suggestions, one for every day in the whole year. Suggestions for shimmering Jell-O treats as well as for delicious pastries, puddings, cakes, and cookies. And it's as easy to use as 1, 2, 3. The most convenient book you've ever seen. It's easy to get, too. All you have to do is just send 10 cents in coin or stamp to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. I'll repeat the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Send 10 cents for your copy tonight. This is the last number of the 18th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time when Jack will be back with us again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that this coming week marks the 31st anniversary of the founding of the Boy Scouts of America. May we, on this occasion, wish this great movement continued success. Good night, folks.
Good night, Jack.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. That was Do I Love You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few short hours, we will welcome in the new year, 1940. So without further ado, we bring you a man who was once 19 and once 40, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, who is rapidly closing in on Social Security talking. And, Don, you can go right ahead and kid about my age because I'm not the least bit sensitive. Remember that famous saying, Don, a man is just as old as he feels.
How do you feel, Jack?
Ooh, Johnny. But I'm only joking, Don. I'm one guy who welcomes every new year. It brings new life, new hope, new calendars. Boy, they sent me enough calendars this year to paper my living room.
Ah, Jack, don't tell me you hung up all the calendars people sent you.
Why not, Don? They have gorgeous paintings on them. I got a honey for my tailor. It's a picture of a beautiful Italian girl sitting in a gondola with her reflection in the moonlit waters of the Grand Canal in Venice. Oh, it's a Lulu.
From your tailor, huh?
Yes, and right under the picture is this Italian girl's name, Pleaso Ramito. That's the most artistic hint I ever got.
You think it'll work?
I doubt it. When they get subtle with me, I burn up. And say, Don, I got the cutest calendar from that little restaurant down the street where I eat once in a while.
Oh, you mean Ginsberg's Hanging Gardens?
That's it. Well, their calendar has a picture of the restaurant, and right under it is their new slogan, Ginsberg's Grill, where the matzo ball meets the soup. Isn't that original?
It certainly is.
Hey, Jackson, did you get one of those calendars from the Wilshire Bowl?
No, Phil, I didn't.
You didn't get one with my picture on it?
Your picture on it?
Why, certainly, yeah, the one where I'm standing with a baton in my hand, leading a 75-piece Philharmonic orchestra.
No, what's the title of it?
It can't happen here.
You said it. Phil, where did you ever have a picture taken with 75 musicians?
Ocean Park, they do it with mirrors.
I knew there was a trick to it. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Mary. Happy New Year.
What are y'all talking about?
Well, I was just telling Don and Phil about the calendars I got this year. Gee, I got them hanging in every room.
Did you tell them about the one you got from your life insurance company?
Oh, that silly thing. They got their nerve.
What was it, Mary?
Just a picture of a hand with two fingers crossed.
Hey, they aren't so worried. Say, I wonder who thinks up all those calendars.
They sent me a bunch of them, too. And, Jack, you ought to see the swell one I got from the May Company.
You got one from the May Company?
Yeah. There's a beautiful picture of the store, and right under it says, "Come back, all is forgiven."
Well, it's nice to know there's a job waiting for you just in case you get fresh tonight.
Well, I ought to get fresh after that Christmas present you sent me. A fine gift, a saucer.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. It might not look like much, but that saucer I gave you happens to be real cute.
It certainly does.
Well, there's no use talking to you. You just don't know a genuine antique when you see it. That saucer came over on the Mayflower.
I believe you still had coffee in it from the Pilgrims.
Well, the Pilgrims made very good coffee, so stop complaining. You have a nice Christmas, John?
Oh, yes, I did very well. In fact, I got some of the most beautiful presents I've ever seen.
You did? What'd you get, John?
Well, I got some gold cup plates, a movie picture camera, a camel's hair overcoat, a golf ball, and a diamond wristwatch.
Well,
thanks for the golf ball.
You're welcome, Don. You play golf.
No.
Oh, well, you really ought to take it up, Don. It's great exercise for a fellow like you, and there's so many beautiful sports around.
That's fine. You give a guy one golf ball, and right away you want him to join a country club.
Well,
why don't you give him a porthole and let him buy a yacht?
Mary, before you continue, remember the Maine, the Alamo, and the Mayflower. Anyway, Don, I'm sure glad Santa Claus is so nice to you.
Oh, yes, I'll never forget this Christmas. I, too, had a joyous Yuletide.
Did you, Jazzbo? What did Santa have in his bag for you?
Well, besides that golf ball, thanks.
You're welcome.
Besides that, I got some neckties, a gold keychain, and a lovely cashmere sweater.
A what?
A cashmere sweater. You know, that soft, woolly stuff?
That's cashmere. Isn't that awful? Cashmere sweater. Well, so much for the presents. And now, Dennis, then we're ready for a song. How about it?
Oh, no dialogue, eh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. Hey, really, I am sorry. You should have a little something to do here. Tell me, did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, well.
That's good. Did you get a lot of presents?
Yeah, lots of them.
I see. Did you enjoy them?
I sure did.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Fine.
Well, no laugh so far. I guess I better sing, eh?
That's a good idea. Go ahead, Dennis. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Did you get that calendar I sent you of Lady Godiva on a horse?
Yes, I did.
That was me with my hair down. Goodbye.
You ought to see him, folks. His head looks like a honeydew melon with ears. Sing, Dennis.
The promised kiss of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms that moment divine when all the things you are mine. If my heart could only find a voice, would you then be so that light of star, the dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you
That was All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. And just think, Dennis, that's your last song this year. The last time we'll hear your voice in 1939.
Geez, time certainly flies, doesn't it?
I'll say it does. You know, Dennis, it seems like only yesterday I was your age. Only yesterday I was 19.
And the day before yesterday, Washington crossed the Delaware.
Mary, I'm talking to Dennis. It wouldn't hurt if we had a little bit of sentiment this evening. As I was saying, Dennis, 1939 is soon coming to an end. In just a few more hours, the old year will pass right out.
And I won't be far behind.
Last year, you won by 8 lengths. Well, I suppose all you guys are going to celebrate tonight, make whoopee and everything. Are you stepping out tonight, Don?
Yeah, I'm going over to the Florentine Gardens and see Sally Ram do her fan dance.
Why, Don, you're blushing already. How about you, Mary? Where are you going?
I'm going over to Ginger Rogers' house. She's having a whole mob of people over, but she told me not to tell you, so forget it.
Well, I know why. She saw her on account of those Christmas cards I sold her.
What's the matter with her cards, Jack?
I told Rochester just to print Ginger Rogers on them, and he underlined the gin. He has to get so fancy, you know.
Well, Jack, I see you've got your tuxedo on. What are you going to do tonight?
Me? Oh, I've got a date down with my girlfriend. And we're stepping out, high, wide, and handsome.
I'll bet.
Well, we are. I'm going out with Gladys tonight. I got a big roll of bills, and I'm going to shoot the worst.
What's that bulge in your hip pocket?
That's my dime bank. If necessary, I'm going to crack that open. Gladys and I are going to town.
Well, Jack, as long as you've got a heavy date, you ought to have another tuxedo. That one looks awful with those moth holes on the shoulders.
Oh, it's New Year's Eve, and they throw a little confetti on me. Who'll see 'em? Gladys won't mind.
Oh, boy, am I going to have fun tonight.
You are, Dennis?
Yeah, I'm taking my girl to a midnight show. Wow!
Well, what's so thrilling about that?
We aren't going to watch the picture.
Oh, yes. Those were the days. Well, anyway, fellas, I'm going to have to leave early tonight, so before I go...
Hey, Jackson, who is this Dame Gladys? Is she in the movie?
No, but she could be. She tested for the part of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind.
Who didn't?
You didn't.
Take that back, Doc, or I'll talk with you.
Sorry, ma'am. May I offer my humble apologies?
Rastus, come here. There's a weevil in my jeweler.
All right, Phil, we've gone far enough.
No, we haven't, Colonel. Ladies and gentlemen, next time you're in the mood for a little old tempting dessert, why don't you run down to that little old grocery store and ask him for a little old package of Jell-O. It comes in 6 little old flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and little old lime. Go now.
That's very good, Colonel Wilson. Powerful good.
Hey, Mr. Benny, what's the big idea?
It's payday, and we're all going to get Confederate money.
Well, I suppose that's hay. Anyway, fellas, getting back to wherever we were, as I was saying, I've got a date, so I have to leave pretty soon. But before I go, I want to tell you all to be here early next Sunday because we're going to do a very important play.
What's it going to be, Jack?
we're going to present our version of William Pearlberg's outstanding Columbia film production. That sensational stage hit and screen masterpiece. That dramatic cinema achievement, Golden Boy. Thank you, Goldie. So remember, fellas, be here on time next week, as this is a long play. Well, I'm going to run along now. Can't keep Gladys waiting. Take over the show, will you, fellas?
Sure, Jack, we'll carry on.
Say, did you hear this one, folks? I call my girl grapefruit because every time I squeeze her, she hits me in the eye.
Squeeze me, Phil. I'll hit you in both of them. Now I am leaving.
Oh, don't go yet, Jack. I want to hear my New Year's poem.
You can read it later, Mary. I haven't time now. Oh, just when I'm in a hurry. Come in.
Hiya, Buck! Happy New Year, everybody!
Andy, if you'd have been a second later, you'd have missed me. I was just leaving. I'm going to have a big night tonight.
Me too, Buck. I'm taking Ma and Pa over to Wilshire Bowl.
Oh, over to Phil's place, eh? So you're spending a little dough on the old folks.
Oh, it won't cost me nothing. Pa writes all of Phil's material.
Well, I knew it wasn't Alexander Wilcox. So you're taking Ma and Pa to the Wilshire Bowl, eh? Are they going formal?
Yeah, you ought to see Pa. Top hat, white tie, and jug.
Oh, taking a jug of corn to Harris's place, eh? That's like carrying coals to Newcastle. Well, I'll bet you have fun at that. Is your Ma going to wear an evening gown, Andy?
I think so. She just had her tattoo retouched.
Oh, yes. That anchor on her arm was starting to fade. Come to think of it.
Well, I gotta run along now, Buck. Happy New Year, everybody!
Wait a minute, Andy. I'm leaving right away. I'll walk downstairs with you. See who it is, will you, Mary?
I got it. Hello? Yes, he's here. Oh, Jack, it's for you. It's Gladys.
Gladys? Give me that phone. You better run along, Andy. See you later.
Okay, Buck.
Hello, Gladys. Yeah, this is Speedy. I'm coming right over. What? You can't go? But Gladys, I got my tuxedo on. I got reservations and everything. Gee.
Tell her about your dime band.
Quiet. Now look, Gladys. Of course I believe you, but gee, it's New Year's Eve. You gotta go. Oh, gee whiz, Gladys. Won't you change your mind?
Of course I will.
Thanks. Mary, stay out of it. Now look, Gladys, isn't there some way you can make it? But honey, I got 2 tickets for dinner. I'll be so stuffed I can't walk. Well, all right. All right, so long then. See you next week, Gladys. Goodbye. Fine thing. Well, what are you all staring at? Gladys had a very good excuse. And she's nuts about me, too. Well, she is.
Well, don't take it so hard, Jackson. Come on out with me tonight. I'll get you a date.
No, thanks. I don't feel like going anyplace.
Oh, come on with us, Jack. We'll have a lot of fun.
No, Don, thanks just the same. I'm going to drop over at Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then go home. Well, look after the show, Don. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Jack.
So long.
Gee, I wish Jack had waited and gone along with us. Yeah, no fun being alone on New Year's Eve.
I'll say it isn't.
Pardon me, fellas, I forgot my cane. Here it is. Well, so long. New Year's Eve and I gotta go home. Oh, well, it's just like finding the money.
Happy New Year, Mike.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny, and a Happy New Year to you, too. Is your program over?
No, Mike, I just left early.
Oh, Stefanotti.
No, I'm just going over to Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then home. Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, thanks very much for that golf ball.
That's all right. So long, Mike. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Well, everybody's sure having a good time tonight.
Happy New Year, Mr. Yippee!
Happy New Year.
Where'd you get that derby?
Ow. Hey, cut that out. Brand new hat, too. Boy, what a crowd. Well, here's Ginsburg. Hello, Sam.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny. Did you got my calendar?
Yes, I did, Sam. I liked it better than last year.
It's nothing fancy, and still it's for nothing, you know?
Yes, it's lovely, Sam.
Are you all alone tonight?
Yep, just dropped in for a cup of coffee.
With a tuxedo on, it's 5 cents extra.
All right, I'll pay it.
Yeah, but with that tuxedo, let it go.
All right, Sam. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Coffee, please.
Would you like a sandwich or some toast with it?
No, thanks, just coffee.
Want a little cream with it?
No, just some black coffee.
Gee, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right, Gladys. That's all right. Forget it.
But honest, Jack, Mamie promised she'd work for me tonight.
Mamie. All the time it's Mamie. Couldn't have let me know before the last minute.
I'm sorry, sweetie.
Well, see, you're wearing my corsage on that uniform yet. Forget about the coffee. I'm going home.
I'll be through at 3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock, I'll be snoring. Goodbye.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, here's your golf ball back.
Keep it. Always blames everything on Mamie. It's always Mamie's fault. Hey, taxi! Taxi! This is the house on your left, Joe.
Okay.
What does the meter say?
$1.10.
Well, here's $2. It's all yours.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome.
Say, you sure you won't change your mind and go out with me and Mamie?
No, thanks, Joe. Some other night. Good night.
Good night.
I should go out on a party with Mamie after what she did to me. Fine New Year's Eve. Well, I guess I'll turn in.
Is that you, Josephine?
What?
Uh-oh, Happy New Year, boss.
Happy New Year. Rochester, I thought you were going out tonight to celebrate.
Don't hurry, boss.
Oh.
On Central Avenue, Father Time lingers till we get rolling.
I see. Well, I'm going upstairs and go to bed.
Why don't you sit in the library? It's nice and cozy there with the fireplace and everything.
I guess I will at that. Say, where's my sister and brother-in-law, Mr. Senko?
Your sister, your brother-in-law, and your full-dress suit are out for the evening.
I wish Leonard would stay out of my clothes closet. Where's our boarder, Mr. Billington?
He ain't come home yet.
See, that fire looks good. I'm going to sit down in the easy chair and relax.
Do you want your bedroom slippers?
Yes, Rochester. Take them off. And bring me a glass of milk, will you?
Milk? Would you like something a little stronger tonight, boss?
No, Rochester.
I got a bottle of champagne right here. Can I pour you a glass?
No, Rochester.
Don't you want just one little sip?
No, I don't want one little sip.
Well, can I even wave the cork under your nose?
No, all I want is a glass of milk. Well, Rochester, in just a few hours, it'll be 1940. A brand new year.
It ain't getting off to a very good start.
No, it isn't. All this quarreling and fighting that's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. You know, Rochester, what this world needs is more peace, more brotherly love.
Boss, what this world needs is a few less people who are making less people.
You said it. Throw another log in the fire, Rochester, will you?
Okay.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Want to sit down for a few minutes?
No, thanks. Think I'll turn in. Good night.
Good night. He's an awfully nice fellow, but I wish he wouldn't walk on his hands all the time. Rochester, turn on the radio. I want to hear how our program is getting along.
It's over, ain't it?
Not yet.
So Happy New Year, Happy New Year. That is our wish. Oh, yes, indeed. From me and Don and Phil and Dennis and good old Jack. Are you listening, Speedy?
Yes, I'm listening.
Goodbye, old 39. Here's good luck to all mankind. So Happy New Year once again. Good night, dear folks. This is the end.
Yeah, I wish I'd have heard the start of that. Turn it off, Rochester.
Okay.
Well, I think I'll get to bed.
Ain't you going to stay up and welcome the New Year in?
No, I'm tired. Good night.
Good night. Hey, boss, I ain't going to get to bed till early in the morning. Do you mind if I sleep late?
How late do you want to sleep?
Till about Thursday.
All right, have a good time. Good night, Rochester.
Good night.
Bum, bum, bum. Hey, Rochester!
What do you want, boss?
Will you please call up Ginsberg's restaurant? I left my cane there.
Okay.
Good night, Rochester. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, boss. Happy New Year.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Way Down Yonder in Seattle. Hot or cold, summer or winter, Jell-O is a mighty grand dessert. Yes, sir, the sun may be shining where you folks live, or it may be snowing outdoors. But snow or sun, you'll discover that there's no finer treat than Jell-O. Jell-O is a dessert that's always good, always suitable to every season. It's a dessert that everybody likes, everywhere, every time. Because Jell-O has such a gay, inviting look, a colorful beauty that's one of its biggest attractions. And you simply can't beat Jell-O for rich, refreshing flavor, a flavor that rivals the juicy ripe fruit itself. So order Jell-O tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Incidentally, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O are now better than ever. Both have a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a truly distinctive goodness. Serve a tempting mold of Jell-O tomorrow.
Upgrade to YouTube Music. Interrupted music.
That was Way Down Yonder in Seattle, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that Jack Benny has not yet returned from his trip to New York City. However, he will be back with us next Sunday, and in the meantime...
No kidding, Don. Ain't Jackson going to be on the show tonight?
No, Phil. He wired me saying he's been delayed in New York. A big business deal's holding him up.
A big business deal?
Yes.
He's probably sitting in a restaurant waiting for the other guy to pick up the check. I know Jack.
No, I'm serious, Mary. He won't be back until tomorrow. Well, what am I waiting for? Hello again. This is Smiling Phil Harris talking. And, folks, here's a hot one. You know, folks, a funny thing happened. A manicurist says to a guy in a barber shop, "Shall I file your nails?" And he says, "No, honey, just throw them away." Is that a Lulu? Now, just a minute, Phil, just a minute. I'm sorry, but you can't be the master of ceremonies tonight. Jack has arranged to have Herbert Marshall take over the show. You mean Herbert Marshall, that big movie star? Yes, sir.
Gee, Herbert Marshall. I wish I'd known about this before. My hair's a mess.
Mine, too. I wonder if we'll have time to go to the beauty parlor.
Say, Don, what time is Mr. Marshall getting here?
Well, Rochester went over to pick him up. He should be here any minute. But I'm pretty anxious to get acquainted with that guy. I never met him.
Well, don't say ain't never in front of him. You'll scare him away.
Don't worry now. I can be highbrow. When I put on the dog, you'd think I was graduated from Oxnard.
Oxnard? You mean Oxford?
All right, I got my towns mixed up. But you don't have to worry about, fellas. I can be just as rich as he is. You don't have to be rich, Phil. I've known Bart Marshall for years. He's a grand person.
Oh, fellas.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, boy, guess who I just saw out in the hall?
Who?
The big movie star, Hubert Marshall. Hubert, you mean Herbert Marshall. You're bad as hell.
Oh. Well, Dennis, why didn't you bring him here with you? Mr. Marshall's taking Jack's place on the program tonight.
Gosh, if I'd have known that, I'd have picked the puppet.
Hey, Don, don't you think you want to go out and get Marshall?
Yeah, don't lose him.
Well, maybe that's him now. Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Jello program?
Well, Bart, come right on in. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm awfully sorry I'm late, Don, but Jack sent his man over in a Maxwell to pick me up. Yes, we had some tire trouble.
Oh, did one of the tires blow out?
One would have been nothing. Sounded like a gangster movie.
I know, Bart. I rented that car. Oh, pardon me. I don't believe you know the other members of our cast. This is Mary Livingston, our leading lady.
Hello, Mr. Marshall.
How do you do, Miss Livingston? I've heard you on the air so often I feel we're old friends.
Gee.
So, let's not be formal. I'll call you Mary and you call me Bob.
Gee.
You know, I'm not used to this sort of work. I hope I made good tonight.
You made good with me already.
Well.
And Bart, this is Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Marshall, if I'm not too excited.
Now, calm down, Dennis. Calm down. Hey, Don, how about giving me a knockdown? Oh, yes. Bart, this is Phil Harris, our musical director.
Glad to know you, Mr. Harris.
Put it there, Herbie. What's cooking?
What's cooking?
Yeah, you know, are you driving? Are you solid? Are you on the beam?
Solid on the beam.
He means, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Is he a fellow, isn't he?
Well, Bart, you'll just have to get used to Phil. Musicians are like that.
Oh, are they? Well, I'm sure we'll all get along beautifully, although it's rather difficult coming in here on such a short notice.
I'm sure Jack appreciates you. Hey, Herbie, I can't figure this out. Are you pals with Jackson?
Jackson?
You mean Jack?
Oh, yes. Well, then, I will have an interpreter for this fellow. Well, Phil, no, we're not exactly pals, but I've known Jack for some time.
Did you work in a picture together?
No, I've never had that pleasure.
Well, then, did you meet him at a party or something?
No, ours is more of a business relationship. You see, for years now, Jack has been sending me Christmas cards. Very nice one, too.
Christmas cards? Holy smoke!
He meets more darn people that way.
Well, let's get on with the program, shall we? I think the musical selection should be in order. You have an orchestra, haven't you, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, them's it.
Them's it?
Yeah, them boys sitting over there is it. What's the matter? Don't you speak English?
Well, frankly, old boy, I'm beginning to wonder. interesting creature, isn't he?
It certainly is, Bart. Well, what are you going to play, Phil? Well, it's an original composition written by myself entitled That's What I Like About the South.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, and I'm going to sing a couple of choruses, too.
I've got a good notion to take Herbert Marshall and go home.
Now, don't you believe her, Herbie. It's going to be a great number.
All right, let's hear it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you will have a band member by Bill Harris and his band. Play, Bill.
Alabama, let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and boiling hammy. That's what I like about her. What days you can make no mistake. Where's your nerves? I'm never shaky. I'll take the lead. That's what I like about her. She's got big ribs and candy jam, those sugar cures. She's in the ham, things are full of those berry jams, and that's what I like about her. Hot cornbread, like I'd see you can eat as much as you please. Salt it never out of and that's what I like about the South. Don't take one, have two, there's Don Brown, it's got the two. Keep eating mud, so that's what I like about the And the way down where the guns go, all down where they say you all. Walk on in with that southern drawl, so that's what I like about the South. It's down where they have those pretty queens to do the cleaning, those things, let's sip that absinthe to do all he. That's what I like about the South. Some old Bob with all the news, got the box back, coat and the button shoes, all caught up with his union shoes, and that's what I like about the South. He's come old Roy down the street, who's 20 years and stuff and food. You can try it, please believe on the minute, He's got ham hocks and butter beans, berries and turnip greens, body grouse and New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South.
That's What I Like About the South, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, with the vocal chorus by Mr. Harris. Did you really like that number, Phil?
Yep, every word of it. Ham hocks, butter beans, backbone, turnip greens. Don't that make your mouth water, Herbie?
Yes, it's one of the most appetizing songs I've ever heard. By the way, how did you happen to compose a number like that?
He was hungry.
Very good, Mary.
No, not such that, No, that wasn't it at all. There's a lot of songs about June and moon and love, so I figured I'd write about food.
Food, huh?
Yeah, just give me a cookbook and a piano, and I'm going to town.
That's very interesting. I had no idea you had such a gastronomical outlook.
Gastronomical? Hey, I better write that down. That's a longing.
A longing?
Well, he means a long word.
Oh, but why did you write them down?
He puts them in his scrapbook. He's making his own dictionary.
Yeah, I got over 300 of them, but I forget what they mean.
I see, yes. He gets more fantastic every minute.
Oh, by the way, Bart, did Jack mention in his wire about our sketch this evening?
Why, no, he didn't. What sketch do you mean?
Well, we were going to do our version of Somerset Maugham's great play, The Letter. You know, the picture you made recently with Betty Davis? And Jack was going to play Herbert Marshall.
Well, that's very flattering.
And I was just wondering, Bart, since Jack isn't here, perhaps you'd be willing to play your part yourself.
Well...
You think you can do it, Gilbert?
Well, Bart, how about it? Would you like to join the Penny Little Theater group?
Why, yes, it might be fun. I'll tell you what. Dennis, you sing your song, and then we'll do our version of The Letter.
Oh, why bother? Let's just play post office.
That might be fun, too. But I think we better do The Letter first. Now, you, Mary, you will be my leading lady.
Somebody pinch me, I'm dreaming. Oh, Dennis!
I'm sorry, Miss Livingston.
Oh, go ahead and sing.
I'll get it. At all? All the smoke, please. It's for you, Mary, New York calling.
New York? Probably Jack. Hello? Put him on. Oh, hello, Jack. How are you? I know it's long distance, but how much does it cost to say how are you? All right, forget it. So, Jack, how did your business deal come out? Yeah? Yeah?
What about that business deal, Mary?
Alan finally paid the check. What's that, Jack? Yes, he's right here. I'll put him on. He wants to talk to you, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. Hello. Oh, hello, Jack. How are you? Sorry, old man. I forgot it was long distance. What? No, you don't have to do that at all. No. No, but really, old boy, I don't expect anything. Very well, if you insist. Thanks awfully. Goodbye.
Well, I'll be darned. Is Jackson going to pay you for being on the program tonight?
No, but next year I get my Christmas cards for nothing. Let's have your song, Dennis.
Yours in the gray of December, here on far distant shores, I've never loved anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours? This night has music, the sweetest music. It echoes something within my heart. I hold you near me, oh darling, hear me. I have a message I must impart. Cuando te quiere de veras, como te quiero yo a ti, es imposible mi cielo separarnos. Cuando te quieres de verdad, como te quiero a ti, I've never loved anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours?
That was Sierra Mamucho, sung by Dennis Day, and a very beautiful number. You know, Dennis, I like the way you sang part of the music and part in Spanish. That's quite a linguistic piece.
Yeah, linguistics.
And now let's have a go at our sketch cover. I'll play the same role I had in the picture, that of Robert Crosby, the rubber planter, and Mary, you'll be my wife, Leslie Crosby. It's a very difficult role.
Let's rehearse a little. Kiss me, darling.
Later, Mary. Now let's see. We'll need a barrister. Phil, you think you can handle the part of the lawyer?
Absolutely, old boy. How do you want me to play it? Gastronomical or linguistic?
A little of each. Well, I think that about takes care of the casting.
Say, Mr. Marshall, am I going to be in the play?
Well, in a way, Dennis. You see, you enact the role of the man who's been murdered. But unfortunately, as the story opens, you are already dead.
Oh, no dialogue, eh?
Well, hardly. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Then I might as well go over in the corner and have a chair.
That's a good idea.
Of course, it'll be more believable if I lay down on the floor.
Very well, you can lie on the floor.
But if I do that, I'll get my new suit wrinkled.
Young man, let's not worry so much, shall we?
Okay, Bob.
Good. And now, for our feature attraction this evening. Members of the Benny Stock Company and myself will present our version of Warner Brothers' current film achievement, The Letter.
Speaking of the letter, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you of the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, America's favorite gelatin dessert. It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Fine, if you please, pardon the interruption.
That's quite all right, Don. I may want to be on the program again some other time. You know? Ladies and gentlemen, The Letter. The locale of our play is Singapore in the Malay Peninsula. Leslie Crosby, a beautiful young Englishwoman, has just been acquitted of the murder of Jeffrey Hammond, her lover.
That's me, folks. I'm just full of holes.
Young man, will you please lie down?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Crosby's husband, her friends, and even the court believe her to be innocent. However, a very valuable piece of evidence has been withheld. A letter. A letter so condemning that it would have changed the entire course of the trial and sent Leslie Crosby to the gallows.
Hey, Hubert, shall I lay on my face or on my back?
Either one. Her husband has no knowledge of this damning bit of evidence, which is now in the possession of Mrs. Crosby's attorney. As the scene opens, the trial has just ended, and Leslie is being escorted through the crowded courtroom.
One side there, thank you. Come into this room, Leslie. I must talk to you.
But my husband.
You can see him later. Come along. Well, Leslie, you can compliment me on my magnificent plea. That's the jury in the palm of my hand.
You had him drooling, too. All you talked about was ham hocks and butter beans. Come, please.
Well, I got you off, didn't I? Thanks to me, you are now a free woman.
Why shouldn't I be free? I shot Jeffrey Hammond in self-defense.
That's what the public believes. That you murdered him and you've done it with malice and forethought and all that stuff.
What are you talking about?
Well, just look at this. Look at this letter.
Dear Phil, I waited for you last night until all...
Wrong letter! Yeah, give me that. Now, here's the letter I mean. Do you see it?
Oh, that's the letter I wrote to Jeff Hammond.
Precisely.
Oh, fine.
Now, look, do you realize that if this letter had been introduced as evidence, they'd have given you a hemp necklace?
Oh, never mind that. How did you get hold of this letter?
Well, I had to buy it from a blackmailer. He wanted $10,000, but I talked him down to 85 cents.
85 cents? Well, that's all the money my husband had in the world.
Well, that's the best I could do. Here, now take this letter and burn it up. It's the most terrible thing I've ever read. And if your husband ever sees it, you're going to...
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, old boy. Ah, Leslie, my love.
Robert, kiss me, my darling.
Oh, my dear, I'm so glad. So glad this terrible ordeal is over.
Kiss me, my
It
darling.
seemed like a horrible nightmare. And now, thank heaven, it's over. At last, we are together again.
Kiss me, my darling.
You'll never know. You'll never know what I've been through. Those nights of torment and loneliness.
Please, kiss me, my darling.
Oh, yes. Sweetheart.
Hey, Herbert, we got the same technique. Yeah, you're in there. Well, if you'll excuse me, old man, I'll toddle along. This is the most astronomical day I've ever gone through. Hip, hip.
Oh, Robert, alone at last.
Yes, alone at last.
Kiss me, my darling.
Take it easy, old girl. We only just got through. Oh, Leslie, I can't tell you how happy I am.
But I've made such a spiteful mess of things. How can you love me after what I've done?
But I do love you, darling, I do.
No, you can't.
Believe me, Leslie, I love you now more than ever. I adore you, Leslie. Here, Rest your head on my shoulder.
Oh, boy, if the girls at the makeup could see me now. Gee.
How's everything planned, Lizzie? They're leaving Singapore, leaving it forever.
Yes, we must go away.
I know of a rubber plantation in Sumatra which you can purchase for only 85 cents.
Uh-oh. But there's something I must tell you, Robert. I had to use that 85 cents to buy a letter.
What? You've squandered my life savings on a mere scrap of paper? Leslie, let me see that letter.
I haven't got it.
Don't lie to me. I've got it in your hand. Leslie, I must see that letter.
No, I can't show it to you.
Then read it to me.
No, it's too shameful, too horrible.
I don't care. I paid 85 cents for that letter, and I want to know what it says.
You're as bad as Benny. Very well, I'll read it. Dear Jeff. Oh, Robert, it's too horrible. I can't continue.
I insist. Read the rest of that letter.
I can't go on with it.
You must.
All right. You might as well know. Dear Jeff, roses are red, violets are blue. I like my husband, but I'm nuts about you. There. Now you know.
So that's it. You were in love with Jeff Hammond.
Yes, Robert, and I still love him. With all my heart and soul, I love the man I killed.
Yeah, killed. Young man, will you please lie down?
Kiss me, darling, kiss me.
Please, Mary.
Good luck with the future in-laws tonight.
Don't overthink it. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.